Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. Bloody. So we gotta move to the top.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds, Ilya.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
I mean, the White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? Not. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I love that last clip too. I have such a hard time because there's a delay in the stream, and I have a hard time not letting you guys see how long the delay is in a black screen, because I want to keep listening to it on the delay, watching it, because I'm usually like doing other stuff, like, you know, making my drinks or finishing brushing up my teeth or whatever while the intro clip is playing and you guys are coming in here. And I have a hard time like cutting it off because I just want to hear him be like, I guess I lost that argument. My bad. Did I have a tasty burger and fries today? I cannot eat burgers or fries. I mean, I can't eat fries if I make them myself, but I can't eat most of the fries at restaurants. I'll have to send you that clip. I'd have to find it again. I don't have the clips that I used to make the intro. Long deleted that shit. Oh, pardon me. But I'm sure you could find it if you look again. I'm pretty sure there's a handle on the video. I look like I've dropped some weight. So I haven't really dropped any weight. What I have done is I've reduced swelling by getting my autoimmune disease under control. I've been really, really sick these past 6 months on and off. And so I finally went through an elimination diet, and I've poisoned myself going through an elimination diet several times, but I'm slowly but surely figuring out, you know, what I can and can't eat and what are my triggers. And so it's not a weight loss really. Like, I'm basically the same weight maybe only like 5 or 10 pounds lighter, but my face isn't as swollen because I've had a lot of instances where my lymph nodes were swollen or I was just bloated in general. Bro, can't believe 80% of Argentina's traffic is going to be on privately maintained roads. Privately maintained really being the thing there. But yeah, that is about to be dope. Elimination, so you've been testing the foods? Yeah, I had to go, like I went through a pretty strict elimination diet of like a week of carnivore and then slowly adding new things and then finding out what makes me sick. And every time I find something, I'm out for like 3 or 4 days, just destroyed. I just want to move to Argentina instead of Tehran. Why would you move to Tehran? How do you poison yourself by doing an elimination diet? By adding a new thing and discovering that your autoimmune disease doesn't like it. A week's not long enough. You need to give that shit a month at least. I mean, I guess I actually, you know what? I was going to lie. I was going to say I appreciate the advice. I appreciate active chat, engagement, and conversation. I did like that mission in the very beginning of the game where you have to go get like the little robot thing for to go into Arasaka Tower with from the oh god, what are those fucking Maelstrom, right? And then the gang came after me when I got in my car. And dude, they fucked me up like 15 times in a row. I was dying over and over again, like for like an hour straight before I looked it up online. I was like, how the fuck is this possible? Like I'm like driving this little slow car and they're faster than me with machine guns. I'm like immediately dying as soon as they get near me. And then I like looked it up and they were like, dude, just drive it into a crowd and then hop out and run away. And then I did that and I was like, oh, I made it. Like I was trying to win that fight for so long and I was like, this RNG's fucking bullshit. How did this happen? I'm level 7. So just in case you guys are wondering if I still game sometimes, I do. I just don't do a lot of gaming streams. A game took your difficulty comments too personally? Yeah, well, not only that, but I was doing a stealth build. So I didn't have like a smart gun, so I couldn't like automatically aim and shoot. Like, yeah. But it's fine because I eventually just saved up the money and got the big ass fucking Militech Humvee shit. Now nobody in cars fucks with me. Been beef only for over a year now. That's wild. I mean, my diet now is pretty much fruit. A lot of non-fat, like non-sweet fruit like avocado, cucumber, and stuff. I eat like bonanza, like chickpea pasta from time to time, and then just a lot of beef and eggs. A lot of beef, a lot of eggs, a lot of non-sweet fruit, occasional chickpea pasta, and the spices that I can use that I know are safe. Because I can't, and all of that has to be made myself because I can't touch fucking anything with garlic or onion in it, which is like half of the fucking things you eat. And I can't have gluten, half the shit you eat. And then all the gluten-free shit has rice flour in it, and I can't have fucking rice flour. Chris, that's literally 80% of what we eat at this house. Is we buy big ass chuck rolls and chuck steak or like flank steak or skirt steak from Costco, freeze them, chop them up and freeze them, and then we sous vide them. When we pull something out, we sous vide it in a pot with like a little sous vide machine and like elastic wrap over top of it, and then just sear it, and then fucking there you go. There's our fucking steak. And then sometimes, and I have potatoes sometimes because I can have potatoes. And then and then it's just like some fruit or some potatoes or whatever. I don't eat pork. I don't like. I'm like, if I'm like at somebody's house or something and they cook pork and like they've already like cooked towards my dietary concerns, I'll eat it out of politeness. Like I don't really want to support pork slaughterhouses. I don't think it's good for humans. And I don't mean this like pork is bad for your body. I mean, like, I don't think it's good for humans that work in slaughterhouses with pigs that are aware that they're dying and like scream bloody murder for their own help when it happens. I just don't think the conditions of pork slaughterhouses are conducive to a healthy human society. Cows, I don't give a fuck. Cows are retarded. They don't know that they're being killed until they're kind of anxious because the day is different. And they're like, what's going on? And then they just get brained. And even then, I usually, everything I eat, if I can, like when I get ground beef, it's always grass-fed, grass-finished if I can. I cook in tallow, so I don't know where the tallow is coming from. But if I can, I get grass-fed for most of the stuff I do. And obviously grass-finished if I can. But I can't always afford it, or I can't, because like it requires going to like the butcher to get the good shit. Cultivating onions was man's greatest. I'm allergic to onions. Well, I'm not allergic. Again, I have an autoimmune disorder, so my body produces histamines, but also like cytokines and other chemicals and shit along with histamines. Oh, and I take vitamin C now. It's one thing I've learned is I take a vitamin C. So like my my little energy drink for the night is also full of like 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C. Because it helps reduce symptoms because my fucking autoimmune disease can also be triggered by stress or other chemicals. So who knows? Sometimes I just get hit anyways. So tonight is mostly debating. Let me DM Mr. Khai. I have other content if he doesn't respond. But assuming he hops in here, we're going to have a big old nerdy conversation about the non-aggression principle and its logical founding and all that good stuff. And then we're going to go at about 8:30, head on over to, 7:30 CST, right? But about 8:30, we're going to head on over to Admiral Gibbs's Discord and hop on a panel there. There's a couple of people there I've never spoken to, like, because he's got like some e-girls on there. So I mean, I did my research on what I want to argue. But who knows how the fuck that's going to turn out, because I've not really done Gibbs panels with e-girls before. So I don't know if it's just going to turn into like a retard fest thing or if they're actually really good. I don't know. That should be fun. Where's Khai coming from philosophically against the non-aggression principle? If I remember correctly, he's a libertarian. I just think that he believes that it can't be logically grounded, that it's a preferential or consequentialist choice. But I gotta like refresh. I mean, like I'll ask him more. But I believe he's in the Discord. I think he is a libertarian. I don't think that he believes in objectivism grounds the non-aggression principle. I think it does so very poorly. But obviously, the non-aggression principle is an invention of Ayn Rand, so obviously it's grounded. I prefer Hoppe's grounding of it as opposed to the objectivist epistemology of it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard a good argument from. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I'm willing to learn more, but I haven't heard a good argument from a purely objectivist grounding of the non-aggression principle. Like this concept of like survival is the typical argument that you get, and so it's just like, man, I'll do it to survive. But they seem to get challenged on, like there are very easy refutations of that. Of like, okay, but if in that moment your survival is incumbent upon killing a bunch of other people and aggressing upon them because of like some perceived threat in the future or something, how is that? And they're like, well, I don't want to live in a world where people do that. And so like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's a better grounding of it. But I've listened to Peikoff's series. I've listened to quite a few objectivists discuss it. And I just haven't heard or seen a good argument that like fully grounds it beyond just preference. Will my grounding differ from Zulu's? I'd have to reread Zulu's series again to see if we have any differences. We're very, very close. The last time I looked into Zulus, the only thing I remember being different between Zulus and mine is that I don't believe per se that that argumentation ethics adequately, like I'm 50-50 on whether or not it bridges the is-ought gap. Rather, I simply say that one cannot call what they are doing ethics and violate the non-aggression principle. Thus, it can't be justified. So I don't really have I don't feel like it necessarily must derive and the ought from the ought not that is assumed because no other thing can be done. If that makes sense. That's wrong. Yeah, killing innocent people to survive isn't really survival. No, yeah, I agree. I just don't think it's as concrete as Hoppe's argumentation ethics. But maybe I just haven't heard a good enough objectivist really fucking ground it. Like, either way, I'd be perfectly fine using objectivist argumentation. I think it's quite possible that the objectivist can ground it, as can argumentation ethics under Hans Hermann Hoppe, and I think they both can parallel prove the same thing. And I don't think that that's really that, as much as objectivists might, or randroids might get upset by that, I don't think that goes against objectivist concepts at all, really, right? I mean, I think there is a certain aspect to convergence theory in the idea that multiple people may arrive at the correct conclusion by different means just through a functionalist kind of reinterpretation of their society and trying to reach peak efficiency. Because if there is an objectively correct way that human beings ought act, right, which would obviously align with the non-aggression principle, then we may get there by different means. And it's okay that we get there by different means, because I feel like that's actually more evidence that objectivism is correct, that there is an objective moral natural law out there, is that people may find different avenues via logic or, via functional structuring of their society to eventually adapt those rules, because that is kind of the peak efficiency of mankind, because it is the one that allies with true morality. Does Squid Games violate the non-aggression principle? I'm gonna be real with you. I never watched that shit. I never had any interest to watch it. I saw too many retards too excited about it, and it turned me off. I was like, I'm good. I've only ever seen the memes, so I don't know it well enough. Would I eat bear steaks? I've had bear before. I've been to a cookout out in the mountains where they hunted bear. I'm not a big fan of bear hunting, because you have to use dogs to trace the bear up the tree, and then you very often lose your hunting dogs, and also the meat just like, it's okay, right? Like it requires you got to smoke it low and slow, and it's very similar to venison. It's like, yeah, this is okay. This is way better smoked for a long time or cut with pork or beef fat to make like a sausage or a ground venison. Bear is kind of similar. There's a reason we don't really eat bear or farm bears, and it's not just because they're dangerous and big. It's also because the meat's just not that fucking good. But I've had rattlesnake, I've had crocodile, I've had shark that I caught with my dad, and that was terrifying. Right? I mean, I've had a lot of shit. Oh no, I lose them as in they die, right? Because the dogs try and encircle and trap the bear in a tree, and then you shoot the bear in the tree, and like you end up with like a lot of lactic acid in the muscles from like the panic and anxiety of being chased and afraid for your life, which kind of spoils the meat to a certain extent. And then like very often the dogs die, and they're really expensive. And yeah, it's just like, it's like reminiscent of fox hunting. It's just like, this isn't really all that good. I'm not a big fan of the process, and the meat isn't good enough to justify it. Much rather just have my moo cow meat. But I've tried it. All right, we're gonna hop into this in here real quick. So let me just change this to that. Let's do this bad boy. Push this over here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, let me cut on my camera. Pop this out so the audience can see. There we go. All right. Oh, that's still not working. Had the wrong monitors. There we go, guys. All right, minimize that. Give me a test 1 2 1 2 audio check real quick.
1 2 1 2. Do I sound good?
Yeah, you sound good. Let me just cut this music off. Sometimes Discord resets on me all the time, so I have to like check to make sure that the audio is coming through the right virtual audio cable because I have a bunch of audio cables. And
yeah, dude, I don't know how you do it. Streaming seems like insanely complicated, and you got like OBS up and all these other screens up.
yeah, I'm running triple monitor, and sometimes I wish I had one more monitor on the side, vertical, so that I could have a monitor just for chat. Like if I could get just that, but my desk isn't big enough, and I have a huge L-shaped desk, and it's still like I don't know, it's not enough.
Bro, one day, and you'll get your 4th monitor, and then your 5th, and you get to stack them and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I want a grandma's boy stream, just me like, oh, like I'm like fucking hearkening in Dune, just fucking.
Yo, grandma's boy, I've never heard that one before.
With fingers pointing at all the screens.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Have you ever seen the hand-shaped keyboards? Have you seen those?
They look so fucking stupid. Listen, I'm sure like it's shit like that.
It's probably like super efficient though.
Yeah, it's like that, or like the other thing I've seen is like, you know, that 1960s English language like rewritten alphabet, or like, you know, that like uses uses all of the phonemes from the language as opposed to just, you know, an Arabic you know, like an alphabet that does a Roman alphabet. It's things like that where I'm like, that's cool. Like, it's not good enough to replace the entire culture's way of doing shit. It's not.
Yeah. Nah, that's true.
Like I would like, it's far better to have chat prediction AI powered than it is to try and get people to switch keyboards. But you never know, because Gen Z can't use fucking keyboards.
Yeah, true. And that's probably where we're headed to, like whatever AI everything, which I think is going to be great. I mean, it's going to make some really lazy and stupid people, but I think for the smart people, it's going to be great.
I mean, it is going to be the largest labor-saving device ever invented in human history. And it also might become our God and kill us all. But it's definitely going to become the largest labor-saving device in human history. So, you know.
Yeah. I just hope I get to live long enough where deflation is going to go like 80%, and then all the products are going to go down because of AI. You know, AI stores, AI grocery shopping.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of that is inevitable. Governments will fight it so that they can maintain control of the economy, but it is essentially inevitable.
Yeah.
So you reached out to me and you said that you are unconvinced that the non-aggression principle can be grounded in logic, but that you had never really fully heard me out on it. And I remember speaking to you, right? But over the years, I've spoken to thousands of people, right? So forgive me that I don't remember the exact philosophical grounding that you're coming from or where we need to start or whatever. But nevertheless, like, you know, I have a hard out at 8:30 or like right around, like a minute or two before 8:30. So we have over an hour to get through this. So hopefully we can do something in that time because I like doing this shit. This shit's fun. It doesn't get as many views, but this is the fun shit.
I agree 100%. Dude, the debates are my most favorite part, but like as far as videos go, whenever I do like a content, like I did a video on Andrew Wilson, like that's the one that gets hundreds of views, and the debates get like a couple, I don't know, like tens or a couple hundred or whatever.
Well, it's like I just finished, the other day, Tuesday, interviewing the Libertarian Party of India, right? And we talked about the Khalistanis, we talked about the Green, the Green Revolution, we talked about partition, we talked about their constitution, we talked about, the culture and the reservations and the freight equivalent act and like all of the 8 Freight Equivalency Act and all of these really in-depth shit. Basically nobody was there. And that's okay because like my own audience is like, I want you to scream at socialists and give me some drama. And it's like, but that's the shit I love. And that's the shit I'm far more talented in, if I'm being honest, right? I'm a far better interviewer than I am anything else, but I'm decent at debating.
I agree with that. Well, debate is dragging you down. But anyway. Yeah, so I prepared an opening statement so that you can fully understand my position. I know that we've only talked once in the past, and I know that's crazy because I have a crazy parasocial relationship with you. I know you really well. You don't know me.
All right.
I know, right?
Don't say that. That's weird.
Well, dude, that's the viewer experience. It's like you watch lots of content, like you follow them, like their debates and stuff, but they don't know you, which is just it's really an interesting phenomenon in my opinion.
It's give or take from my side. You know what I mean? It could be uncomfortable sometimes, but for the most part, it's fine. But that's just because I'm retarded extroverted. Like I talk to like random homeless people on the street and be like, "How you doing, boss?" And people are like, "Hey, man, don't stop." And I'm like, "What?" So it works out for me.
Yeah, true. No, true.
All right. So you said you have an opening statement. Do you want to send it to me so that I can? Because like I'm not going to catch everything by ear.
How do you want me to send it to you?
I don't know. We're already in a Discord chat. You know what I mean? Like I can just read it.
Okay. It's not going to be that long.
Well, the longer it is, the more I probably need it in text. You know what I mean? Like
that's a good point. All right, I'm going to send it over to you in chat. Don't be it's only 1,000 words long, so.
What the fuck did you say? You gave me a message text over Discord. I hate you. Oh, okay, that's not bad at all. Okay. Let me put this.
Oh, it's not that bad.
No. It's like it's. Dude, you said you've seen some of my debates, all right? Like,
yeah, dude, your openings can be like 8 minutes long, so like this is shorter than that.
Yeah. All right, so let's go through it. You can read it, and I'll listen, and then we can discuss.
All right. Okay. In libertarian debates, I often see attempts to justify the non-aggression principle. One of the weakest and most confused is the appeal to natural law. Let me be clear. I'm an anarchist. I support the framework of voluntary interaction. Market anarchism, anarcho-capitalism, anarcho-anti-communism, whatever label you prefer, the NAP-based legal system is the only one compatible with a civilized society. It protects bodily autonomy, consent, and the pursuit of values. It leads to human flourishing, and that's why it works. But many libertarians reject this pragmatic foundation. They insist the NAP is more than just effective, that it's moral. They claim it's grounded in objective rules, natural rights, human nature, rational law. This is nonsense. There is no such thing as morality. If by morality you mean a stance-independent, truth-apt property that dictates what agents ought to do, regardless of their values. That belief is a fantasy, and libertarians need to bury it. Deontology is a lie. There is only consequentialism. Why? Because of the egoist axiom. Agents act on their strongest perceived value at the time. This is self-reinforcing. Denying it requires action, and action is the pursuit of value. To deny egoism is to prove it, and from this, consequentialism necessarily follows. You cannot act you cannot act against your own perceived value. You cannot aim at what you don't want. The moment you act, you reveal the end you value most. And that is consequentialism. Action for the sake of outcomes. So when someone says we must follow the NAP because it's moral, they're confused. You follow the NAP because you value peace, consent, trade, and autonomy. It's the outcome that drives the action, not some invisible cosmic rule. And now I'll show you why not just morality, but the entire system of moral cognitivism, the claim that moral statements can be true or false, is incoherent. Cognitivism collapses under itself. Its central claim is nonsense. It says that moral statements are truth acts, and that they can be objectively true or false, just like factual claims. But this is absurd. Truth isn't what you declare. Truth is what is. Truth is the actual condition of reality, not your emotional outburst about it. If a statement is truth act, it must correspond to something real, a concrete state of affairs. So let me ask you something. What does it mean to say that murder is wrong? What's the actual condition of the act? A person died, someone acted, and the event occurred. That's it. That's the truth. That's the reality. Now the moralist says that's wrong. But what does the word wrong even refer to? If they mean that wrong, as in factually the case, if they mean that wrong was factually incorrect, that is insane. The murder happened, the action occurred, there is no factual error. So they must mean wrong in a moral sense. But now they're equivocating using wrong as if it has the same epistemic weight as false, when really it means I don't like that. What they really mean to say is that murder is evil. And then this is when we enter the fog. What does it mean to be evil? Where is evil? What's its physical condition? What's its referent? And this is the problem. There is none. These are empty labels. They're personal preferences and social rituals made to sound objective. Here's the contradiction at the core of cognitivism. They claim that moral statements are truth acts, meaning true or false. But those statements refer to nothing real. So they use true and false arbitrarily. Or worse, they claim all moral rules are always true, which would make immorality impossible. Either way, the theory implodes. They don't know what they mean by moral. They don't know what makes a statement true. They can't define the state of wrongness. They can't point to a single moral property in the world, because there's nothing to point to. And that is why moral truth isn't just false, it's meaningless. And in the final segment, to make natural law meaningful, you'd have to do the impossible. First of all, you'd have to refute the egoist axiom. Second, you would have to deny our nature as consequentialists, that we act for outcomes, not obligations. And then you have to justify cognitivism by explaining what moral means, what makes morality true, what is the actual state of wrongness, and where do moral properties exist in reality. Or the far easier position is that natural law is just consequentialist. If man acts to pursue outcomes he values, and you call that pursuit good, you abandon rule-based morality. You're chasing consequences. And that is consequentialism. Now, let's deal with the myth directly, natural law theory. It claims that morality is objective, it's rooted in reality, especially in human nature. Man has a purpose and fulfilling it is morally good. Reason can uncover universal moral rules. I think that this is bullshit. The problem doesn't vanish. You still can't produce a prescriptive truth from any of it. This is the infamous is-ought gap, the naturalistic fallacy. The core issue. The nature of something doesn't tell you what you ought to do with it. You don't get to pick which natural traits are morally relevant. That would be arbitrary. And arbitrariness destroys objectivity, which natural law claims to uphold. And yet, natural law insists we can extract moral duties from nature or from reason. Here's the truth. You can't bridge the is to the ought, because it's logically impossible. Why? This is the rule of containment. In logic, a valid argument cannot introduce a new term or modality in the conclusion that wasn't in the premises. That includes ought. If your premises are descriptive, like man is rational, or rational acts lead to flourishing, your conclusion must remain descriptive. You cannot logically say, therefore, man ought to be rational. That is invalid, and you've injected a normative claim from nowhere. This isn't my opinion. It's formal logic. Validity demands containment. Break that and you break your argument. And that's why that's why natural law fails. It all assumes purpose, value, goodness. Then they try to declare that those assumptions are facts without proving any of them. They never bridge the is to the ought. And this is why natural law is dead.
So that was a lot. Oh my God, the camera. Discord hates fucking
that
OBS
was a lot.
sometimes. But Jesus Christ, what is happening? It's perfectly fine. My virtual camera is perfectly fine on OBS, but the Discord is
working for me, bro.
All right, there we go. Well, it was just lagging. So this is a really, really, really good write-up as to why I don't think argumentation ethics bridges the is-ought gap. I don't think this is a very good write-up as to why natural law is dead, per se, or why natural law doesn't exist. Because I think, so let's start from here. What do you think ethics is? Like, what would be your definition of ethics?
So ethics, broadly speaking, I believe is like the study of what man ought to, or something like that.
Right. So do you believe that ethics is just nonsense? That like there is no such thing as ethics?
No, because consequentialism and deontology fall under ethics. So I think that the fundamental point of the ethical branch is to kind of figure out how we ought to act, basically.
Right. So if we start from there, right, that ethics is valid in that man has goals, that man has values, that man's values are interdependent of others, but also dependent upon others in the sense that man has different skills and different values. And because of that, the pursuit of one's values can be expanded by interactions with other humans, right? Are you following me? And so there's a valid goal of ethics that says, once at least 3 people, right? I don't want to do the 2 people thing where one person kills the other and then the problem is resolved, right? At least 3 people where there's, it's intersubjective communication, that it is a valid pursuit to determine what is right or wrong in an ethical system, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I would say is this is what you wrote up is a very good example of what I was talking about earlier. I don't know if you're watching the stream, of why I don't think the argumentation ethics bridges that is-ought gap. I don't think it's possible. What I do think it does is it proves that anyone that is attempting to justify violating the non-aggression principle is no longer doing ethics. That instead they're putting themselves into a performative contradiction, and that they are ascribing to the law of the jungle and calling it ethics. They're saying, well, we ought to do this, and that it is purely yeah. Well, you get where I'm going with this, right? You see?
Yeah. Actually, I want to clear this up for everybody in the audience. I've heard you talk about argumentation ethics for a long time, and I was always like interested in what it meant. And I actually like figured it out over the years of research, because I didn't fully understand when you and Liquid Zulu were talking about argumentation ethics exactly what it was. For all the audience members out there, what argumentation ethics is, and I'm going to put it really bluntly, really simply, and you might even disagree with this, but that's
okay.
It's going to piss you off. Argumentation ethics is literally just saying to somebody, you are not aggressing right now. You are not aggressing right now. You are not aggressing right now. That's literally just what it is. Now, when we talk about performative contradiction and rationalizing and not engaging in aggression, argumentation ethics is simply that when you are having a conversation, it means you are not aggressing at that moment. However, and this is the problem, it doesn't mean that you won't aggress later. So people can collaborate. For example, if you're socialist, if you're Russia in 1950 or 1940, you can be at a board meeting and not be aggressing, but that doesn't mean that you're not planning out aggression, right?
Well,
and they did with socialism.
That would be non-argumentation, though, right?
Well, it would be, no, because that would be argumentation and ethics in the moment, because in the moment they're not aggressing.
Well,
yeah,
no,
because they're not aggressing.
if you're right, but if you are currently planning and deceiving someone because you in the future desire to win this argument or to win control over them towards another aggressive means, right? That's not argumentation. So you can't have an element of fraud or lying.
Yeah, yeah. If you're deceiving, yes. So it's baked into argumentation ethics that you have to be you have to be arguing in good faith.
Let's say in the future, upon a whim, they decide to dominate you, right? That's true, right?
Or they change their mind later.
Right, like if later at another day they go, oh, this is too difficult. Actually, I've changed my mind. I want to fucking bomb you all, right? Like then in the previous conversation they were engaged in true argumentation, and then they gave that up. So I would say that it's obviously more than that, because if I gave that explanation, no one would believe me, and I'd have to prove it, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what I would say is that the performative contradiction comes in because when you are choosing argumentation, no fraud, none of these other things, you are recognizing that I have bodily autonomy, right?
Right.
And so by recognition of this bodily autonomy, you are establishing a moral norm. You are establishing, insofar as we are discussing ethics, right? You are establishing that via your actions of engaging honestly and attempting to convince the person of whatever argument it is that you're having in that moment, whether it's, blue cheese is better than ranch, it doesn't matter, right? In that moment, if you're engaged in genuine argumentation, you are recognizing that this person is their own body, their own person with their own autonomy over their body. And the reason you're recognizing that autonomy over their body is that you recognize that they're making the decisions about whether or not they agree with you. And so the concept of bridging the is-ought gap, I agree with your assessment in a lot of ways. I mean, I think it's a bit wordy and it has a bunch of things in it that I don't necessarily agree with, but I agree with the overall theme, which is that, saying, oh, I've grounded the non-aggression principle as just logically true is I don't take that leap. Liquid Zulu does, and I disagree with him on this. What I would say instead is there are two rules that you can play by. You can either claim to be doing ethics or you're not doing ethics. And if you're doing ethics, this whole system is proving that in order to claim to do ethics, you have to affirm the non-aggression principle. If you're not affirming the non-aggression principle, then you're not doing ethics. And if that is the case, then you have granted permission for all sorts of violence, and you ought be received. I would say ought not within the system of argumentation. I just mean this communicating, outside of that, like to you, that people ought recognize that as a potential threat.
All right, well, let's unpack that real quick, because you said engaging in ethics. You can't really not engage in ethics, because ethics, I think you might sort of be baking into the idea that morality is like within ethics, which it is, but ethics is composed of three main branches itself, which would be the meta-ethical side, the normative side, and the applied ethics side. Mm-hmm. And so the first way to go about it, which is the argument I'm kind of
chat. This is not a group panel, all right? Stop saying, let me in, let me in, let me in, all right? He didn't agree to come in and have 20 people from chat tell him he's wrong, right? And he agreed to a conversation with me.
That's crazy. I mean, I'd be interested in, I don't want to talk to them, but I'd be interested in their, whatever, their rebuttals or whatever. I don't think they have it. But anyway, back to my point. My main attacking trajectory is cognitivism. This is the main one that I'm hung up on, because broadly speaking, all of ethics is either goes down one of two rabbit holes: cognitivism or non-cognitivism. Cognitivism is just the idea that morality is factual, right? It's true fact, and then non-cognitivism believes that morality is just an attitude. It's just our emotions. Basically, what we think is morality is really just an attitude of behaviors. And so, to me, first of all, the egoist axiom, which I think you agree with me on, kind of like completely eliminates the fact that we can go down a rule-based path. Like it just completely disconnects us from going down that path, because we can only do that which we value. And if we can only do that which we value, it's concerning the outcomes, not the rule itself.
So hold on.
So
this is just to interrupt for a moment. I think maybe it's better understood through this. What my claim is not. My claim is one can play one of two games. They can either play the game based upon their own personal preferences, right? They can play the game of ethics. They can play the game of society ought be structured this way. People ought live under these rules. This is what is right and this is what is wrong. Or they can play the law of the jungle and play just power, and that there is no other game to play in that domain. That everything is either in the domain of the non-aggression principle affirming, and that, or it is in the domain of pure law of the jungle. And that when I say something is factually true, I am not making the statement that it is factually true that, you know, one ought follow the non-aggression principle. What I am stating is it is factually true that if one wants to create a system of ethics of how human beings in a society ought engage with each other and call it, you know, and judge it via right and wrong, they must follow the non-aggression principle. That is what is true.
Okay. I actually think I understand what you're saying. Let me ask you a question. I think this will clear it up really well. I've always wanted to ask this question to Christian. I call it the hell test. Okay. So basically, you have two options. Either you can do the right thing and go to hell, or do the wrong thing and go to heaven. Which would you choose?
I would say, from my I'm not a Christian, right? So obviously this would slip up the Christian, but as an atheist and as a I guess you could say anarcho-objectivist, right? I would say that
True.
it cannot be true that it would be the wrong thing to do an action that would put you in hell. But then again, heaven and hell aren't real. You know what I mean? So it's like, I guess I would need a concrete example, but like without the action itself listed, right? Without the action itself listed, I would be choosing my own pain and suffering and then calling that the right thing. And if it's let's say it's, you know, murder a child, right? If we add that as opposed to just the wrong thing, right thing, I can choose whether or not to murder a child. If I murder a child, I go to heaven. If I don't murder a child, you know, I go to hell. I would then be saying that this is like both of these actions are wrong, right? Both of these actions are wrong because they're both anti-life positions. They're both, neither of these positions are life affirming. One, because it requires me to kill a child, and the other because it requires to make a decision to, you know, to place myself in eternal damnation and torment.
Yeah, no, I think that this proves the point of the hypothetical, which is to challenge Christians on what what they say their values are, and what their values actually. The point of the hypothetical is to prove that everyone is a consequentialist, because you would be a complete idiot. I think anybody who says that they would choose to go to hell for doing the right thing is just a liar. Like, they just wouldn't do that. Everyone.
Some people would. Some people would. People are certainly rational actors, and that they act in their own rational self-interest. But because people have a higher hierarchy of values, the psychological, especially in the moment, not fully understanding the consequences, right? Getting into the consequentialism again. Right. They would choose what they deem to be honorable or they deem to be righteous, and accept suffering and feel positively good about that. That would be their preferred outcome, because they would prefer to die with honor and dignity than to prefer to die in quote unquote sin. So some people would, for sure.
Yeah, that is true. There's a handful of people who would do that. And I would say that it's not the smart thing to do. But anyway, I think what you're doing, and I don't think we disagree, what I think you're doing is you are changing the definition of morality to fit something which makes the individual flourish. Basically, what is what is it that makes us flourish as humans? And this gets rid of degeneracy. This gets rid of legal atrocities. That's what I think the objectivist and the natural law theorist does. They're changing the definitions of morality to fit the prescription that we ought to do that which makes us flourish. Is that right?
I mean, I won't deny that it is likely that objectivists and, you know, Ayn Rand and libertarians may have worked backwards from a preferred outcome, but that doesn't mean that the logic isn't sound or that it's untrue. Even if it is true that, you know, they have a desired outcome of a functioning functioning society, right? That has their preferred outcome, and then they worked backwards to see if that is true. I don't think that that's actually an argument against whether or not the logic is true or not. And it may very well be true. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. You know what I mean? Because most people, you know, you start with your desires. You start with what it is that you want to see in the world. You start analyzing the things that you think are wrong in the world, and then you try and figure it out, right? So, like, it would almost be impossible for someone not to work backwards in that way, unless they were like super fucking autistic or something, right?
Well, the greatest philosopher. Anyway, so, but like this does come back to the question of, I am interested in getting your answers on these questions. The questions I laid out in my opening, which is egoism, the case against cognitivism, and then the case against natural law theory. So I think you would affirm my first position, which is that everyone is egoist and you can't escape your egoism.
Okay, so hold on. Let me find the full context of it. Is that under refuting? Is that under moral truth is gibberish?
Refuting natural law is the first part, and that's going to be egoism. Moral truth is gibberish is going to be the cognitivism part.
Okay.
And then the last part is
let's find the full statement, right? So I can, before I just affirm anything, like what specifically do you or am I to be affirming here?
All right, if you can find the one line, this is nonsense, I can start reading it. There is no such thing as morality. If by morality you mean a stance-independent, truth-apt property.
That dictates what agents ought to do, regardless of their values.
Yep. That belief is a fantasy, and libertarians use various ideologies to lie.
There is no such thing as morality. I disagree with that. But then you say, if by morality you mean a stance independent. What do you mean by stance independent in this regard?
Okay, so stance independent just means that morality exists separate. If like humanity didn't exist, morality still would exist.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree that morality would be stance independent in the way that I am discussing it, because humans could die off, but there would still be
morality would still exist.
Assuming if there was if there was some other species that was able to attain consciousness and be moral actors, right?
So what I mean by what stance independent means is that
I'm trying to figure out what you mean by it, not necessarily what the definition is.
So it exists. It exists independently of all minds. So like any creature, any alien, any, as you would call, moral actors.
Yeah. It would still be true. It would still be true. I'm only giving the example of moral actors coming to fruition because that is the only time that it would apply, right? So the truth would still be true, at least the arguments that I've laid out, not necessarily the arguments that every libertarian has laid out, but the ones that I've laid out, which is, if you are going to attempt ethics, then one must affirm the non-aggression principle, because ethics is requiring a conflict avoidant system of law in that regard. So that is what I mean by natural law.
Well, that's not true. You could just be a consequentialist and want to avoid conflict, like me.
But that's not right. But I mean, like, I'm not saying, hold on. I'm saying that if you're doing ethics, then you are attempting to create a set of rules or laws or standards, however you want to do it broadly, right, of how we ought act. And that if you are affirming conflict in your system, that you're falling into contradiction.
Okay, interesting. So how you would define ethics is how I would define legal system.
I mean, insofar as we're talking about natural law, yes. I mean, we can branch away from that, right? But we're discussing natural law and the non-aggression principle, right?
Yeah, but you said that to you, ethics is just the idea of trying to set up how we ought to. So I think that you logically cannot find a way that logically purports what humans ought to do, but we all presuppose that we want to flourish, and because we have that ought, then we can make an ought statement, which is, since we want to flourish,
I don't know. I don't know if there is a one standard for every action or anything. I don't pretend to know. I lean towards objectivism. I lean towards the idea that there is a true moral action out of every scenario. But I don't know whether or not that's necessarily true. I might just be too much of a pithy philosopher for that, and to have appropriate grounding. And B, I certainly am unconvinced that we'll ever discover it. But setting those aside, fuck, I lost my train of thought.
We were talking about brothers kissing sisters.
Brothers kissing sisters, right? Yeah, I mean, like, well, I would think that would be context dependent, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm not a deontologist in the sense that I think that, like, you know, if there's coercion, right, then your survival is more important than like the potential problems of kissing your brother. You know what I mean? Like it would be context dependent.
Funny, dude. It's Andrew Wilson's favorite argument. It's his most
saying,
favorite
like, if I have a gun
argument
to my head, right? That changes the scenario, obviously.
Yeah. It's just funny because the Christian ethicists, the ortho bros, right? They have a big problem with degeneracy, such as, you know, incest
I do
and
as well,
homosexuality.
Right? I don't approach it deontologically, right? Like, let's say we had 100 humans left. Okay? Now you have two options. You can either not engage in incest and let the human race die, or you can engage in some level of incest and let the human race flourish again. And if God commands you to be fruitful and multiply, well, then you need to accept incest. Like, incest under certain conditions would be following God's commandments. So what the fuck are you talking about? Right? So you already recognize that the moral action is context dependent upon other factors. And so, like, this idea of, like, this specific thing is wrong because God said so, you know, breaks apart once you start looking at it from, you could say, an egoist position or an objectivist position, whichever position, you know, is affirming the concept that man ought do, you know, what it is that he values to bring about his desires out into the world.
Yeah, that's true. But
you know what I mean? Like obviously incest is okay in that scenario. 100 humans are left, all other humans are extinct. You can either let the human race die, or you can fuck your first cousin, because that's going to happen at a certain point. Not in the first generation, but the second generation is going to have to engage in some level of incest in order to propagate the human species. It'd be impossible not to.
Well, that is very biblical. But anyway, so just to get back to, I guess, like, the main argument or cognitive.
Okay, so
whatever.
stance independent. So
right.
Truth apt property that dictates that agents ought to do regardless of their values. So I wouldn't, I would disagree. See, regardless of their values, like I would absolutely agree with that. Agree with there is no such thing as morality if morality is to be defined the way that you put it. And the biggest one that pops out to me, especially, is regardless of their values, right? Because that would be the cornerstone of what is moral to me, right? Would be the
values.
Well, right, like what is good, as far as I can define good, is what is, you know, what is it that man does to shape his environment towards his own survival and towards his own values and towards his own will, right? To subject someone to go against their will and to go against their values. Obviously, the non-aggression principle here being a caveat. Would be an issue with me.
Okay.
Right. Like for example, like the height of evil would be like the demand of sacrifice to the greater good. That would be the height of evil to me. because it would go directly against man's values and man's own independent will, and would be as well a violation of the non-aggression principle if they forced that sacrifice.
Yeah, but you're speaking in consequentialist terms, right? You're talking about results right now. You're not talking about the good.
I mean, objectivism is a fairly consequentialist philosophy. It is just a consequentialist philosophy that eventually gains to the point, at least as far as some Randroids are concerned. I don't know. I'm not the high-minded philosopher of Liquid Zulu or others, right? I am but a neophyte.
No, bro, I can tell you.
Right,
Look, I can tell you right now, objectivism is they really don't even know what they're talking about. Like, and I wish I could be more humble about this, but I have thoroughly talked to and looked into objectivism, and as smart as Ayn Rand was, like, she was really, really smart. They claim to have created like this moral system that is completely non-flawed, that is completely grounded in morality.
Hold on.
But like, if you just look at the
I want to address chat real quick. You said objectivism is teleological, not consequential or deontological. I agree that the foundation of objectivism is considered by objectivists to be teleological, but in practice, right, when we are talking about how does one determine what they ought to do, it's consequential. Like, it just is, right? Like, it's absolutely consequentialist when they say, you know, should I put ketchup on my French fries or should I not put ketchup on my French fries, right? And then you go off of, well, what's going to be better for me in the long term and in the short term? And what's going to be better for me is I'm personally allergic to onions and garlic, right? So I'm not going to put ketchup on my French fries because most ketchup has onion powder in it or something. And so it would be bad for me. It would be bad for my survival, be bad for my general well-being into the future. So that's like in practice, it's consequential. Like, you can say that the philosophy is grounded in moral truths, but the practice itself is consequential, if that makes sense. Like, so I would say objectivism kind of sits in an in-between state because its founding is based off of moral truths it claims to have discovered, but its practice is consequential.
Yeah, I would disagree with you. I would say that rational self-interest and the whole idea of objectivism is they think that they're grounded in morality, but all they're in fact doing is they are accepting that they are egoists, which is the first step and the most important step, but then they're not following through with the idea that they are consequentialists. Because if you are an egoist, you are a consequentialist by corollary. Like, you must be.
Why do you make that claim?
Because the ends justify the means, and the ends are the most important thing for the egoist. Because the most important thing for the egoist is their value, their rational self-interest, their highest flourishing. At all costs, they must achieve their highest rational self-interest, their highest flourishing. And it just so happens that the way to achieve your highest self-interest, your highest flourishing, is by living a good life, following the law, creating a family, etc., etc. That's the pathway. So the methodology is the same as the Christian route.
Okay, but the issue that I have with that is it universalizable?
No, but people want things to be universalizable, but they can't have that.
So if it's not universalizable, then it's not a moral claim, correct? You're saying that there is no morality.
Yeah.
Okay, so your argument is like an error theorist, kind of, right? Like your claim is that morality doesn't exist. It's just like a pretend thing we made up because it sounds nice to call things good or evil.
Yeah, emotivism. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I can work within that framework. I just want to understand where you're coming from. So, if that is the claim, then it seems like you're in a deadlock, because the moment that you make a claim that someone ought, you can't make ought claims. Because to make ought claims is to affirm that there is an ought, which is to affirm that there is something that people should do that is better than the other. Right? Like how do you make an ought claim if you're denying morality? I'm curious how you
presuppositions. Presuppositions. So everybody has presuppositions. As egoists, we all presuppose that we have value. Now, here's the key distinction. We don't know that we ought to follow our value, but we just do. It's kind of like logic. And dude, I've been talking with ortho bros. They're crazy, especially the presuppers.
Okay,
it's the same thing with logic. You don't ground logic. You use logic. It's the same thing as you yourself. You don't ground the things that you ought to do. You just do the things that you want to do. Now, you can live a good life or you can live a bad life.
You can't define good or bad though. If you don't believe in morality, then you can't live a good life or a bad life. You just live a life.
I'm using the terms heuristically. I'm using the terms
right. But this is a problem, right? It's like, how do you communicate ideas when you deny all morality, and morality can't be universalizable? How do you claim anything is good? How do you claim anyone should do anything? Every claim of should is just like a nonsense claim.
Yeah, so you define things, and you're right. Good and bad are vacuous terms, and they're not good. Better terms would be intelligent, stupid, healthy, unhealthy. These are terms that we should be using for consequentialism. So an action that is healthy would be one that achieves your rational self-interest or you're flourishing. That would be something that is intelligent or healthy.
Why ought you do something healthy? Why not be unhealthy?
Literally just because you value it. That's why.
Okay, so you would never claim one ought try and be healthy.
You can tell them that they ought be healthy if they value themselves, or if they value their flourishing. But you can't tell them that they ought to do that from a neutral.
So why would someone value being healthy or not being healthy?
That's a good question. Something we can't answer. Something nobody can answer. That's like a cosmic question.
So you're saying if they value being healthy, then they ought be healthy. You're saying now but you can't make an ought claim.
If they value being healthy, they ought to be a capitalist. They ought to be an anarcho-anti-communist.
How can you give an ought claim if you don't believe in ought claims? Like I'm not trying to be a dick here. I might just be dumb, right? But I feel like you're sneaking in something.
No, you're right. You're exactly right. You just said it. You just said it.
What did I just say? Right. You don't?
You said that you can only get an ought from an ought. People must want their own lives to be good in order for them to seek things that, and when I say good, I just mean healthy. I just mean healthy flourishing. That's what I mean.
Okay.
So they have to want that first before you can.
Okay,
if they value themselves.
Right, but the objectivists would say that those values are, grounded in, species survival, and their will to map their environment towards whatever their values are, and then I don't understand why you think that the objectivist is incapable of making the ought claim. You're saying there's this egoism that you've accepted that then defeats it, but I'm not seeing it. And again, I might be dumb, but I'm not seeing your defeat of all morality, and thus ought claims ought not be uttered, which in and of itself is a claim, right? Like, I don't see how you converse in language whilst denying the existence of morality or ought claims.
First of all, the
spamming let me in chat. This is not a fucking this is not a fucking panel.
So crazy. I know I'm pissing them off because this is capitalist on capitalist blood feud, capitalist on capitalist violence. But no. So the quick defeater is just the is-ought gap. And to expand on the objectivist view, the objectivist view fails because they say life is the standard of value, which is true, but they also can't tell you why you ought to value. They can't tell you why you ought to have a good life. This is just something that you can't derive deductively. You can't derive deductively or inductively why you ought to have a good life, because ultimately it comes down to the choice of the person themselves if they want to flourish or not. And this is a cosmic mystery. I don't deny that at all. Like, it's absolutely the mystery of like why humans exist, what is our nature, what ought we do. Like, these are questions that we want answers to, and sometimes it's like we're scraping, the very outskirts of like logic to try and figure these things out. But like some of these things just don't have answers.
First, I got a super chat. So, what's your take on left libertarianism? I don't know if it's to me or to you. I'll tell you from my perspective.
Square triangle.
I like libertarianism, but I have recently adopted and committed to anarcho-objectivism for a reason. And the reason is that because libertarianism is prescriptive descriptive in terms of natural law philosophy, which is what we're talking about, right? It opens us up to a whole domain of things that are not a violation of the non-aggression principle, but that we still are going to have, we're still going to have to create ethical systems and, voluntarily work against or towards. So, for example, prostitution, right? Prostitution is not a violation of the non-aggression principle. But I can look at prostitution and show that, it's not psychologically healthy for the John. It's not psychologically healthy for the prostitute. It's not conducive to a healthy society, both from a disease standpoint or from gender relations standpoint, and a whole host of other reasons, right? And I can say, well, that's bad. It's generally bad for people. Now, that doesn't mean it's bad for literally everyone, right? If I could prove that it was, aggressive or bad for every single person in existence, then I might be able to justify some level of, violence to stop it. And so because there is all of these things in that domain where you need a prescriptive philosophy in order to deal with those questions, you have different forms of libertarianism, left libertarianism being one of them. And I am adamantly opposed to most left-wing philosophy, both in its social mores, but also in some of the axioms that it will sneak in that I think are anti-libertarian, right? I'm against queer theory. I'm against gender abolition. It's like, well, where did queer theory come from? Well, queer theory is coming from critical theory, which is a new way of cleaning up, Marxism. Well, it's like, obviously, as a libertarian, I'm not going to affirm some philosophy that is derived from Marxism that carries in, that often carries in the baggage of other axioms that would eventually subvert and attempt to destroy libertarianism. Now, left libertarianism done correctly, right? That affirms libertarianism first and foremost, always. Yeah, I don't want to fucking live there, but if they want to go live in Vermont or something and have their own left libertarian commune, then be at it. Okay, so if you want to answer, you can as well, but I think it was probably to me.
Yeah, libertarian socialists are square circles.
Yeah. So, you say why ought the question is that you're saying the objectivist cannot say why we ought value life. But
yeah, exactly.
How does one act while not valuing their own life? Like isn't the action of acting valuing their own life? Isn't that kind of like proving it?
Correct. Exactly. Because this is one thing that we don't understand. There are presuppositions baked into human biology, and we don't know why they're there. Like, this is like another deep question, maybe a religious question of like, I don't mean that in like God and Christianity, but like it's very deep. Like, why does humanity attempt to have a life that is good, like a life that they flourish? Why do they want to reproduce? Blah, blah, blah. Some people might say evolution. I disagree. But like people, this is one of those deep questions, which is like, why do we act? We don't know why we do act, but a human acting is different from deriving oughts from logic.
Okay, but that's not really.
Does that make sense?
Okay, but the thing is that you're saying is that you cannot affirm life as an ultimate value, and yet you can't not do so. By acting, you're proving your preference for living, unless your action is to kill yourself, which then takes you out of the equation as a moral actor because you're dead.
Yes, everything you said is correct.
Okay, so why is that a cosmic I'm not understanding. Like, it seems like we're adding complexity to the thing that maybe I'm missing something, but it seems like you're adding complexity where there ought not be any.
Honestly, you can just forget what I said. I was talking about something that I've kind of thought about for a while, but there's some like baked in presuppositions into like human biology of like why we act, and these are mysteries that we don't understand. It's not super relevant to the question. It is like an interesting topic, but it's not like super relevant if you don't want to get into it.
Right, because
but it's kind of like a whole separate rabbit hole.
the objectivists would say that life is a foundation of all values that you have, because
yes,
you're like it. You said, like, as you said, it's a precondition or a presupposition or
presupposition.
For the values in and of itself, right? You can't have values without value in your life. And then, so if you choose to live, you act and engage in ways to further that life, and to further your values are grounded upon that ultimate value of life, right? To eat, right? You could make the claim, I eat to avoid discomfort, right? I eat so I don't starve because it's painful. But you're also affirming your life, like by eating, and when you eat good food, and I mean this good as in, you go to a Michelin star chef, right? As opposed to eating at McDonald's, right? You're affirming a value of, delicious food and, well-made food and food that makes you extra happy. But all of that is going to be grounded in an ultimate value of life. So and then how do we survive? How do we make choices as conscious moral actors is that we have reason. Other animals don't per se have reason. Inanimate objects don't have reason, right? Like a rock doesn't make choices. It just is, right? A lion makes choices, but it does so devoid of complex reason. It does so because, much like the human, it wants to live, so it engages in behavior that allows it to live. But as human consciousness gets more complex, we are able to choose between ordered values and use reason and logic as a means to gain higher values or, gain things in the long term. And so, I'm having a hard time seeing how this, like, where is the chink in the armor here that I'm missing, right? That proves that morality doesn't exist, at least from the objectivist framework.
Okay, so the first thing is that rationality and logic, these are methodology. They are not ends in themselves. They are means. They are the means to the ends. Now, the ends is the key question here. We don't know. Some people, like the natural law theorists and the objectivists, believe that we can learn the ends using logic. But this is actually not true, because, I mean, if somebody could have found it out, they would have created a syllogism by now of like how it works. But just
because something isn't discovered doesn't mean it can't be discovered in the future. But again, I have my doubts about it as well.
Yeah, so because this is the is-ought gap. It's logically impossible to get from an is to an ought because of the rule of containment and the axiom of derivation, which we don't have to fucking talk about those pieces of shit. But like the whole idea is that it's just an invalid logical structure in order for you to have two descriptive statements in your premises and then get an ought statement in your conclusion. It's impossible logically speaking. So there's no way to get from an is to an ought. And this is one of the grand mysteries of life. But I know it's super confusing, but I'm not denying that life is the standard of value. I'm not denying that man acts on his value. I'm not denying that it's not in his best interest to achieve his value. If you want to call morality that which you are achieving your greatest value, that's fine. But when people are talking about morality and objectivist and natural theorist perspectives, they're talking about we have universality. We can tell somebody that they ought to act in their greatest self-interest, and there just is no grounding in this.
Hold on. If your ultimate value is life, which we both affirm, right? You're okay with that. And reason is the means by which we determine our values and make choices to gain those, to fulfill those values, right? Then if someone is, how are we not able to say that drinking poison, for example, how am I incapable of saying you ought not drink poison? Because whatever it is that you are valuing is, if it's grounded in life and survival, then then that is an ought not. You ought though the values themselves are affirming the life of the ultimate value of life, and so something that is anti-life is against reason and is against that ultimate value and is against those very values.
It's not against reason. It's not against reason because reason is a methodology. It's not an end.
That's fair. That's I would say. However you got there would be an improper use of reason if you got to the decision to drink poison, right? Because every action that you're doing is that life affirming action. So and so by that I can say one ought not speed down the highway going 100 miles an hour because they're taking an elevated risk. They're making a decision that is more likely to, kill them than to gain any level of happiness. Now, again, it is going to be context dependent. And this is the problem of I understand when you say, well, how do we universalize that? Because I could say it's a universalizable claim. One ought not go 100 miles an hour down the highway. But if let's say you and I are hanging out in Richmond City late at night and someone shoots you in the gut, well, all of a sudden the life affirming thing would be to drive 100 miles an hour down the highway to get you to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible because I'm willing to take in that small risk of a car accident for the greater risk that you're going to bleed out and die. But I don't think it being context dependent doesn't mean that those claims can't be universalizable. It's just that the context would change the scenario. Right?
Yeah, that's fair. But the important thing here is in your first premise, and the first thing you said is if we value life. I agree with you, but that's an ought to an ought. That's not an is to an ought. So if a person doesn't value life, they ought not act in their self-interest.
Well, we can still make a right, like I would say, well, yes, yeah. Like someone could be suicidal; they don't value life, right? And in that regard, if we're basing it off of their claims, then I guess they ought to kill themselves. But again, my whole claim has always been an ought to an ought claim, right? My claim has always been if one wants to construct a society that is functional, that allows man to achieve his values, then he ought not violate the non-aggression principle. And that if he attempts to say that we can create a system of ethics that we ought live under that is conflict inducing, that this becomes the non-true statement, or this becomes the contradictory, or I guess potentially contrary statement, because both could be false, but you get what I mean, right? Like they both can't be true. And so that has always been my claim. I don't claim to bridge the is-ought gap.
That's perfect.
And I don't have like an issue with, I don't necessarily have an issue with not knowing that. When I say that the non-aggression principle is grounded, logically speaking, it is incumbent upon two things. A, one values life, and B, one values a system of ethics. If one eschews either of those, then it's invalid.
I agree with you, but the thing is, those two, I'm just going to say presuppositions because that's the word I could think of. Those two presuppositions, those axioms are both consequential. So you're a consequentialist.
I would never call myself a consequentialist, even if it was
technically
true.
I know, because it sounds dirty.
Just because it's like it's an association with a philosophy that overwhelmingly doesn't actually support what I believe, right? Like the grounding.
It's not true though.
Right, but
you believe in the results.
Okay, let's say
you believe in the result of flourishing.
Right, but what I'm saying is like, let's say every anarcho-capitalist and every libertarian dies tomorrow, except for me. Would I continue to call what it is that I believe anarchism? It's like it would technically be anarchism, but every single person's understanding of anarchism would be like a utopic, non-hierarchical idea. Like I would choose a new word for what it is that I believe, right? So like it's like, so I wouldn't. If you are making the claim, I don't know that it's necessarily true that this makes me a consequentialist, which I would have to look into more, because I I don't know that I'm willing to do so. Even if that were true, I probably still wouldn't call myself consequentialist, because what consequentialists affirm by and large doesn't agree with my philosophy or my worldview. You know what I mean?
I do understand what you mean. And like, yeah.
Right, like I don't want to be associated with like fucking social progressives that say it's okay to tax people, 50% of their money so that we can, right. It's like, but that's what everyone thinks when they hear that term. And so it's just like, it would just be dumb to call yourself that, even if it was a technically true thing. So I don't know that I necessarily agree with you that I'm consequentialist.
I agree with you. Like the fucking leftists and progressives and liberals have all muddied the waters, and they've kind of desecrated the idea of like just the name, just like they desecrate the name of literally everything they get a hold of. They desecrated the rainbow. They desecrated, I don't know, Protestant churches or whatever, and then like they've desecrated everything they touched. Liberalism, like the idea of classical liberalism, they desecrated that too. So they desecrate everything they touch, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
But just because they've destroyed the, I don't know, the title or like whatever, the statue, whatever the title, it doesn't mean that they're correct in their philosophy. And their philosophy is they want to flourish, but they're using big daddy government to make their lives worse.
Yeah, I mean, I think that objectivism has some claims about, like I have no problem. Hear me out. I have no problem if it is true. I don't again, I've taken a couple of philosophy classes in college, and as anyone that's been to college in the last 20 years knows, you don't learn anything in fucking college. Right. You know what I mean? I studied how to map, if then and ands and shit in my logic course, and then forgot all of that shit and had to relearn it as a etc. But so if it is technically true that I am that objectivism is a subcategory of consequentialism when done under the means of which I put forward, right? Which is that if one values life and if one wants to do ethics, than all of these things, it would still be a subcategory with its own name. And so the only utility in calling it I don't see very much utility in calling it or affirming consequentialism in that regard. Maybe we agree on that. Maybe we don't. I'd have to, again, I'm not that much of a philosophy bro. I am more so than 99% of fucking online debaters that throw out a bunch of terms that they don't understand. But nevertheless, you know what I mean? I'm not a great philosopher.
Fucking Phil bros. Okay. So
go ahead.
Okay, so if for you it's just the name, totally okay with that. Totally cool. All I care about is that you have the real ground, the real philosophical grounding that nobody can ever knock you over. Because, and this is my biggest problem with seeing, I know me, a fucking nobody, but the biggest problem with me seeing libertarians talk about NAP as if it's a given, and you know this because you saw the Dave Smith debate against Andrew Wilson. You saw this. This was the most catastrophic mess up for a libertarian ever. And it's because he didn't have the proper grounding. Dave Smith is a great debater. He really is. He sucks at metaethics, though. That's just how it is. He sucks at metaethics. Right. Libertarians need to have the proper groundings that nobody can ever knock them over. And when they plant their feet in something like moral realism,
I think
they can get knocked over.
I think I agree to a certain extent because he didn't have answers for tough questions. But I also think that you can get into this recursive problem where you're constantly going, but what about this? But what about this? But what about this? And you eventually get to unanswerable mysteries of the universe, right? So in terms of am I a consequentialist in the way that I put it forward as an objectivist? I don't know, because I see what you're saying, and I kind of agree with that perspective that in one way. And yet I also see the perspective of well, it's not just the consequences that matter, right? It is also if something isn't life affirming, then it is outside of morality and therefore is wrong. And therefore one cannot, help but be, in the state of life affirmation. That if someone is in not affirming life, right? They want to commit suicide or they want to murder or something, that it is a wrong action, at least as far as, you know, the moral framework of objectivism is concerned. And so, like, I don't know. I'm not a super big philosopher. You know, I try and learn and understand philosophy to have a better understanding, you know, going into debates and stuff. But I disagree with your assertion that, like, you know, everything must be a bedrock, unshakable. I think for most encounters, for the overwhelming majority of encounters where we're talking about debate and rhetoric, it's, you know, you need to be grounded well, but that doesn't mean that you need to know everything. You know what I mean? Like Dave Smith was wholly unprepared for that debate, right? But it wouldn't have taken a fucking a perfect philosophy devoid of any gaps in their armor to be able to defeat Andrew Wilson in that debate. It would have just taken someone that read some libertarianism and remembered, you know, like remembered what, like you could literally just read everything Hoppe ever wrote and then just take it as true, and you would have been able to decimate all of those arguments. Destroy.
Yeah,
since decimate means
and
take away 10%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I guess to be fair, like when I say ultimate grounding, I guess this really is only appealing to like 0.001% of like everybody watching the video, because those are the only people who are actually really going to care about the actual grounding. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of projecting, because what I can see like a really big, clear, massive flaw in an argument, and it totally fucking rubs me the wrong way. Because I'm like, oh shit. Like that's bad, but like maybe other people don't see that, and I'm just kind of forgetting. So
I mean, there's also here's the other problem is, you know, it might be bad for you, but the overwhelming majority of normies don't understand any of this shit. They just take whoever agrees with their values. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm a Christian. I'm against degeneracy. This guy used big words, and the other guy tripped up because he's nerdy, and he doesn't agree with my values. Therefore, my guy won because he was confident and he was loud and he said the big words that I don't know. And that's going to be the overwhelming majority of the audience. So, like, in terms
that
of
really
rhetoric,
sounds like a Jay Dyer debate.
yeah, for sure. Like every Jay Dyer debate or Jim Bob debate.
Yeah, it's like every Jay Dyer debate. Oh my god. I'm doing a video on him. He is such a stupid guy. Dude, he is so dumb.
No, I wouldn't say that. He's not dumb. You can't do what he does and be dumb. That is something that is a big pet peeve of mine, right? Bad faith, yes. Says a lot of bullshit and gish gallops and interrupts and is dependent upon the fact that his audience is not truth seeking, but rather W seeking. All of those things are true. But you can't have the ability to quickly weasel out of arguments and immediately gish gallop and say other things and engage in that level of fierce competitive rhetoric without being above average IQ.
Okay, or talented. Like somebody could be intuitively a talented debater. So I can grant that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like I'd say you need to at least have a slightly above average IQ to even be talented at that.
All right, fair enough. Okay, but so you're gonna keep natural law theory or whatever? No, you're gonna keep objectivism because you're an anarcho-objectivist.
Well, I mean, I think the two.
You would at least.
I think the two ought, because I can make those claims.
It's true.
Ought be married.
They're basically the same thing for you.
I think they both have made some errors, and that a proper marriage of the two is necessary for a worldview that is coherent with liberty.
Okay. Yeah, my biggest gripe is just that people understand that whatever cognitivism, it's not real. There's no such thing as a moral property. The only thing that really does exist is values. And it just really rubs me the wrong way when people talk about morality, but they're not speaking about anything. They're using morality, but they're using it vacuously, like the term vacuous.
I mean, I view like this bridge is very similar to me of like the existence exists axiom, right? And so like an axiom is if this is true, then everything else that follows is true, right? And so I think the same thing is kind of true with life as an ultimate value, right? I think it's every action that you're doing is, that is either one of two things. It's either affirming life, or it's not affirming life. And so if it is true that life is the ultimate value and that we ought follow that ultimate value insofar as we follow any values, then objectivism is true in that regard. And I think that kind of circumnavigates the claim that it's consequentialist, both because it's individualist, right? Consequentialism would there's those kind of classic cases of, where an objectivist would reject it and your typical consequentialist wouldn't, of like, the thought experiment where like, someone's dying and then, or someone's sick and you kill them to save 5 other lives, or the trolley car problem, etc. Right? Like the consequentialist, to be a true consequentialist, you would have to say that saving multiple lives is better than the other. But then
that's actually not true.
Yeah, it's like I think that's actually just utilitarianism and not consequentialism, right?
Yeah.
I think, but
this is where they get consequentialism wrong. But sorry, make your point.
I agree. I think it's utilitarianism and not consequentialism. But at the same time, it's almost what everybody like. There's a certain point.
They're synonymous, basically.
I just mean there's a certain point where a word is conveying
corrupted
something. Well, it's like corrupted is one thing, but even still, like a word is used because it functionally communicates an idea, right? And so the word can be corrupted to such a degree where consequentialism, you can argue, from high on heavens that this 18th and 19th century philosopher appropriately defined consequentialism, but if all of the people around today that are lauded as experts and all of the people that talk about it today say this is what consequentialism is, and then you go, actually, I am, according to this, William Whitaker's, Webster's 1850 dictionary, you're like at a certain point, like you're not conveying what the word means anymore because it's gone out of your control what that word actually communicates.
Yeah, that's funny because you kind of sum me up completely as a person. The way I study philosophy is I literally look up like things in philosophical terms, and like people are like, you're using that word wrong, and I'm like, actually, like I am technically speaking using the word incorrectly compared to the common knowledge, but the way I look things up and understand them is like, if you look deeply enough into the things, you will find patterns that are just like true. For example, consequentialism and deontology are the only two, and I know this is controversial, they're the only two normative theories, consequentialism and deontology. People are like, no, they're not. There's 6 or 7 or 8. It's like, if you look deep enough into it, you will realize that there are only consequence-based and there are only rule-based. And everything else follows into those two categories. So it's funny that you mentioned that because yes, I do often.
Well, it's just like whatever chat was saying. It's you're using it non-colloquially or more precisely linguistic shift, right? Like the word just no longer means that anymore, and it's like, if we might even be in agreement, it may just be a difference in terms,
semantics,
right?
Yeah.
I don't know because I don't go out here and say I'm a fucking philosopher, right? I just go out here and say my philosophy is more well-grounded than everybody else on this panel. which is true.
It does the trick.
Well, no, it's just true, like I'm not, I know that I'm not destined to be a great philosopher. You know what I mean? And I'm glad, because every fucking great philosopher has like been holed up in a house with roaches and like survived on a diet of pure nicotine and caffeine, like writing crazy shit at 2:00 in the morning.
Poor Nietzsche.
Huh?
Here's what I will agree with you. I said poor Nietzsche, but like here's where I will agree with you.
Nietzsche
basically,
or Kant, even though I wouldn't say Kant is a good philosopher, but you get what I mean.
Kant making out with Ayn Rand is crazy. Anyway. So, I would agree with you that for the vast majority of people, it doesn't even really matter because you can just use objectivist theory and be right, because basically everybody who's alive already presupposes that they want the best for themselves. whether they're lying to you or not. Like basically everybody does that. So if you have an objectivist framework, you can basically steamroll everyone anyway. So I guess that doesn't really matter.
Well, the thing is that like, it's really, really, really simple. You either affirm objectivism or you go kill yourself right now.
Yeah.
Why are we even having an argument? Go kill yourself. I mean, obviously you can't say that on YouTube, and I'm on YouTube. I'm not saying that anyone should kill themselves. If you're fucking struggling, call a suicide hotline, call a friend, get a support network. Don't do drugs and alcohol. Okay, talk to a therapist, a real one that does cognitive-based therapy or rational emotive behavioral therapy or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, not a fucking feminist with 22 piercings that calls themselves a fat and neurotypical. But okay, but I'm saying that you can end any conversation about ethics that way, which is like, are we playing the game of ethics or are we not? Okay, well, if we're not, then, whoever has power wins and this entire conversation is meaningless. And then the second one is, do you value life or not? And if you don't, go kill yourself. Okay, well, you prove that you value fucking life. So for all intents and purposes, the very fact that you're having this conversation with me proves that you support a founding value of life, and that and so we can work within that framework, and we can say we're not bridging the is-ought distinction because we're working off of the ought, which is one values life, so they ought value these other things that are affirming of their life or affirming of the flourishment of their own values. And we ought play the game of ethics, not the game of power.
That's true. That's true.
I'm okay saying that I don't bridge the is-ought gap. And if you want to call that consequentialism in like a classical definition, I mean, I guess I'm okay with that. I just don't ever want to be fucking associated with those people because overwhelmingly it means something that I'm not to everyone else.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm still gonna call everybody consequentialist because I'm right, but I totally agree with you. I see your point. Consequentialists, most of them are basically dirtbags and degenerates. So I don't even blame.
Well, it's like it harkens back to an unpublished writing by Rothbard, right, where he was discussing what should we call ourselves when he was coming up with the naming convention of anarcho-capitalist, and he toyed with the idea that maybe we shouldn't call ourselves anarchists, we should call ourselves non-anarchists, because he was very worried that trying to reclaim the term anarchism after it had been so poisoned by leftism would be like an uphill, impossible battle, and that calling yourself an anarchist, everyone would just assume that you're against hierarchy and that you hate private property rights and that you hate, individual liberty and all of the things that it isn't, despite the fact that it is within the vein of what Proudhon was discussing, an anarcho-individualism, and then takes in, Austrian economic theory, in discovering certain things, and worked with Ayn Rand, to determine, to create that philosophy that is all of those things. And it's like, I kind of feel him, even though he never published it and he decided to go with ANCAP. I kind of feel him. I'm like, maybe we would have been better off calling ourselves non-anarchists. Like, cat's already out of the bag, right? But maybe we would have been better off not using a word that already had been poisoned so much.
Yeah, anarcho-capitalist is kind of a mouthful.
Oh my God.
But to your point, you're right. Technically speaking, anarchists, the real anarchist is actually anarcho-capitalists. Because the second definition, if you look up the second definition on Google, it literally says against unjust hierarchies. And that's literally what anarcho-capitalists are. They're just against unjust hierarchies. They're for voluntary hierarchies.
Yeah, unjust hierarchies was what Proudhon argued for. It's what Belguru argued for in the Anarchist Manifesto, which is where the symbol, the A and the O comes from, is anarchy. Anarchy is order, government is civil war. And that's why it's A within the O, because it stands for anarchy and order. And he affirmed private property rights. He affirmed the right to police. He was a minarchist. He wasn't even like an anarchist in the way that we consider it. And he wrote the Anarchist Manifesto and came up with a symbol that all the leftists are using. It's like, I always just find that funny because it's like, oh, okay, you haven't even read that shit. Right? It's like, it's in that vein. And then in the anarcho individualism in America, which is, Tucker, Spooner, Voltaire de Cleyre, lesser known name, and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I just, And up until Chomsky was the first time that anybody took issue with that, is that he wrote in On Anarchy in 1972 that anarchists were against unjustifiable hierarchies. And he even argued that capitalism was an unjustifiable hierarchy. And yet they were like, no, we're against all hierarchies, period.
Which is literally like
insane.
Fucking gobbledygook.
Right. It's like, okay, do you want to learn how to cook? Okay, you decide to learn how to cook from someone. Okay, you've just adopted a voluntary hierarchy. You've recognized that they're an expert in cooking and you're not, and they're going to teach you. What the fuck are you talking about? How do you have like what? How do you not have to reject hierarchy is to reject human values.
Yeah, exactly. And human nature. Like, I want you to hear this analogy that I use, or not even an analogy, just like an argumentation method I use, which I find so intriguing that nobody ever considers. But like the whole idea of hierarchy dynamics is economics is literally one of many hierarchies. And we want to distort the economic hierarchy, the financial hierarchy, so badly, so often. What I want to ask people who want to do that, people who are not capitalists, is I want to ask them, why are you okay with distorting an economic hierarchy, but not an attraction hierarchy, not an athleticism hierarchy, not an intellectual hierarchy,
etc., racial?
Literally, if they were consistent, exactly.
I'm going to end the conversation on why are you not against racial hierarchies?
If they were consistent, they would have mandates on how tall men could be, how attractive women could be. They would have uglification surgery.
All right,
like if
Mr.
they were
Khai.
being consistent.
I appreciate you, but I also realize that I got to take a piss and it's 8:26 and I got to be in this other Discord soon. So wonderful conversation. I look forward to many more. And, boys, join the Discord. Like, share, and subscribe. I'm going to go take a quick piss and then I'm going to get into this other debate panel for the evening. A totally different, less nerdy place.
True. A lot of fun, dumb people. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, bro, good conversation. Always appreciate it. And until next time.
All right, until next time. All right, I'll be right back, boys. All right, I'm back. I'm still in this waiting room by myself. I don't feel like I'm that early. It's 2 minutes ahead. Let me see. Yeah, he tweeted out or put in the group in. We got 20 minutes at 8:11, so I guess nobody's seen me yet. Maybe I wasn't quite early enough.
It's a documentation. Oh man.
Hello.
Before
we start here, since we got 2 minutes, what do you think? I wanted to get you two MAGA guys' opinion real quick. Because I've been a real big fan of Trump foreign policy, and I gotta say, I love that the thing is out that Trump straight up told him, "I will bomb the shit out of your capitals, Beijing and fucking Moscow, if you do whatever." I'm like, thank you for walking tall and carrying a big stick.
That's pretty rad, but I'm very concerned about what's going on in France right now. And that's not cool. And I don't understand why so much of it's being hidden from the U.S. As far as media goes. So, I killed the man.
Let me just go use a restroom before we kick this off.
That's what I was saying. I'm doing all right. I just got back from the restroom.
Oh yeah,
What's up, Fabian? I was trying to
hard dick some helicopters.
I was trying to communicate with you in your chat, but you were like focused on the guys who were making comments about your eating habits. So
yeah.
No, Fabian loves watching people eat on stream. Let me tell you, that's his favorite thing.
Don't you, dude? Like, if you want to devise the greatest torture for me, just take a fat person at an American mall in the Midwest and then just like ASMR mukbang them and then just force me to watch that. I'll tell you anything. I'll give you the launch codes in like 10 seconds. Like, I cannot fucking deal with watching. I can't hear people eat. But like, I just, no, dude. Like, no, I hate it, man. Like, even my kids like watching my kids love watching like unboxing videos. Like sometimes because they're like, put on a Play-Doh video, and then they'll pick one and I'm like, oh fuck no, it's an unboxing as part of it. And then like some lady does that fingernail tapping on the plastic and I'm like, oh my God, I want to die right now. Like, can we please put Bluey back on? Like, for the love of God, anything but this. Actually,
remember that clip that went viral of like.
How are you, Kel?
Good. How are you? Sorry, ladies first. Where are my manners? Where are my manners?
Hanging out.
You know.
It's a random
what is that
fly.
Giant fly flying around your head. What's up with that?
It's really bothering.
Well, it's California.
Asmongold 2.0.
Dude,
California is a
just
shithole.
shut my window because I thought I got him out, but I don't think I did. But he's scaring me. It's like it's gonna bite me or something.
Oh, let me tell you what we do have. We have the. So I didn't know that regular flies could also bite you. Until the other day, I was outside and I had a regular fly on my arm, and it bit me. I'm like, no, and I watched it, and blood started coming out. I'm like, okay, I knew horseflies did. I didn't know regular flies could do that. And so I looked it up online. I don't know what kind of exact regular fly it was, but apparently, if they're well fed enough, they can become aggressive. If they eat enough like meat shit, I was like, that's.
It seems like a simple problem. Stop feeding.
Yeah,
I thought this would be so simple. It literally said, Oh, I turned on my co-stream, and so then it said that it worked, and then it just didn't. I'm like, whatever. Oh well, Twitch it is, baby.
Right.
Dude, this is gonna fucking drive me nuts.
Yes, Katya. Yes.
Yes. Are you guys ready? You guys ready to hash it out?
I was expecting you to have.
Okay. Hello.
What's her name? Nina, however you say that.
She's on vacation.
Oh, gotcha.
But and then when she gets back, we're gonna have a crawfish boil. I told her and Razor can come down. We're gonna do a crawdad boil, and it'll be good times. You like crawdads?
I don't eat fish or seafood.
What are you, gay?
Those are bugs.
No, it's the easiest food to get food poisoning from, and I've had food poisoning from seafood or fish.
Maybe just man up a little bit. If you get food poisoning enough, you'll just. People like talk about this, but I've watched enough like things on Survivor, and it's like always the old guy that like that drinks from the pond, and it's like goes real far because they'll be like, at the beginning because he's like, oh, I was a Navy SEAL. I drank fucking pond water in Afghanistan. It was fine, for me, And then you have like the rich people that are like super healthy and then they get sick,
Well, that's true. There is something about that, but no, I just don't eat fish, man. I had a bad experience.
Nice, Charlie and Katya, how y'all doing today?
Doing okay.
I'm good. How are you?
Living the dream. Living the dream. All right, let's kick this bad boy off. All right.
Cat with me.
What was that?
Cat has visited us.
Oh, yes. What's the cat's name?
This is Rue. We also call her stupid fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like her mom.
Ooh, true based.
No, I'm just kidding. No, she's actually like the nicest person ever.
Yeah, something like that. All right, let's kick this off since everybody's here on time. Wonderful. We actually start on time for once. I'm so happy. All right, welcome to Give Me a Break. We're going to be talking about relationships today and the rise of non-traditional relationships and whether that's a good or bad thing. First, I'll let everybody say who they are and where to find them, and then we'll go into intros after that. So we'll start off with you, Katya, since you're here at the bottom here.
Okay, so yeah, I'm Premier Katya. You can find me on Twitter as Premier Katya. I don't stream and I don't have a YouTube channel or anything yet. Maybe one day.
All right. Thank you so much. Pentuple.
I'm Tuple. I host MAGA headquarters, but I'll be gone for the rest of July after today, so you'll be enjoying Sadie Takeover, which you should come check out.
Thank God you have Sadie, because if you didn't, you would have nobody watching you when you came back, because the algorithm hates people for taking breaks. It's
well, yeah, no, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, I mean, you could be like non-fun after, and let JC take over. Just kidding. All right, Kel, what do you do?
Good evening. Thank you for having me. My name is Kinetic Kel. You can find me on my channel, Kinetic Kel, or twitch.tv/Kinetic Kel. And what was the other part? Sorry, I was OBSing.
That was it. Grid.
Yeah, I'm Grid One Motorsports. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube, also Twitch and X, but I never go to those places. So mostly YouTube. We're gonna have some fun tonight.
Fantastic, Fabian.
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. You can just call me Scott as well. Doesn't matter. Just Google Fabian Liberty. I'm on YouTube and X, Twitter, Zitter, whatever the fuck they call it these days. And yeah, I'm a libertarian, anarcho-objectivist. And that is, so I mostly just shit on everybody and do some fun reactions and debates and discuss philosophy. So if that feels like your kind of nerdy time, come hang out.
Fantastic. Charlie.
You're muted.
You're muted. I was making sure I didn't mute or
Thank
something.
you. Hi, I'm Enemy Charlie. I'm mostly a streamer on Twitch. I specialize in fantasy literature, but I like to comment on politics, philosophy, etc. Yeah, and thank you for having me here today, Gibbs.
I'm glad you're here. In fact, why don't you start us off on the topic today? We're talking about is the rise of non-traditional relationships a good or a bad thing? What do you think, Charlie?
Well, I guess we'd have to start by defining traditional relationships. Presumably, when we think of a traditional relationship, we are thinking of a monogamous, heterosexual relationship. Presumably, I'm assuming we are thinking like, a marriage, like they don't live together before they get married, etc. Something along those lines, and they have children. And I would say that while I think that those structures are generally pretty ideal for children, doesn't have to be heterosexual. I think a monogamous married relationship, gay or straight, whatever, doesn't matter, is better for when you have kids. I do think that, generally relationship structures form as a result of economic conditions. And so I think, in a world in which it's very difficult to live on your own now, if you are especially living in a big city. I think that non-traditional relationship structures, such as polyamorous relationships, or just monogamous relationships that aren't necessarily like you're getting married and having kids, make a whole lot of sense as far as the way people organize themselves. So, good or bad, I think generally probably good. I think it is good that we can organize ourselves in such a way that, leads to greater financial gains for everyone.
Right, thank you so much. It's interesting. I didn't expect finances to come in, but we're starting off strong. Fabian.
Yeah, so first and foremost, as a libertarian, I believe that people have, the bodily autonomy and right to engage in whatever type of relationship they want to, so long as they're not hurting anybody. But I do think that non-traditional relationships growing is a cause for concern. And I want to present essentially two arguments here. The first argument being that non-traditional relationships maybe it is correlational, predominantly correlational, but we do know that there is a lot less function to them. They're not happy as well. They're they're high time preference seeking. There is potential issues with whether or not we're in the gray border area region of like paraphilic disorder, or if we're just in a different type of relationship. It really depends upon the context of the relationship itself and what's going on. A lot of, especially when it comes to child rearing, it may just be the Cinderella effect. It may be a lot of, there's a lot of factors at play here, but we do know that they're overwhelmingly not as successful as monogamous long-term relationships. But again, as others I'm sure will point out, traditional is kind of a bait and switch here, because traditional is going to be somewhat subjective, how far we go back, or is it a hearkening back like trad con, which often gets what traditional is wrong, especially when discussing the nuclear family, etc. The second thing that I want to argue is that the reason it is such a cause for concern to see this is because
this is what happens when society degenerates into anomie, into normlessness, right? As Durkheim put forward in his functionalist perspective. Obviously, he was fairly left-wing. I don't know that he would have this opinion, but taking it from a structural functionalist or functionalist perspective, we recognize that when society loses that stable order, this is when this is a consequence of that. Material conditions are a big portion of that as well, and that is another cause for concern. You know, we used monogamous relationships because they were functional for so long, you know, to tamper male violence and crime, resource allocation. And I would argue that the biggest factor of this is, you know, trying to understand where this comes from, is socialism. It is welfare state that has taken away male ability to, you know, accrue resources and instead funneled it to women, giving women undue economic power in our society. It has changed the way the housing crisis, it has changed so many things. And so because of that, you know, the economic conditions have created these non-traditional relationships. If you look in history or in other tribes, polyamory doesn't exist because society decided that they wanted to engage in free love. Polyamory exists because of economic conditions changing. And so when you see polyamory coming forward, you have to look and see, well, what's causing this? And so I do think that is going to play a big role. But of course, I yield all of the time that I probably went over.
Fine. Grid, go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hey, thanks for having me. It's it's a good discussion to have. So I'm gonna pretty much kind of echo a lot of what Scott said. So I'm just gonna cut my own intro down a little bit. I think if we're going to define a traditional relationship as man, woman, they have child, build family, and all of that in its most simplistic form, I think that is a worthwhile thing. And I think that pretty much anything outside of that, it can be rewarding, but more often than not comes with an entirely different set of problems that most oftentimes are not really perceived to begin with, and you know, it really doesn't I think fit the needs of society, nor does it fit the needs of humans as we are. And we can simply look at the massive dissatisfaction from basically starting from millennials forward in the dating market, in the relationship market, the massive amount of divorce that we have now, the massive amount of self-deletions over romantic issues, and basically it's kind of this anything goes thing, just really doesn't go, and hookup culture is really, really bad. I know that somebody, I'm not really sure who, but somebody's going to make the three pillars argument of cultural stability, child welfare, and civilization survival. I know that somebody's going to make that argument. It's a good argument. I like it. Obviously, from my point of view, there's a lot of valid things there, but that's going to get probably someone's going to try and twist that into, you know, non-traditional relationships can serve that just as well. I don't believe that's the case. Also, the number of these relationships that fail very early on seems to be a real problem. There's a lot of things to cite here. We could go over the amount of the massive amount of domestic abuse and things like that we find in these non-traditional relationships. But I don't know if we're going to end up having to get there. If we do, that's fine. And I don't look at this from a conservative nor a liberal perspective, because in my opinion, my observation, marriage is something that's so fundamental to humanity that it transcends political agendas and lines, right? Like it just should, right? And this is one of the things that's really annoying about people who politicize everything, is they take something that is ingrained in society for millennia, and they take it and they say, well, now we're going to politicize it, and if you're left, you need to be in a poly relationship, or you need to be whatever. But if you're right, you're just going to be straight laced and whatever. So I have a real problem with that. And I mean, there's a lot. And again, I call out the red pill morons all the time for their open relationship nonsense. So and this is going to be a really good discussion. I can't wait to hear some of the other comments and back and forth. So let's get into it.
Fantastic, Kel. Also, by the way, Grid came up with a fantastic name for you. Calamity Kel. I like that a lot. Go ahead.
Ooh, let's go. Chaos. Crash out, Kel. Let's go. Get them all. No. I feel like it's a vague enough term that I feel like we're going to have a lot. I don't want us to get stuck on like the definition thing, because we started off with like, okay, monogamy is like a traditional relationship, but you're saying man on woman. Some people might not consider like relationships, you know what I mean, to be traditional. But in general, cause for concern, like we started with definitions on other stuff, right? Concern means like general societal like interest or like worry for. So I think at the end of the day, we've seen like what Red Scare, Satanic Panic, and now apparently the rise of people loving differently. Okay, like the proposition wants you to believe that non-traditional relationships are a cause for concern, but it's not about that. It's about society's like discomfort and like fundamental just like disinclination. I don't know what the word is. Like society doesn't want to change. Like that age-old fear dressed up as moral outrage. But also it's not a sign of, what did you say? A degrading society. When the cost of like housing, healthcare, exactly what you said, like childcare, all of that is skyrocketing. People get creative, cohabiting, co-parenting. Polyamory, it's not a breakdown of society. It's people like cultivating their lives to like better situate for themselves. But also, let's think about what other like interracial marriages, gay marriages, stuff like that. Those were all demonized or abnormal relationship structures historically, but then once they weren't branded as non-traditional, they weren't these huge like threats to civilization that we thought they were. So it's virtually no different.
All right, thank you so much, Ken Temple.
All right, I have a shorter open than that. You guys said a lot of stuff I agree with and some stuff I disagree with, but I'm sure we'll get into that. I think a lot of this, like Fabian said, is people are going to do what they're going to do. So I guess my thoughts around this kind of revolve around what we should encourage as a society, and I think we should encourage traditional relationships. I think the premise of encouraging non-traditional relationships is like to protect the autonomy to have those, but I don't think you necessarily need to encourage people. I think they'll do what they want to do ultimately, and I think that some people probably do get involved in things in non-traditional relationships and then have regrets. I'm sure that's just an experience people have, so I'm not sure that makes a super strong argument. But I just think that generally we should encourage the nuclear family. We shouldn't encourage divorce. That's where my mind first went with when I heard this prompt, was like divorce and stuff. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to hear you guys talk about polygamy, I guess, and like I guess we'll get into gays adopting and stuff. Because I actually disagree with Charlie. I think that having a mother and a father is the optimal situation for any child, and so it's not. I don't think it's a diss to say that the gays can't provide both sides of that. So I don't think that those are the that those are equivalent. But we can get into that. I just think generally we should encourage people to the safer options. I think a lot of these non-traditional relationships are kind of like speculative benefit. A lot of it's I don't partake in anything that extra. I'm pretty vanilla myself, so I'll leave it at that. But we should definitely encourage traditional relationships. So I'll leave it there.
All right, last but certainly not least, Ms. Katya.
Okay, so basically, bottom line, I am somebody who's a super live and let live person, very like socially libertarian. One thing I will say is obviously like non-traditional relationships are non-traditional. There's like a reason people gravitate towards some things and away from others. And that's fine because there are many different types of people. Obviously, if it was a situation where like let's say half or let's say 25% or like even like 15-20% like ended up in like non-traditional relationships, then we might want to talk about, hey, what's up with that? Why what's the change? What's going on with that? Not even like a cause for there's necessarily even something wrong, but just like let's do a little checkup because that's a big change. But, you know, for the most part, people are, you know, monogamous. People are, like, for the most part, straight. Most people have kids. Like, I feel like the concern, like, that people have is disproportionate to the amount of these relationships that people actually are having. And I see absolutely nothing wrong with the amount of people who have relationships like that having them now. And I think people should be able to. Because I think that the bigger societal problem is, you know, just a societal authoritarianism is just something I'm particularly against. Now, one thing I'm gonna say in response is, like, multiple people have brought up, like, people being polyamorous because of, like, a lack of funds or something like that. Honestly, for the most part, that's not the case. Like, people aren't just, like, moving in with a bunch of people for that. Like, people end up just having roommates and then, like, not involving it in relationships, or they're just polyamorous aside from that. Generally, like, people joke about it, but people aren't really becoming polyamorous for the sake of affording your apartment.
Look at Katya stealing my thunder.
I've heard some anecdotal stories that would blow your mind.
Well, we've all heard anecdotal
Sorry.
stories that'll blow our mind, honestly. Who
just saying.
hasn't?
They add up.
Yeah.
They add up. Those anecdotes.
Well,
Let her finish. Hold on. Let her finish. So we're still opening. Go ahead, Katya.
And lastly, but not leastly, actually, most importantly, I'm going to say is that if we're talking about relationships that don't last as long, if we're talking about, you know, less positive relationships that occur now, I don't think that's really at all due to there being more non-traditional relationships. I think that's due to kind of the lack of, like, social cohesion and lack of, you know, socialization that's going on nowadays. I'd say a lot of it's because of the internet, because a lot of in-person spaces are gone bye-bye. Like, a lot of the places that people would meet others that they have in common with, like, are just gone away. People are on dating apps, which are notoriously bad. A, because of ratios of men and women, B, because people get to be overly granular on there versus meeting somebody in person and seeing how they act. Because definitely in those cases, you know, you'll have a lot of relationships that if they were to form online, they just wouldn't happen. So I'm going to stop yapping and yep. Okay.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna turn it loose on y'all, but I do want to, like, maybe start with one portion of this because I didn't expect it to go this way. But I think it's interesting, so let's examine it. Several of y'all brought up the financial aspect of this. Do we think that do a majority of us here think that the rise of non-traditional relationships is I mean, obviously it's not the only reason, but it is a major reason is because of the finances. How many here think that? Do we all think that?
Like
okay,
I'm
go ahead.
gonna be very objective right now.
I'm open-minded.
Yeah, whoever wants to start, just a second, and then
Could I actually just jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Charlie. We'll go Charlie, then we'll go Fabian. There you go.
I do believe, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that the you know, our sort of idea of, like, the modern nuclear family, in the sense where it's a mother and a father and 2.4 kids, I do believe that that was a consequence of, like, Henry Ford trying to incentivize people to get married so that his workers would be more likely to wake up on time in the morning.
That never happened before Ford?
No, I mean, it did. But in essence, it was, like, less of, like, a, I think, extremely common thing. I think for the upper classes, yes, but for the lower classes, I think that the sort of modern nuclear family, and I'm thinking, apologies, like, without sort of, like, intergenerational, like, household living, and, you know, people kind of helping you take care of each other's kids. What I'm thinking of is like the 50s sectioned off sort of.
So I think what you were talking about, and while I would disagree with your aspect that it was like Henry Ford doing this, right, is there is a misnomer of the nuclear family as the traditional family, whereas the nuclear family is more of a consequence of industrialization, because you want to move a lot of people into a small area where jobs are, whereas the historically traditional family is the extended family, where women have roles in society such as, like, working for medicine, or, you know, they work communally together together in several household tasks. Men are working communally. Your grandmother's around. You have a mother-in-law suite. We have like the nuclear family is kind of the smallest semi-functional traditional family, if you will, and it's become only traditional because it's been around for 70 years in American history. I wouldn't presuppose that it was Henry Ford pushing it. But yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't think it was only Henry Ford. It's just that he did incentivize, workers, and I do think that he was potentially.
He didn't want men like leaving the village, right?
Yeah.
He wanted to bring a family around because it was more functional.
Yes, precisely.
Just to clarify, Fabian, when you're talking about that's the smallest and it's kind of a new, you're talking about similar to like how Hispanic culture is, where you'll have like grandma living at the house or grandparents living at home with the family, and then they're there to raise the kids while people are working.
I would say that a traditional family is a large extended family of close networks and ties, where a man and a woman are in a monogamous relationship and have children, and they're communally within their family structure raising those children. And every derivation from that, especially when discussing raising children, is going to be less traditional and by virtue likely less functional. To answer your question about finances and polyamory, I am not making the claim that by and large, this small section of polyamorous people are doing so that. I'm sorry, what?
You'd be shocked.
Shocked about what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I think that's a stronger angle than people realize, bro.
Polyamory for
I'm not
financial reasons.
Wait, what?
Okay, so I'm just going to continue.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interject.
No, it's okay.
Are we
I was
talking
just
like
trying to
Adam
figure out what your
22?
interjection was about. So what I would say is it's less so much that I'm saying that like these people are coming together so that three people can pay the rent. What my claim is more fundamental than that. That when you have a large welfare state that is funneling redistributing resources, and when this comes at a cost, and the cost is resource accumulation from young men. Young men traditionally there's a lot less entrepreneurship. The labor participation rate has drastically dropped. The percentage of people that are dropped out of employment in general, but each generation has gone down. And so what I'm talking about is that when you don't have that, I guess Hayek kind of put it best in chapter 4 of Road to Serfdom, which is, centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. And so instead of the male being able to go out and family plan, find a wife, get involved with the community, start a business, grow their wealth because there's a need for it, that need has been taken over, and it's a valueless need. It is kind of a blanket need across the culture. And so I'm not saying like, oh, three people are shacking up because it makes paying the bills easier, though that is probably some small factor. I'm talking about the way that our economy is structured differently is changing societal pressure and norms, and we've lost some social cohesion because we're no longer engaging in labor and in the market in the same way. And so with that normlessness comes anime and comes non-traditional relationships.
Well, I mean,
for better or worse.
It's not just the lack of resources or money or whatever. It's also the culture in and of itself has shifted to where, for example, in a lot of places that I've been and lived, it really is, parents are happy to be empty nesters, and once the kids are out, they're out, and they see them once on holidays and all that kind of nonsense.
Boomers stealing wealth combined with Social Security creates that,
yeah, and then you have the kids who go out and maybe they get a relationship, maybe they don't, then they get divorced, and they have now you've got blended families and mixed up situations. But none of it's this extended family like what Scott's talking about. I currently, for example, my own situation is my wife and I obviously live together with our kids, but her parents had come to stay for extended periods of time. This time they've been here for 5 years. They just live in my guest room, and my mom is half hour, 45 minutes away, and my brother's 20 minutes away. And I have a friend of mine that I've known since childhood that when my kid was sick, I called him up and said, hey man, I need you to pick my other son up and take him home because we're not going to be here. We've got to take my other son to the hospital. And when we have that support network and all of these non-traditional, if you want to call them that, none of these non-traditional relationships foster that. Now, it may accidentally happen where you have such an extended network, but it's not designed to do that, nor is it will ever be able to. Because of the inadequate, the lack of commitment in those relationships. There's no reason to be committed, and there's no sense of family. There's no sense of value. There's no sense of worth, and it's really easy to see that we can just track that.
I would disagree with that, actually.
Go ahead, Charlie. We'll go to Charlie. We'll go to you, Kel, because I know Kel wanted to expand on the financial thing. But go ahead, Charlie.
Take your time, yeah. Then
I typically don't like to rely on anecdotal evidence, but I would say that it very much depends upon the sort of the area in which you live. Like, I do think that small towns and cities are specifically very conducive to kind of creating replicating what would be what we think of as like not polycules necessarily, but sort of like that extended family atmosphere where we could think of it takes a village to raise a child. Wherein for instance, I lived with my dad most of my life in a suburban area, and we were very much cut off from the surrounding area. But when I moved in with my mother, she and all of her friends, we lived in a very small town that was very, very tightly knit. And so what I had was essentially a shit ton of surrogate mothers and fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, aunts, uncles that would look out for me, and we would all look out for each other. So I do think that, and my mother was a single mother. So I think that, like, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be that very traditional relationship to have that sort of village effect.
But your mother didn't see like any parental rights to these people, though.
Yeah,
but you're just talking about people like watching you take care of you, like, which a village always does, and I think even in like the nuclear family, we wouldn't argue that isn't a part of it. The same thing happens in East LA. A little Latino kid can just walk wherever he wants to walk, and nobody's going to bother him because literally every person there is looking out for that kid.
Oh, but there's so many stipulations to all of these.
I bet the same thing's true. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll go to Kel, then we'll go to Kathy. Go ahead, Kel.
No. All I'm saying is, like, literally, all of these things we're assuming that because it's a traditional family unit that there is going to be, like, the stability that you guys are looking for. As someone whose parents divorced when I was 20 and turned out terrible and should have divorced a long-ass time ago, okay? Like, that's not always equating to, like, a cohesive family unit or something. And something interesting that Grid said earlier is you were like, went on this whole thing about poly, and then you're like, oh, hookup culture bad. If anything, in my personal experience, I feel like with polyamory, it's more like you have to have like more emotional maturity, like a better understanding of stuff, like more emotional maturity about stuff, and obviously like stronger interpersonal skills are going to lead to like a better society. Like that. Do you think
that it's actually emotional maturity, or do you think that they're lying to themselves and telling them it's emotional?
Okay, I'm gonna be real. I hate
people to say that. I don't know what you gain emotionally from saying that it's like hope, or it's like people are lying. Just don't engage in those relationships if you don't want to. That's all I have to say.
Look,
I can't believe I'm agreeing. You don't have an opinion.
But they said in the comments, they were like, oh, just because they're married doesn't mean they're loyal. Okay, we're going back to anecdotal, but I'm sorry, I've only never not been cheated on by one boyfriend, like before like entering like poly relationship. Okay, but just saying.
But hold on.
Sounds like a you problem. Good God, what are you doing to these men?
By definition, having a second woman or man or whatever it is in the relationship is technically cheating because you're not together. You are not.
No, it's not. No, it's not. They're consensually engaged in that relationship.
Yeah.
No, so again, listen. This is the problem with anecdotal evidence. Like, I don't disagree with you, right? That traditional marriages can fail. I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
Fail.
I also don't.
Statistically, men are rats. All the married guys at fucking.
Hold up. That's
okay. Hold on. So hold on. I'm just saying. Overwhelmingly, right? Traditional marriages are more successful. People score higher on general satisfaction with life surveys. okay, the best psychological surveys we have for measuring happiness and satisfaction, that's the scale. What the fuck are you talking about? Your anecdotal evidence is better than science? Like, please stop.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, like, listen, even with serial monogamists, the divorce rates are still better in traditional marriages. And serial monogamy is kind of a problem that has boosted up divorce rates because, you know, of religious people thinking that they can't have sex with someone unless they're married, so they end up in 4 or 5 marriages. Like, obviously there's complexity to these relationships. But if we're talking about the reason you said, I don't see where you're getting this stability from. That's why I brought up Durkheim. That's why I brought up the functionalist lens of sociology, is that when an institution lasts hundreds or even thousands of years, you know, we ought assume that that institution forms or has some value in society. There's a reason it's maintained. And you have to be very careful when you throw away traditions or things that are socialized, that you don't throw away the baby, the baby with the bathwater. That doesn't mean that everything about it is perfect. That doesn't mean that there aren't problematic things or that there aren't other alternatives.
Because many were built on extended families or like communal parenting or like.
I would like to.
Yeah, I brought up those examples specifically. I'm not hearkening to the nuclear family. Like your critique is irrelevant.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to Katya. She's been trying to get in, and then we'll go back to you, Charlie. Go ahead, Katya. What you got here for us?
All right, so what I got is for Fabian. I just had a question about when you were talking about, you know, economic conditions and like, you know, gentlemen being able to be entrepreneurial and this, that, and the third, and then you talked about industrialism. My main question is, do you think any of this could be due to the changes in the workplace? Because if you look to kind of, let's say 100 years ago, how people worked was a lot more balkanized and a lot more conducive to people learning skills and then going off and doing their own business, then having their own business. But the amount of monopolies that exist at the moment creates situations where you're literally just working for somebody else for your entire working experience. And because of that, you don't have as much time or as much ability to be entrepreneurial. So I feel like a lot of that's also just due to, you know, where we've gotten with the lack of competition and the number of like gigantic companies that we're working with nowadays compared to 100 years ago.
I would absolutely say that, you know, state regulation and and welfare and things of that nature have created additional monopolies and reduced capitalism and reduced, I would wrap that up into the same situation. I would say that the state is the one that creates monopolies, and regulations are the overwhelmingly benefit large corporations. And so some of that industrial spirit is kind of gone from people, but predominantly, right? I don't want to do univariate analysis, but I would say predominantly when you have somewhere of close to 74% of the entire federal taxes being spent on some form of welfare or to pay off the debt. And when you have upwards of over 50% of all the wealth earned in this country being taxed either through inflation or property tax or income tax or export-import tax, et cetera, that this really this destroys the young male capacity for resource accumulation and changes the gender dynamic and changes relationships in culture and society. And I would say that those incentives are more important than culture, because I think culture is kind of downstream from that.
Yeah, I think that when we're talking about the gender...
Sorry. Inequality is not degradation.
No, hold on. Katya, respond real quick, and then we'll go.
That's not equality,
right? I'm gonna agree with Kel here, and I'm gonna say that like in a way I feel like we can address these like issues. Like, see, the thing is, like, I'll disagree with you on like that it was entirely like regulation or the fact that there's social security or welfare.
Yeah, I didn't make that.
I think technology plays a lot into it.
Literally,
I think
to the opposite.
Yeah.
Insinuation of what you said.
I'm sorry. Just like kind of the evolution thing. Like, I feel like this is something like I would honestly like love to have a chat with you about like at a different time, just because like I find it a very interesting subject. But I digress, and I say that like, you know, I think that like we can discuss that and then discuss like the whole like gender, you know, situation, or, you know, women versus men situation a bit separately, because I mean like the entrepreneurial spirit, like back, like people like to act like women didn't work and there weren't businesses owned by women back, you know, when in the time that we're talking about as well. They were different sectors, obviously, like it was a bit like it was like more segregated, but women absolutely did work and did own businesses at the time even. So
it was good. I'm not saying everyone should be in that marriage, right? They need liberty for
women
spontaneous
business owners
order.
good.
Yes, absolutely.
Charlie, go ahead.
Of course.
I think I've kind of lost the thread here, but I was going to comment on what Fabian said about this being like a, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. If such a structure has existed for such a long time, surely it must benefit society. I would argue that marriage in of itself, and I don't think Britt is going to like this, I think that it is primarily a economic and legal structure, and I think it always has been. And monogamous marriages became more common when we stopped being hunter-gatherers and we started becoming farmers. And it's sort of the, passing off the, father passing the property of the daughter off to a husband. And so, again, I don't even know where I was going with this. I got this.
Yeah, I mean, I can expound upon what you're saying, which is that,
traditional
like,
structures. You got this.
Well, I can expound upon what you're saying. Like, I don't disagree with you that marriage in culture is deeply influenced by economics, right? Like, you have polyamorous societies where the women have multiple husbands, right? In certain areas, and that's because of land rights issues, where they're living in very limited places, so they don't want wars and blood feuds. So their relationships. What I'm saying is that when an institution or a tradition exists and it survives for a long time, it serves some function. That doesn't mean that function is necessarily even good, right? Like, you could call, let's say, certain religious functions as, maintaining order by, controlling the population, but it serves some function. And so a healthy society is one in which people impose and socially pressure people into the norms of society. And then there are renegades, there are rebels, there are artists that challenge those norms, but they do so while being challenged and pressured against them, and they prove the value of the changes that they want to bring, and they mold those traditions, or they morph those traditions into the common era. And what we live in today is a society where there are no values, there are no shared values, there are no shared principles. Obviously not none. Please don't make a generalization into
the idea that one family model built civilization like erases all of history. And
that's actually something.
Why would you read Helen Fisher, you little fucking... No, just kidding.
I actually want to examine that. Let's talk about that.
Do you have an argument, or just like weird quips?
Yes. Yeah,
do you know who Helen Fisher is, bro? Why don't you fucking go stop erasing anthropology?
Yeah.
One
so
family model did not build civilization.
I mean,
that literally wasn't my fucking claim.
But let me examine this, because some of you had made the claim though that that it's part of the degradation of society here, right? Like, that's what's going on. We have examples of this, and we've kind of talked about extended families in the village sense, and the extended families and grandma and grandpa, and However, some of y'all mentioned earlier, like I think it was Pentuple mentioned gay couples adopting and other people. And I know some of y'all have had some objectives to what y'all would call degradation. I personally, I'm a hedonist. I like to do hedonistic wild things. I tried the traditional relationship shit. Didn't work for me, right? So when I'm sitting here hearing this, why would we say that it's even degradation of society? Why is that even a bad thing? Why do we think that that's what this is, as opposed to progress and et cetera, et cetera? Because some of y'all are saying this is bad, and others are saying we're moving forward. It can't be both. So what is it?
Well, the end of my argument was going to be that I don't know if this is necessarily proved, but I do know it's a hypothesis that patriarchy as we know it today arose because of our switch to agriculture, because human beings became resources. I do think that the decline of the nuclear family is just evidence that women have more rights and the ability to choose, and also people who are queer are allowed to be openly queer and can exist in the public sphere. That doesn't mean that they can't. And again, like I said earlier in my opening, I do think that if you're going to raise children, I think that a monogamous relationship, whether it's gay or straight, I think is going to be ideal to just provide that stability for children. But again, I think it is a positive thing, unless, however, it is people are avoiding traditional relationships because of economic factors, which I do think it does play a part in that. I think that there are people who do want to get married and have children, but literally cannot afford it. That is a problem. That's when it becomes not a matter of, personal liberty.
Okay, I've got to take you to task on this, Charlie.
Okay.
Literally, getting married helps people financially in most cases. So please explain to me why it would be
Until you
more
get divorced.
financially reasonable. Yeah, until you get divorced.
Well, divorce is
Please
expensive.
hold on. I want to define my
Go ahead.
question. Please explain to me how marriage is detrimental financially to a couple.
So Grid, I would say that I was thinking more about having children. It's very expensive to have children nowadays.
But how do you
also
explain
marriage?
Well, okay.
Marriage,
So if I
marriage
have
in general,
so
being
my wife
expensive.
and I had not gotten married and we had a kid, how is it less expensive to do that not married, where we have all kinds of assistance, where my insurance would cover her insurance would cover me, and the child, all of the things, right?
Oh no,
She
I
would
don't
have
think that
access to my
marriage itself
insurance
is
policy
expensive.
if something happened. All of the things would be because we're married. How is there any financial benefit to being single and having kids together?
Oh, there's
think
no.
she's talking
there's
about not
at
having
all.
kids.
I was
Like, I
talking
think
about
she's-
like people are avoiding having children. Marriage. I would say that I
That's
do
not
think most
exactly what
people
you
are
said, but okay.
avoiding getting married when they're younger because again, you're more likely to be divorced, and divorce is very expensive. My mother has been married 6 times.
Serial monogamous right there.
Yeah, serial
One of the
monogamous.
ones I was
indeed.
talking about.
Again, extremely fucking expensive. She should not have been getting married that quickly. She should have just dated, maybe, rather than getting married. That would have been a lot better for
People
her
make
bank
bad
account.
choices.
How do you explain the correlation though? Because I think people have less children as they get wealthier.
The correlation
That is true.
between what?
That's fact.
Well,
I
unless
think
People have
it has
less
to do with
children as they get
education.
wealthier.
unless you're Elon Musk,
Yeah.
and then
Sometimes it takes you a while to get
Right,
married.
but the people who have the most children are in the
irresponsible.
poverty.
Like past that age
I
of
think
having
that
kids, by the time you
having
get married.
children is. I'm agreeing with Katya that having children when you are not financially ready is kind of irresponsible, and so I do feel that people who are
I'll agree
more
with that.
educated and have higher, want their children to achieve more. Like I'm not going to have children if I cannot provide for them an extremely good lifestyle where they can get educated.
Just to push back against that real quick, because
whatever I end up with, I don't know.
Yeah, but just to push back against what y'all said, though, right? There's also a poverty reason to have a lot of kids, and what happens in my experience is that they have 10 kids, right? And then one of them, the goal is one of them will make it, and then they can help take care of the family, right? Like and do whatever. And that's a big thing. It's like a law of numbers. If I have 10 of them, one of them's got to not be a fuck up. So I think there is a financial reason to have a lot of kids.
Well,
Like,
there's a separate one, right? Which is why I think many of these issues stem from welfare, right? Is that, as you finance through taxation and theft of people's livelihood, single motherhood, and make the claim that children have to be. Are you okay?
Whatever.
Okay, there's a mute button. if you have an argument, let me know what it is. I think there is a there's a dual kind of financial incentive here. So it's true historically that those that are more well off tend to financially plan. They tend to wait to have children because because people that are more conscientious are, the types of people that are going to family plan and wait. Whereas people that are less conscientious or, potentially lower IQ or other factors may, breed at an increasing rate or engage in high risk behavior at a higher rate. And that's true historically. But when we look at welfare, I think this exacerbates that, because what welfare does is it steals the wealth from people in their 20s that are trying to build up a life and have a family and have children, and slows down the rate that they can be set up for children, so that we can subsidize people that are not engaged in family planning, that are just engaged in procreation for procreation's sake. And so I would say that yes, it is true that
Who's having kids just to have kids and get welfare? Like, this is a non-issue. This is literally like debating like trans like people in sports.
Wait, what?
That's literally not what I said.
Oh no, then they're going to
Both
start
are
debating that.
issues.
Please don't. Please
Yeah,
don't.
please don't. But I don't think that. I don't think
We
he's
don't
saying
have to
that there's
debate it.
people
We
who are
already took
having
Leah
kids.
Thomas's
I
shit. It's
never-
whatever
I
we
don't
want.
think that he's saying that there are people having kids just for the sake of having kids. I think he's
told
just
you,
arguing
yeah.
that like there is like
Typical anomaly.
Yeah. So,
well, it does.
hold on.
There are a lot
I'll
of-
respond
there are
for
a
her
lot of
attack
out-of-wedlock
against me
births.
very quickly, which
Okay.
is just when I told you to come back with an argument, I didn't mean that you should just blurt out a random thing that has nothing to do with the fuck I'm talking about. So
I'll write that down.
get a pen and paper, mute yourself so that you can calm your ADHD down a little bit, and then
What?
come back with an argument against what I said.
Or what?
Cool. Can I talk to Gibbs really quick? Because I was
Go
going to
ahead, what you got
respond
for
to
me?
him, and I know y'all are having your little moment. One thing I'm going to say about people like choosing to have a lot of kids. Like we talk about a situation where it makes sense, and then a situation where it does not. Like if somebody like what you're talking about, people who have a bunch of kids, if they have a family business where kids grow up working on it and assisting, and or they're like farming or whatever, like was in the past. That's a reason that makes sense for people economically to have a bunch of kids. If people are having a bunch of kids, to just say, well, I'm sure one of them will turn out good. Ironically, the extra kid you add makes it less likely that they'll happen because you're going to be growing up poorer and poorer, and nobody's going to be able to get educated.
Hey,
I
LeBron James grew up poor,
I just
baby.
want to say, I
Hey.
didn't say it was a good strategy. I just said it was a strategy.
Exactly. A lot of people are doing bad strategies.
Hey, the
and
more
they're having
poor
kids
and the
and
more
accomplishing
siblings you
it.
have, the higher odds. That's crazy. You're wrong.
Great. What do you got for me?
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing because I think one of the things that we often overlook is that when you don't have kids, you can fuck up as much as you want, and a lot of people have no sense of responsibility. The minute you either decide to have kids or actually have kids, most people, obviously not all, but most people level themselves up one way or the other, or they at least desire to. I can't tell you how many people, like just a guy in my chat just said, when he had kids, it made him work harder. Now he owns his own business and all of that. It made him strive to provide for his family. And we miss that, right? Like that, you don't have that motivation if you're not going to have an actual family. You don't have any real reason to do anything but gain wealth and be bitches, and then go out and cheat on each other and just not have great
Hedonism is
relationships.
natural.
We see that a lot in the red pill community.
Empty
especially.
egg carton.
Sorry,
This was natural.
That's great. Well, what I'll say on that is, like, we talk about motivation, right? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like everybody was, and I just want to say,
Okay.
we talk about motivation.
Everybody, you can count.
Okay. Everybody, including everybody.
I just did it.
So I don't care. I'm not discriminatory tonight. What I'm going to say is, if we're talking about, motivation and stuff like that, I think it's really dependent on like the perceived ability of people to, be in a situation where they can like level up and they can work in this. The problem that I'm seeing among a lot of people, they feel like if they were in a situation where like they had a family all of a sudden, or like they had a kid, and they were trying to be like, here's all my motivation, that still wouldn't be enough because of other material conditions. And they wouldn't want to bring a child in the world, try their best, and then just...
Until you're there.
What?
That's
I'm talking about
cop-out.
afterwards.
You don't know what you're capable of until you were there.
Well, that's great. I feel like that's...
Doesn't mean she's
I
wrong.
understand you
Some-
feel
Doesn't mean
that
she's
way.
wrong that people feel that way, though, right? Like, I mean, like
Yeah,
she
yeah.
can still be
It's okay
correct
that you feel that way.
that
I'm
is
just calling it
the
what it
feeling
is,
that they
and that's a
have.
cop-out.
Right, but then that's a lot of the times the case. And I mean, nowadays a lot more people are aware, and they have experiences from their own childhood, like, growing up in a situation where, people who are growing up poor are in like a worse state than like, when there were like a lot of extended families going on, a lot of like family farming, family business, in a way where people who are poor were doing, okay in a way that like a lot of people in communities where there isn't that are not. And they think about that. They think about, like, we know a lot more about psychology now, and they do fear like messing a future kid up if they're not sure that they're going to be able to get there. So I think it's like a form, obviously, of distrust in the ability to get to that point. We can say, that you don't know till you know, or whatever, which is the case, but if people feel like they're gambling with a kid's like, well-being and health and life, then, it's like that's a difficult gamble.
Do you have any numbers on like what percentage of like these younger generations are presumably have antinatalist tendencies? It does. I mean, like I hear what you're saying, and I don't disagree that might have like some effect, but I have a hard time believing that that's.
What do you mean antinatalist tendencies?
That's what you're
I've never
describing.
met a woman who hates her kids, and if I did, I think she was a fucking psychotic bitch.
That's great. So
Right.
I'm
Hold on, let
asking
me get a little
Fabian a
order here.
question.
Yeah, let me get a little order here. Go ahead. One, I want to respond to Fabian as well, real quick.
I
And
was
then
just-
turn to Charlie. But because I will speak for this. I know for a fact that there is I don't know what the statistics are, but like
Yeah,
if
that's.
you
I'm
look
just
at,
curious.
like,
yeah.
that's fine, but I can speak for this. I know there's a large segment, at least on TikTok, which I think is fairly representative of the younger generation. There's a large group of people on there that like does not want kids, right? And I'll give you an anecdotal example. I know a guy.
No, that's a horrible anecdotal example. There's some
hold on.
Oh, if I had a kid, I would literally
hold on.
be
There's-
Casey Anthony. Oh, I shouldn't have a child.
No. There's a large group of people out there that really take this seriously. I'll give you an example. I have a friend. He's like got 3-point-something million on TikTok, right? And he like preaches every day about how he doesn't want to date anymore, how he doesn't want kids. He's like, relationships are done. I think I'm going to become a monk. And like he's got a large following of people that are like repeating this. And I think that I can't speak for the statistics, but I think there's a large portion of the younger generation that is getting to this point where they're like, why bring anybody into the world? It's a problem.
Well,
but let me give it to
so-
Charlie here, and I'll let you respond, then we'll go to Charlie.
Yeah. So
going to
I
bring
I disagree that.
Ladies first, Gibbs.
Well,
No, he said.
Let Fabian speak.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I don't. I just went off what he said. Like, sorry. So
what did you mean by antinatalist
Right, go ahead,
tendencies,
Fabian. Go ahead, Fabian,
Yeah, so
and then
to-
respond to what I
yeah.
said, Charlie.
Yeah, so what I mean by antinatalist tendencies is exactly what we're kind of discussing here. This concept of like bringing a child into this world with my trauma or with everything going on would be like, a bad thing in some capacity because I lack resources or because the world is fucked up or because like I have things I need to work out, right? Like that it doesn't, when I say antinatalist tendencies, I don't mean they are antinatalist, therefore, which I would say is an immoral ideology. I just mean that they're leaning towards some of those kind of like those scripts, those dialogues in their head. And I'd be curious if there's any research on that. And when we talk about anecdotes, like you were bringing up TikTok and things like that, I find, look, anecdotes are cool. I think they're great for discussing mechanisms, right? Because you can see the mechanism played out and see how it impacts in the real world. But when we're talking about percentages, like they're very, very meaningless. Like one of the things that I notice constantly when we talk about gender, especially like a lot of red pill people, is they'll talk about, body counts and the way that, modern women are having an insane amount of sex, right? Because like you can go to like Jerry Springer in the 1990s, right? There was like a woman on there in like 92 that was like comically had sex with so many people, it was ridiculous. And it was like she had sex with, right? She had sex with 13 people.
But those
It
are
was
like
so,
outliers.
like,
Men still have a
right.
higher number, right?
Well, hold on. But that's exactly what I mean.
Others.
That's exactly what I mean is that like you can look at research in California, for example, that shows that in recent years, a significant minority, like something to 30 to 40% of young Gen Z women have checked out of the dating market and are having far less sex than Gen X or millennials. And so it's like we have this recency bias and the social media bias and this if it bleeds, it leads thing where we tend to see that like, the big body count hoe. And it's like, meanwhile, there's a whole bunch of Gen Z girls that are like, I'm disgusted with this. Every time I get on a dating app, it's horrible. And then a dude immediately DMs me some crazy red pill shit and I delete the app again. Like I'm done. And so like, I'm curious how much of that perspective, Katya, is actually representative of the younger generation or how much of that is just like showing up in social media and isn't actually like a causal factor to be discussed here.
Yeah, I'd love to see more. I'd love to see research on that a bit more because I have seen studies in the past, and it is true that like Gen Z is having like less sex and less relationships in general, right? In comparison to these previous generations. Same thing with drinking less alcohol, not smoking, this, that, and the third. Which people are like, okay, great, they're not doing these, generally thought of as not great activities, but then when you think about it, a lot of it's because they're not socializing, which it's a lot of it's because a lot of stuff has just moved online. There aren't as many in-person places to meet people. Talking to people in public is considered really weird. It's like you meet somebody on a dating app, but and you meet friends at work, but if you like only work with people who are super super old, or you work in an environment where you don't get along with that many people, or you don't have that many people you work with, or you're at home, it's incredibly hard.
Why are you lying to your
people.
chat? Why are you lying to your chat? I never gave you dating advice to join a D&D group. Don't give
You
me that
did.
bullshit.
You did do
Don't,
that,
you fucking lie. No, I said do a thing that you enjoy to do, that you share values with other people. D&D was the example. I didn't tell you to do it.
Speaking of D&D, I do feel like I do feel
lying to
like
people.
unironically, I feel like yes. Okay, I don't have any stats on this, but
That's
to be
fine.
fair,
I'm not gonna
LARP.
stat check you. I promise.
I LARP. I'm a LARPer. And I will say that I think young queer people and I think young nerds that participate in real life nerd activities are frankly getting a lot more lucky than their
Probably
peers
true.
who
That's-
are losing
true.
their kind of third spaces, because I do think that is an issue. I don't think that there are a lot of third spaces anymore for like young heterosexuals that don't have
I want to
non-dork
examine that.
interests.
The Renaissance fairs are getting freaky, boys, is what she's saying.
That's what. Yeah. Actually, that was actually what I was going to
That
tell
is
y'all.
true.
Well, that's what I wanted to say. Is
Yeah.
if you go to the Texas Renaissance Festival, the biggest one in the world, right? They have like the area by the bonfire, and then you
King
go away
George?
from the.
Is that King George?
Yeah, King George. Yeah, if you go, let me know.
Yeah.
I go there every year. But if you go away from the light, it just turns into like orgy
you do.
fest. It's like they'll be like they got people on crosses and shit. Like it's wild. But yeah, so like I think Charlie's absolutely right. In some of these groups, they having more fun because they I think they take themselves less seriously, and like they're able, and like I think that helps in the dating pool because you can be like, hey, I don't mind dressing up like a, an elf and then flirting with you, and people are like,
Where
yeah,
are we?
I'm into that.
Where are we in this debate right now?
Well, we're gonna go to Grid, and then I want to refocus it on something else. So go ahead, Grid.
Yeah. I kind of want to. You are right. I think it is harder for people in in the modern world to meet. I mean, my son is young and he's starting to think about dating, and I think my wife is actually seriously. She literally just said this yesterday. She's going to arrange his marriage, like 100%. Like, and I was like, "You're kidding me!" And I'm like, "She's like, no."
They're more successful
100%.
and happier usually.
Yeah, more successful. They're happier.
Arranged
everybody will be
Yeah.
wonderful.
It's the highest satisfaction and success.
Highest.
Or arranged
The
marriage.
highest. The
I feel
least
like a lot
number
of that
of
is
divorces.
because of the societal situation as well as stigma around saying you're not.
Yeah, that's my
satisfying your
argument.
relationship in society.
Well, that's-
That is
my-
the least libertarian argument I've ever heard in my life. Holy crap!
No, it's not. You don't know what libertarianism is if you think social pressure isn't a part of libertarianism.
Romance movies have fucked us up.
well,
We
no,
think, like
'cause
marriage
usually
is like
what
a
we're
lucky
talking about-
guess. Like you scratch
Right.
off, maybe you got the right number. Marriage is a project. Why isn't arranged marriage not like feasibly happy? It's a project that you are engaged in with someone. It's not like, oh, that wasn't the one. Like, oh, what are the odds that the one you got arranged with was
I'm
the
not
one? Like,
saying
movies
it's
have
not
fucked
right,
people up.
But that's great.
Dude.
I'm not saying that, like necessarily
say
like
it's a
social
romanticist
pressure.
period
I'm
in
saying
literature
more
than
than
movies, but
social
yeah.
pressure.
my God.
Usually
I-
societies that
Everyone's like talking over people and then you talk over
usually
people.
societies
kidding.
that do.
Go
My
ahead.
wife has talked about, no kidding, a
Well, there you go.
reverse passport bro. She's literally going to find a good family in China, meet the family, meet the daughter, and bring her over to the U.S. Have them meet, and she's got like a whole plan on this. Like it's a reverse passport bro situation here.
His wife is
Gotta be
Chinese, for
based.
the record, for those people with the
Back
shock.
to the
difference.
My wife
intro.
is Chinese. Yeah.
What are we debating
Yeah,
here?
I'm imagining a world in which she wasn't, and she just picked China out of a hat. And for a second, I was very confused.
I was like, let me add
okay,
this
that
because he
makes
forgot to
sense.
add it.
Yeah,
Like this is an
I make some
important
assumptions.
detail.
I'm sorry.
I was like, this is important.
Well, I want
Okay.
to come back to a different form of non-traditional relationship, right? So I mentioned this kid a few minutes ago, and he's like very swore off the sex, but his parents have been married for like 20 years, and they're swingers, right? And so they'd be having swinger parties all the time, and they're very financially successful or whatever. And I feel like this kind of goes
Follow
like
me
this.
on
That's
Twitch.
it's like a non-traditional thing, right? I feel like that is I feel like that's an indicator to me when I see examples like this. And I feel like most swingers I know are all fairly wealthy. That indicates to me that it might be a good thing to be embracing hedonism. What do our detractors of this have to say? Like,
we have all of us, including me, we're all reverting back to personal anecdotes because it's like this is how we observe society, and we can't.
We all strive to be P. Diddy.
I got dumped by my polycule yesterday. Okay, so I was ready to come on and argue.
what?
And, yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's
so,
rough.
Okay.
I kind of, you know what? I'm going to be honest
They
with you,
all
Kel.
dumped you? They all dumped you?
I was just
Both.
dating him. Yeah.
You were kicked out of the freaking. You were voted off.
Hold on, Kel.
Like
She
Survivor.
got kicked off Love Island, bro.
Yeah, we want a
Kel,
fucking democracy, right?
Kel,
You
I
guys
gotta
don't feel like
ask
you're
you
playing
this
with
because
fire?
Yesterday when we talked, Kel, you said that you were in a polycule, and I was like shocked. And then
date night?
you said that you found out that he had a girlfriend because he got pissed because you were talking to some other dude or playing games with some other dude, right?
No,
So
I
you
knew
didn't
that-
even know. So were you actually in a polycule, or were you just getting cheated on and you're calling it a polycule?
She was in a polycule.
Here's the problem. So both of them have been practicing polyamory.
Sounds
for like
super
2+
staple.
years. 2+ years, but I was like, okay, so who's this other girl? Let me meet her. The fuck? And he's like, no, that's weird. We keep our relationship separate. I'm like, well, if you're gonna be dating someone else, I've met all your friends. I want to meet the other person. Okay, so we all go out. Right now, and they both get fucking weird. I'm like, how am I like the newest person to this? I'm trying to like change my fucking world perspective, blah blah blah. And then yeah, it was literally over Fortnite. I literally was fucking playing Fortnite with this guy, and he fucking got mad about it.
Kel, I feel like that is not really like that. Doesn't really sound like. Now, mind you, I'm someone that has been in polyamorous relationships, but I've sworn them off because I think they're a nightmare, and I can't handle them. I want to say, Kel, I do think that is like that doesn't sound like a healthy polyamorous relationship in which everyone is communicating. That kind of sounds
bit of
like
a
maybe
contradiction.
Well, that's why I ended, right?
Healthy polyamory.
He lives in his hearse. By the way,
I don't want to like rat you out.
He
or
lives
anything,
in a
but
hearse.
Privately.
I think this would be problem if
economic
it was
thing
monogamous. I think we would still have this problem. I think that there's a
Have his
an
baby.
issue here, disconnect,
baby.
irregardless, right? If we're talking about somebody like is living in their vehicle and is getting mad because you played Fortnite with somebody, holy crap, monogamous, polyamorous, we got massive red flags here.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
I want to add to that. Like, it's funny because Charlie said the exact same thing I said. I'd have never been in poly. I've done some open relationships, right? But like, based off what I was hearing, like, and I don't want to give too much TMI, but it sounded to me like he was using his knowledge of polyamory to like take advantage. And I think toxic people are toxic in every relationship, but like, I think that open relationships seem to be a little more stable than like polyamorous.
I would agree with you, Gibbs. I feel like those have also been like a very common.
Look how
I feel
stable
like that
this
has been-
pile of sand
Can I
is.
say something? May I say something, please? May I
Everybody quiet.
say-
Let Charlie go. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
feel like historically, and I'm thinking specifically in a European context, and also in American context, I do feel that the upper, echelons of society do typically engage in open relationships. And it's more common when you have the wealth, kids are out of the house. I do think it is more common for people to essentially engage in swinging, to have lovers on the side. There are many cultures where this is the norm for the wealthy. The poor, not so much, but that is for the old. Yes, the old, because
In
they can't get
Florida,
pregnant.
holy shit.
I know. Oh
Yeah,
my God.
I've heard
But
that
it's so common, that's
retirees
why-
are quite the swingers.
Well,
But that's what I'm saying is even in the most traditional relationships, there's like all of these avenues for it to be non-traditional. So that's what I'm saying is it's a stupid
Well-
label and everyone is a little.
So to add to what Charlie said before, Grid and Pentuple like freak out about it. The reason why I say
I'm
that
not
is because in my experience in open relationships is like you have clearly well-defined boundaries and you wouldn't even enter it unless you trusted them, or on this flip side, they're toxic and one person's taking advantage of the other. There's like knowing they're gonna lie down, and then those are doomed to fail. But like for the ones that work, there's usually a trust-based thing, and or they've like moved past the sex-based, and they're like, well, we want to have sex with other people, but we still want to be married because you're my partner. Go ahead.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I just think it's
before I was married, I spent 10 years as a complete degenerate. I wouldn't say that I had an open relationship because I didn't know what those were, but I did not date to be in a relationship.
You cheated.
Okay.
It's fine. We all have the same experience. There's no
So-
original.
But when I decided that,
Don't be projecting
when I
that shit
finally
onto me.
decided that I wasn't going to do that, I got married. I got married, and I've been married 20 years. So it's just one of those things. I think I kind of grew out of it. I can't even conceive of that, of doing an open thing with my with my wife now. That would never. I would no.
You wouldn't Adam 22. You wouldn't. What if it was Jason Love and 100
That's some
grand?
low T shit right there. That is low T. Like you need to get your levels checked.
How much money?
Hey, everyone has a price. 2 mil.
Everybody adds extra stuff into this
3 mil in a P
conversation.
Diddy party invite.
That's great. So we're in
Bro.
like a lot of places right now. We get like low T, we got no money, we got too much money. Like a lot of these explanations are literally everywhere on the board. And it's like, it's difficult because a lot of the situations that we can talk about and a lot of the anecdotes, the problem with like what a lot of people say about like, let's say polyamory is like, you know, if something's going on in a polyamorous relationship and it goes bad, everybody's like, oh, it's because it's polyamorous. When I can name like 50 red flags in so many of these relationships that it's like, even if other people weren't there, holy crap, what are you people doing? It's just like every relationship I hear about nowadays is like a hot mess, and I'm scared, which is why, you know, despite, you know, me technically being in a technically, if possible, polyamorous relationship I've been in them in the past, and I'm not as of late because I hate people.
Well, so
that's the nature
of relationships. People have that type of relationship with their parents. You would say that red flag with your parents.
Yeah, and a lot of people end up leaving their parents. That's a big problem now.
Right, I'm just saying this like every relationship. Even with Gibbs right now, listen, he's gonna try to get his control over the panel. He's gonna get all stupid and gay.
I will. Well, yeah, I am. I know Kel's been trying to get in, so I'm gonna go to Kel, and then we'll go to Fabian, and whoever else is going to. Go ahead, Kel.
No, this particular polycule didn't work out because you're 100% right, Claudia. That it's like these people were like emotionally mature and like not in the right headspace about it. But I'm like, you might have just fucking turned me poly. I'm like, I'm literally freshly dumped, but I'm like, it altered like my perspective because I'm like, it creates a different kind of like respect between each other. Like and obviously I'm young, so and like I haven't been in too many relationships. I'm like
it's a lot of twos.
Just like the desire to, I don't know, like who are you at, what are you with? If you know that like anything's on the table, but like they still choose to be with you, it is like a different kind of respect and functionality and independence that I haven't found in other relationships.
I will say that I do think that polyamory is the game of the young and the old. I don't think that it is for people who are like, I think once you enter a phase where you want to have kids, again, polyamory, fine in your 20s, fine in your 50s plus, but otherwise, I'm
we were talking about this earlier, though.
So again, so I think, so to harken back to, I guess, my argument, like, I don't disagree that there are some small portion of people that can make whatever relationship they want work. What we need to discuss, it's interesting that we kind of like hammered on polyamory as opposed to other non-traditional relationships, but I guess that is kind of like what we're thinking of, is that anytime you deviate from the kind of the long line of tradition that you have experience with, that your culture understands, that your family understands, and especially when you're adding new people, you're increasing the complexity of what is already a complex thing, right? Like you're already trying to navigate your life with another person, and you have different values and you have different skill sets and you have different, beliefs. And so while, yes, there are going to be some people that work out this way, and there's going to be some horror stories, many in traditional marriages, I would still argue that if we take out children, right, and which, by the way, if you're having unprotected sex, is going to happen a lot in a polycule. You might end up in that position even if you didn't want to. But if you take out children,
you can get on Maury if you're lucky.
Right. Because you're having more sex does not mean you're more likely to get pregnant. You're either safe or you're not. That's crazy. What do you mean? Well,
that's not crazy at all.
No, it is.
So again, hold on. Like you can risky pregnancy. Hold on.
Yes.
Listen, you can look at. Listen, there's a difference. This is a problem. So this is a problem with people understanding, like misunderstanding research in term and stated facts about things like birth control, and then not actually understanding like pragmatic how those things work outside of a controlled laboratory environment. So, for example, birth control pill is like some, depending upon, or all of the contraceptive methods that women take, right? We'll just encapsulate them all together with the shot, and et cetera. They can be anywhere from 95 to 99% effective at preventing pregnancy. But what you'll see is that they actually are 88%, and then they drop to 85, and then they drop to 80% with every year of sexual activity.
Either it's like 98% effective or not. I wasn't saying that like.
Right, I'm actually explaining it so that you can
Right,
follow
I know
on.
you fucking
I'm
idiot,
almost
but
there.
you know exactly what
I'm
I was
not a
saying.
fucking idiot.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying you either know how to put on a condom or you don't. Like
Right, but what I'm saying is, hold on. In the real world, right? Sometimes you take another medication that's a contraindication, or sometimes you forget to take your pill, or things happen. And so, if you're having increased sexual activity and you're using contraception, the likelihood that, well, I mean, you can meme about it all you want, but like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you're telling me that you've never forgotten, you've never been a day late, or that you haven't taken a medication and later realized that there's a contraindication, like certain antibiotics. But what I'm trying to get at, right, is that when society stops losing guardrails because there is less social pressure, then what ends up occurring is that you get more experimentation with. I'm sorry, pool music? Is that what you said?
Like rock and roll music. Oh my god, moral panic. Moral panic. Think bad. Oh my god, things are changing. Oh my god, the way that like the society is ingrained is altering. Okay. Are you?
I just don't know how to deal with this level of retard. It's like, dude,
no,
like,
guys, she's drunk. I think that she's drunk. She just got voted off of the polycule, and I think she's drunk.
Unironically, she's drunk. She's drunk on Lifetime movies and ice cream. I got it.
I will vouch for Kel. She's not drunk because she just got off work, so unless she was drinking at work.
She's been drinking the White Claws. I've seen it.
How many White Claws did you drink? Like, what are we talking about here?
Wow. Are we like gauging how okay what I said is? Based on
no, not okay with what you said here. I mean, like,
trying to understand how white girl wasted you are.
You know what?
No,
it's okay.
I'm an Irish lady. I'm just.
You think I would show up to this panel sober? Get real. Okay.
Amen to that. Thank you. I'm about to be embracing by what's the chick that's in trouble with the song? I'm about to be doing my own Casey Tron impression here in a moment. Like, so I feel you. But go ahead. All right, we're back. We're going here with this. I don't know. I'm hearing what y'all are saying. I feel like y'all are we're saying things that can't both be true. Like, it can't be like you can't be swinging and like it'd be because they're old and rich, and then it can't be at the same time. It's because they're young and stupid. I don't understand how they're both at the same time.
No, it's pretty simple, right? Like, because when you right, like if you have kind of like bought into this idea that our culture is kind of regurgitating constantly to young women and to young men too, but predominantly to young women, that like you're supposed to have fun in your 20s and then settle down and have a family like towards the end of your 20s and your early 30s when you've only got a couple more years left to have kids, then that will occur, right? When you're young, you can have fun, you can experiment, you can go discover yourself, presumably. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's actually helping them, but that is what they're doing. And then you kind of can't do that if, once the biological clock starts ticking and you realize that you want to have a family and you're in a very limited time frame, you can't be engaged in super complex sexual relationships and open relationships and all these other things. You need to find your person. And then, when you're 65 living in Florida, you kind of, and your kids are grown, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want again. And so that hedonism resurfaces. I don't think it's that crazy, nor a contradiction by any means, that both can't be true at the same time. Also, they could both be false, which would be a contrary, but never mind.
Great. So there's nothing to argue.
Right. Also, they're a very different type of non-traditional relationship, right? If we're talking about, the youngins versus the oldins, the youngins we're talking about like a lot more, unstable personal relationship, a lot of like kind of moving around in a way where there isn't as much of an anchor as when we're talking about the old folks. Because a lot of the times, like non-traditional relationships involving like the old folks, like they've been married for 50 gajillion years and they've completely, they unlearned, jealousy. They don't give a fuck about that no more. They're just doing their own thing, probably in the villages. And that's completely different to what I've seen among a lot of younger people, to where it's like, I mean, as happened with Kel, people who were like, oh my gosh, you were playing Fortnite with another guy. Oh my gosh, you liked another girl's photo on Instagram. And yeah, that's why, you know what, sometimes I wish I was 40 years older. Because holy shit.
Can I propose something actually kind of in this vein? Do you guys feel like potentially the, when I'm saying nuclear traditional family, what I mean is, again, that kind of 7-year-old concept in which it is like mother, father, 2.4 kids, not living with extended family. I feel like that is in its death throes. I feel like we have to and oh gosh, I don't know how to bring this up without sounding strange. So Gibbs, you mentioned that
Well, what do
a
you
lot
think
of like
that's based on?
like a
what
lot
do
of
you base it on?
Latino families have like do live in extended families. And I think if you look at like birth rates, which is like white Americans are not procreating as much, I do feel like it is because white Americans don't really have the same we don't have the same, or we gave up those traditions of like intergenerational living. And I do feel like
I feel like you got to distinguish between like raising with an extended family though, and like situations where the
polycule,
parents would cede their parental rights to this group. But like you can be raised by your extended family. Your parents still ultimately have those parental rights and that say over that child. I don't think that it's not part of the nuclear family. I'm saying I don't think you're like you don't have a nuclear family because your grandpa lives with you. I don't understand.
No, I think so what she's discussing, right? It's like, so if you look at blue spheres, if you look at blue spheres in America, right? So blue spheres is like a nutritional term for areas where like people are happiest and healthiest. And what you will find is that, and when you're looking at birth rates, like what you're going to find is exactly what you described, is that the intergenerational families, as opposed to mom, dad, 2.4 kids in an apartment building in the city because they both work in the city, where you're going to find high birth rates is the poor, right? And I would attribute some of this to high risk behavior and some of this to welfare. But other than that group, you're going to find birth rates that are not at replacement level. And the places where birth rates are at replacement level are going to be Indian reservations, Mormon communities, Amish communities, Mennonite, Beachy Amish communities, the places where, you know, the grandma and their uncle and everything are living in the same neighborhood. And like when a cookout, every weekend that a cookout happens, they're driving their golf cart, one house over, and they're all involved in the raising of the children because there's so much stress that is taken away from that. Like
So I want to engage that real quick because you and Charlie are kind of talking about two of the same things here, but I think you're missing a big factor here. I think, right? So I live in San Antonio, right? And San Antonio,
go ahead and name it, Kels, before he does. What big factor am I missing? I'm sure you have something great to say.
I respect the host.
Well, I will tell you this.
Yeah.
I live in San Antonio.
Answer for him.
And everybody here thinks they're in a telenovela. And I'm originally from Corpus Christi, and my mom called me when I turned 23 and goes, "Congratulations," because the average male in Corpus Christi has 3.5 kids by the time they turn 23, and I don't have any, right? And the reason why that is because it's not just the extended family. It's that sex is a much more accepted part of like Hispanic culture. Like you'll hear moms like, "Oh God, so and so was so hot today," and like encouraging their kids to do something. Like it's a much more like it's not as taboo to like have a kid out of wedlock or have a kid early versus in other cultures, specifically here in the United States. Like we'll see like, oh, if you have a kid out of wedlock, parents will disown you sometimes. Like right, like that's a thing. Like they're like whore. Yeah, like whore. Yeah, right. But in like Hispanic families, you know, even though they have the Catholic base, they're very like, oh well, hey, it's just another miracle. Hey, whatever. You know, the Lord wills it, and they're excited. And it's like, and you know, they're like, why would the Lord make us have sex? You know, kind of thing.
I mean, it's Catholics.
Catholics, but even even in Catholicism, they don't want to do it out of wedlock. But Hispanic culture specifically enjoys it has a sexual nature to it. It's like fiery, like cheating's more like cheating is a part of it almost. Like you know, like that's like a accepted thing in the culture, like as a thing. That's part of the reason why relationships are hard here, like in South Texas at least, because it's so accepted, like kind of thing. I think that's a factor you're not.
I meant the focus on birth.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a
Do you
very
think that
Catholic.
the acceptance of
debunk an
cheating
argument?
has to do with the pressure to be in monogamous marriages that never end and like the stigma around divorce? Because I feel like that is very common in Catholic families.
I don't think that's why. I think specifically it's because like with Hispanic culture, it's like the fiery kind of attitude. Like everybody's like, if you're a man, you're machismo, right? And so like it's like, oh, I can get any girl. Like I can go talk to girls. And with women, it's like I thought this is
but
a
Marianismo
girl
is
the other day.
quite the same thing.
Well, sure, but she told me this the other day. She goes, I felt like it was the right thing to do at the time, so I did it. And it's like, and if I didn't do it, then I wouldn't be being true to myself. And it's a very accepted part of like Latino culture.
That's
like,
wild.
I mean, it's a true. I mean,
but to Charlie's point a little bit, when we have limited research, but when we look at research on paternal, oh God, I can't think of the appropriate term. But when
uncertainty.
paternity uncertainty, right? We do see that the number is slightly higher amongst religious people, amongst married people. So I do think that there is at least some of that. Like, I never want to say that anything should be broken down to a univariate analysis, right? Like that probably does play some factor, that if the society pressures marriage and pressures that the marriages are long, that are able to withstand certain immoral behavior, and that they always stay for the sake of the children, that you might find a higher likelihood of cheating in that regard. But I don't think that is, I don't know how relevant it might be. Or I won't say relevant, but like how strong of a core, like a factor it really is.
All I'm gonna say is if you work anywhere where the men go to make the money for the family, traditional family structure is not a thing, okay? Okay. All I was gonna say is that there was like research from dude, no one operates within the confines of it. And obviously I'm in California, so it's like a microcosm. There's 2 people that I know that are still married, like within my family, within everyone else, like everyone here, even Latino families that co-parent, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? So but also,
and I've been married 20 years.
No, you haven't made a line.
No, if you just take away the socioeconomic factors, if you just take away the socioeconomic factors involved, like as far as traditional structures go, any of that, it's not going to affect it at all. If you take away
what are the variables you're discussing here? I mean, make a coherent argument.
According to the Kinsey Institute, let me pull up my stats. Okay, listen. And the Journal of Marriage and Family shows no significant difference in happiness, childhood outcomes, or stability between traditional and non-traditional households. When you remove the
how are they defining
variable.
What is this?
How okay, so here's the argument that you're making. You made weird arguments in the beginning that you didn't thread through, but the argument that you're making is that there's a confounding variable when looking
you just
at
didn't understand them, brother.
I promise I understand it better than you.
It was over your head.
So the argument that you were making, I'm steel manning your position. Okay, so the argument that you're making is that there's. Can
you define steel manning?
Okay, so
you know what? Are you going to see the R word again? Very ableist.
Yeah, I don't care. So straw manning.
You know what?
Right, is when you
craft. Gibbs says it.
Right, straw manning would be a fallacious argument.
Hey, we all got the R word pass.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, Fabian. Go ahead. Got it. All right.
I'm not sure it's actually worth it in engaging. I think it's an interesting thing, separate from whatever the fuck else she's trying to say, that socioeconomic status is a large confounding variable in the success of traditional marriages. But the problem here is that I think it's a cart and horse. It's a chicken and egg scenario, right? Which is financial responsibility is meaningful and financial stability is meaningful for long-term relationships. And so if you take out socioeconomic factors,
what does that have to do with,
or how are you able?
Stop.
I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking about the point you made up that I thought was interesting amongst the deluge of random stupid shit you said. So what I do think is interesting is that a traditional marriage is more stable and of course creates financial stability. So if you take out the socioeconomic factors and claiming that it's a confounding variable, you're not actually controlling for the fact that the marriage itself and the traditional stability of that marriage might be what's attributing to the financial stability, which goes towards Charlie's argument about how you can experiment more and have less tradition when you are wealthier, because that financial stability is kind of already there in that aspect.
Right. I think that, you know what, I think that we're having a bit of a communication breakdown going on here. What would be awesome?
It's not us.
Right.
No.
No, it's we. Fabian, you've got a lot of remarks. Kelly, you've got a lot of remarks and interjections. So what I'm seeing right here is, Fabian, you're doing a bit of provoking, and then Kelly, you're doing a bit of interrupting. So we'd get more information across without those situations.
Yes.
Interrupt me as much as you want, Kel. Just make sure that when you do so, it's not fucking stupid. I don't care if you interrupt.
I wouldn't interrupt you if you stop provoking me. She said you're.
Listen, children. Children. Calm down, children. All right.
You gotta be honest. I didn't think Fabian Liberty was being annoying or anything. Anyway, so I something that's really interesting. I don't know, but when I start looking at the associate and it's just a cursory thing, and so somebody helped make this make sense because it doesn't look like it makes sense to me. But you know, I got really bored there for a minute, and I just did some searching, and it seems like that socioeconomic pressures. It looks like that the more money people have, the more often they get divorced, and the rather than the inverse of that, which is what you guys are not all of you guys, but some of you are kind of alluding to. You're not actually making a claim, but you're alluding to the fact that poor people just get divorced more often, and you know, or are shitty parents, and therefore they're not a very good nuclear family. So I'd really like someone to make that make sense if you're going to make that, if you're going to take that position, because it doesn't make sense.
Is that true that poor people get more divorced more often? Is that a
that was what's been alluded to?
Totally, they're poor.
I don't think
that I alluded to that.
The argument isn't that poor people are inherently shitty, or that rich people are inherently good, or that the divorce rates or about the divorce rates. What it is that wealthy people have more to lose. They're more invested, and they're more financially stable. And so because they're more financially stable, they have more independence within the domain of their relationship. And so you have people that are in marriages for success reasons, or power couples, or people that are able to, et cetera, et cetera. Now, there is some truth to the fact that obviously if you're poor, you're likely going to have a lower IQ. Obviously, if you're poor, you're likely going to engage in high-risk behavior more often. Obviously, if you're poor, you're less likely to be personality trait conscientiousness, which actually might go against that grain of like experimenting in traditional relationships. But I don't think poor people are just inherently bad parents, or that they're going to get divorced. I think it just means that wealthy people have more opportunity, and they have they often have less children, and so the experimentation occurs more often there.
I would also say that financial issues, because there is just doing a close research right now. It does seem like financial stress, I do believe, is one of the primary
leading causes of divorce.
Leading causes of divorce. So
the second one is moving expenses.
Okay. So like wealthy people who, again, like Fabian was saying, are not going to experience that distress, are less likely to have their marriages fall apart.
They're also probably swingers, remember? The open
they're also probably
non-traditional. That was the why explanation.
I think we're drawing I think you're trying to draw some interesting conclusions here that I don't know are factual, because again, while wealthy people might have that freedom to get divorced, they also have more to lose. And while you say that, well, maybe they don't get divorced as much because they're happier and they can afford all this stuff. But the reality is that if you're marrying a gold digging bitch or a shady ass husband, then that person's going to go after the money, right? And I'm just saying, it goes both ways. I mean, I'm not excluding anybody from this. There can be shitty men just as much as there can be shitty women. So I'm just saying, it just seems like what we're trying to do here is it's very interesting, because I was really expecting like some revelations, but this is all the same stuff that I could hear in any bar on any Thursday night anywhere in the fucking country.
Well, good thing that nobody that watches this channel ever goes to the bar. That's why we're here.
Hey, look, I tried. Hey, listen, I tried to talk about welfare. I
do want to bring something up.
I tried to talk about welfare and its connection to normlessness and anatomy in society, but nobody wants to fucking talk about that. That's not my fault.
I will say,
not on this panel.
Let's go to Charlie.
Goodness.
Yeah, guys.
The majority.
Go ahead. Sorry, Charlie. Go ahead.
People, by and large, marry within the same tax bracket. So the phenomenon of the sort of gold digging husband or wife is rarer than we would think, because again, the majority of wealthy people are marrying people who are similarly wealthy. Usually. Yes, new rich people from old money. Yes, very much only marry old money or people with money.
Right. Non-traditional relationships, we can just go into love, don't judge. Oh, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Go fuck a 70-year-old, guys. Get the ring. Honestly, I believe in locking it down as long as there's 30+ years in between you and the man.
Yeah, I don't think platitudes are actually going to help us in any degree. Like the topic at hand is it
your
a cause for
attitude is going to help us at all.
Might not help you. It should, but Again, I don't think platitudes are actually going to help here. Like, if we're discussing,
I do want to talk about the welfare.
Is it a cause for
stuff.
concern?
I think that'd be
brother.
Yeah, let's go to the
talk about
welfare
welfare.
thing. What do you want to talk about the welfare, Charlie? Let's go to that. It seems like an interesting thing. Fabian wants to talk about. You want to talk about? Let's go to that. What do you got?
Well, Fabian, can you
Go ahead, Fabian. Lead us
there's
off.
just many things have been said. Could you repeat what you were saying?
Yeah. So predominantly my argument is that the more you increase welfare, right, and at a national scale, we'll say to simplify it.
Okay.
The more you take away spontaneous order in society, and what I mean by that is that instead of a social structure where individuals are, engaging in mutual aid based off of what it is that they value in society, and there's a social element to charity, or to helping the poor, or to helping other church members, or fraternal order societies, right? They were abolished because they were making healthcare costs too cheap, right? Because the poor were having too much power against doctors, so they had to abolish those and regulate them to death so that we could have social security. And so the more
when was this?
tax, so this would be.
I'm so sorry.
This would be from the 1880s until the 1920s.
I'm gonna give faith that this is gonna loop back around to what we're talking about. I'm gonna just shut up.
I do. Okay, Kel, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that before, so I'm interested. I'm sorry. You said 1880s. It was the
So around the turn around the 20th century, roughly 1 in 3 men in America were in a fraternal order society, and for about 1 week's pay, they could afford health care for their family with the healthcare lodge system. And this is where the poor started getting together and accumulating their resources and then competing in the market to find the best doctor and compete prices, etc. This pissed off doctors and the elite to such a degree that they started regulating this to a heavy degree, and they started banning it in states, and eventually they abolished the healthcare lodge system. And that
I've never
after
heard of this
the Great
before. That's
Depression
crazy.
comes from. There's I'll DM you a book you can read about it. That's like just
Please
about
do.
this
This is
specific
incredibly interesting. Yeah.
It's anyways, I'll get it to you after the debate. But and so
thank you.
What I am saying here is that instead of young men having resource accumulation, what they have is they have a slower rate at which they can build their wealth. And this is true of women as well, right? But women are the primary beneficiaries of welfare because through the children, single parenthood, and things of that nature. And so instead of being able to build wealth and build community mutual aid societies and have that social aspect of charity, of helping each other out, what it ends up happening is we replace it with this cold, calculated form of redistribution in the state. And so it has broken down social bonds and social pressure in families, in communities, in mutual aid. And so instead of like Charlie got hurt at work, so we all banded together to help out Charlie, we don't even know who our fucking neighbors are. And there's no social pressure that comes along with that says, these are our culture's traditions. This is our church. These are our values. This is what the community values. And so we're kind of in what Durkheim described as anomie or normlessness, where everyone is kind of, there are no railroad tracks for people to choose their life. Instead, everything is free and everything is open, and they don't know what to do, and they're told to go discover and find themselves. And this can create a lot of anxiety in people because there isn't this guardrail path.
Sorry, I'm like, just to interject super duper quickly. I'm gonna push back on what you said.
I was talking a lot. That's fine. Yeah.
I know. The fucking commodification of you're back to your same argument. That doesn't make any fucking sense, dude. You're like, from square one, you're like, oh yeah, women are just fucking popping out babies to like collect welfare. Bro, you know how much childcare payments are at the maximum? Like when fucking like the person
That's
was
not
making
what I said at all. And also, I didn't use the term
literally what you're
commodification
talking about.
or reification and things of
Okay,
that nature, because that's a
I
Marxian term.
People generalize what you're saying, and then you're like, I didn't say that. I'm like, yes, you fucking idiot. Obviously, we're
Yeah, it's called a
generalizing
straw
what-
man. It's not my
I'm
argument.
sorry, a straw man. No, it is not. You were literally talking about how, like the commodification.
That literally is what it's called.
Awesome.
That's literally not my argument. My argument isn't that women are popping out babies because they want to become welfare queens.
Personal aspect of it, because that it's like.
Are you watching people carve soap?
He checked on her stream.
Sorry, what was that?
Is she watching soap carving?
He
was it? No, I've been here.
watching soap carvings.
Yeah, what?
Pentuple?
I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand?
Lots
I might have like come in a little hot for if I didn't understand. But were you
I'm
not
glad
saying
we
that
had the most
cohesion-
professional. Gibbs, come to Gibbs. We have the most professional panel on the internet. I promise.
But would you
Sorry.
not say that takes away from the interpersonal thing of it because of the not commodification? I forget the word you used, but how it's much more like, oh yeah, there's specific state incentivized or whatever the fuck you said. Like, forgive me for not writing down the exact
What I'm
quote,
saying
you fucking
can be
idiot.
summarized again by the quote by Hayek
You're
in
such an
chapter
idiot
4 of The Road to Serfdom, which is that centralized authority destroys spontaneous order. What I'm saying is that when the welfare state takes away resources and redistributes it, it doesn't do so based off of personal values. It doesn't do so based off of the community's values. And it's not instantiated with the culture or the community or the church. What occurs is that it is cold and calculated. No.
You think? What is cold and calculated?
But I
about
would
it?
love to hear Katya speak.
Can I speak
Yeah,
to
let's
you?
go to Katya, and then I want to say something. Go ahead, Katya.
All right, let me speak to you for 1 second. So what I'd like to say is just, I feel like when we're talking about, social welfare programs and stuff like that, like there was legitimately like a void in society, and the things that, kind of went away, like what you're talking about, it was something that needed to be fixed, pretty quickly. And since you can't build up this cultural cohesion and cultural systems as fast as they needed to appear, obviously, that's why that happened. I don't believe that, it was like like one then this replacement, so much as like one part of that went by bias for multiple reasons, which we can talk about, that I will agree. I'm not calling it a conspiracy.
I'm saying there was a void that had been regulated out of the market by the government because doctors were complaining that healthcare costs were getting too low. And then it was replaced with Social Security. And I'm saying Social Security may have been a good Band-Aid in that moment. But when we look at our budget, we look at our debt, and we look at what we have lost in previous generations and the cultural control and the enemy and all these other factors, that it was a very bad replacement.
God.
Well, I'm an objectivist. I'm an atheist. I'm not arguing for God.
Hold on. All right, hold on. Okay, go ahead, Katya, and then I want to get in here, and then we'll go to Charlie. Go ahead, Katya. Go ahead.
Right. Yes, and I understand like kind of where you're at with that. I just I feel like now that we're talking about like the lack of these social systems, like you can say that about like Social Security, about welfare, but I just think that the solution isn't like just getting rid of those things, because now like we're at less of a situation to build back up those social cohesions and those social positions and those social what am I thinking of? What word am I thinking of? I suck at words sometimes, like groups, like
social cohesion is fine.
I'm so sorry. And we're at less of a position than we were 50 years ago. So I feel like the main
I'm being descriptive here, though. I didn't give a prescriptive policy solution. I'm being descriptive in talking about why we should look at new relationships and breakdown of social traditions as a cause for concern. And then I'm being descriptive of what may have led to that.
Calm down, Kel. 1 second. So I want to piggyback off what Katya said, because I have had some experience, and actually I told you about this, Fabian, recently with fraternal groups. But I actually am more on the side of Yeah, calm down. Just 1 second. Basically, I was more on the side. I'm more on the side. I think personally, I know I'm moderating, but more on the side that I don't think there's a problem with the non-traditional styles relationships. I don't think it's a sign of societal degradation. However, that being said, I think there is a very big example that you're kind of touching on with societal degradation that is happening, right? And so you brought up fraternal groups. Now, I went recently to a fraternal group because I'm here in the city and I'm networking, yada yada. And it turned out it was just a place for these high-octane businessmen to cheat on their wives with other men. That was what it ended up being. So, that wasn't. I don't think that's the same as what you're talking about. However, I do think there was something other than the church that fulfilled this support structure role, which was sports. Right? You would go do the fraternal groups back in the day, and you would learn how to be like a man, quote unquote, right? And learn what good masculinity was. And then I think sports kind of fill that role. And however, in my time period growing up, there was a real big push a little bit right after my time to go away from, hey, there's winners and losers, and go towards this, what I call the participation trophy mentality, right? And I think that really has hurt society overall. I think, especially in relationships, because if you're told your whole life that you're a winner and you're special and you're special mama's little boy or special mama's little girl, that when you get out there and you find out that you're not special, you can't take rejection. And I think that leads to a lot of this. Sure. I think that's. And then we're gonna go to Charlie right after you finish. Go ahead.
It's worse than that, Gibbs. Actually, I've done a couple of shows on what I call what I don't call it, but a friend of mine calls the princess effect, where all little girls in America are told they're princesses from the time they're born. They expect the white knight treatment their entire lives, and then when they wake up one day and they find out they're really not that special, and other girls are just as special as they are, and men have choices and things like that, it gets very real, and that can do some that can really cause some relationship issues. I've done, like I said, I've done a few shows on it, but that's a very real thing, Gibbs. I've noted that quite a bit. But dudes aren't immune to that either, man. Again, I'm going to spread this on both sides, because I think a lot of guys are told to play the field, bag as many as you can, that kind of thing, and I think that's just as damaging. It's just as damaging. Right?
Let's go to Charlie. Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, so back to the sort of fraternal groups. I'm wondering, Fabian, I do think that, like, I understand what you mean by people are more likely to want to take care of each other when they know each other. 100% agree. I feel that, the ideal society would be a small population communist one, in which essentially, each according to their needs, and we all pitch in because we know and love each other and want to take care of each other. However,
I was liking you until just this moment.
That's okay. That's okay. What I'm saying, it functions exactly the way you were describing. What I want to say about
abolish suburbs.
Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Please.
Go ahead.
I don't think we're considering. I would say, like, we'd have to talk about racism during this era in America, in which I highly doubt that there were many white groups in America that would have.
Hold on, let her finish. Go ahead.
Holy shit! Shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
Again, would not want to pitch in for their African American or Indigenous or Latino neighbors. And in addition, those groups, especially like Black Americans, would have significantly less opportunities to access like higher paying jobs, unions, etc., and would be shifted down into lower paying jobs, more difficult, degrading work. And I think that that's partially, most likely, why those fraternal orders were. Maybe that's partially why they were dissolved, just so that everyone could benefit.
You could obviously I won't hash it too much here on this because it's off topic.
We're going back to relationships, right?
The timeline there doesn't.
Yeah, so you can you should look up the United Order of the True Reformers by William Washington Brown. He had over 70. He had over 70.
Cal, I can't fucking hear. I'm trying to hear. Okay. I am asking a question. I'm trying to listen. My goodness. Sorry. What United Order of what?
The United Order of the True Reformers. So this was an entirely black fraternal order society that predominantly focused on business in hotels, retail stores, newspapers, and black-owned businesses, and had 70,000 members at their peak, and saw a lot of success. They were heavily focused on frugality. Like their motto was "Save the cents and the dollars will take care of themselves." You should just check it out, because I mean, you're right that obviously fraternal order societies that are based around the community that you live in an era where there is going to be animosity with other demographics or other communities is not going to be all encompassing in the same way that the state welfare was. But that doesn't mean that other societies and other communities also didn't band together along those shared values and see relative success.
Okay, understood. I will look into this because this is interesting. I just wanted to clarify because I was curious.
Oh, and by the way, just for anybody watching, the book I'm discussing is From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Services and Social Services, 1890 to 1967. The author is David.
Can you send me a list of books, please?
I'm just waiting for Discord to start playing Galaga.
Yeah, just put it in the group chat, actually.
Listen,
I haven't read that one yet.
I'm going to be real excited if Fabian can convert Charlie from communism to libertarianism with all of his book choices.
And Cat Baby.
That'll be...
Also, apologies, Kel, for yelling at you. I can't hear very well. And so when you start talking over him, I got very distressed because I could not understand a word that
And
he was saying.
I would also like to apologize. Usually I would just start muting people, but it's real hard when it's just like quick one-liners and there's like, it's like, oh, you don't know when they're coming. Usually I'm like, but so we'll get back here in the back half here, the back order, 15 minutes. So go ahead.
One thing I want to add on to this is when we're talking about, like societal situations that were, that did end up getting pretty much just destroyed partially because of racism and other things. I mean, when you look at stuff like the Harlem Renaissance and you look at like Black Wall Street, like situations where people of minority groups were prosperous, but, for quite a few reasons, many including, animosity towards that racial group, were pretty much just destroyed and people were put in a much worse situation. To the point where, they weren't able to rely on people like in their community as much because their communities were fucked up.
Right, this was like there was
a bombing. Obviously I'd be against that. You know what I mean? Like it's not really.
We'll be in Kansas.
Yeah.
Right. It's just like it's not relevant that the state intervened and destroyed, certain communities and cultures with a state oppression as to like whether or not welfare system and what I'm talking about is relevant to the introduction and the change in our culture and society of new forms of non-traditional relationships, and whether or not that is a marker or red flag for other problems in our culture.
Well, it would be a precursor to that as well, because like when we talk about, for example, like one thing that people pretty much don't criticize for the most part nowadays that I super think they should is the rise of suburbs in the interstate highway system, because a lot of the places in which these things were built, the way that people separated from each other in that way.
What has that got to do with traditional versus non-traditional relationships?
Okay, so if we could let me speak, I'll get to that.
I can see fucking Kansas from here.
Go ahead.
Abolish HOAs.
It's
I'm kind of with
okay,
it.
hush,
I'm like
hush,
halfway there.
Oh, let Katya go. Let Katya go, guys. Come on.
That's
Let's let
really
people finish.
amazing. So
Please,
what
yeah,
I'm
go ahead.
saying is a big concern with those sorts of things is it did for a lot of the situations like, ruin social cohesion among groups because people were further apart. They don't know, their community as much. A lot of these community situations where business and like housing and where people were living and working and having these smaller businesses got taken away because of zoning, which I'm against personally. A lot of zoning laws I am super against. And then when we talk about that, we can go straight towards people not having these support systems and not having these intergenerational groups, because now we have situations where people are moving for work and this, that, and the third.
Yeah, I agree. State oppression of communities and then breaking down their ability to be able to perform mutual aid and grow a happy, healthy society, and then replacing it with welfare is kind of been my argument. So I completely agree with you.
Right, and I definitely do see you there. Absolutely, like I just that I think that they do go one to the other. So like I hope that Grid, you can kind of understand like where I was coming from a bit more now that I've kind of explained where we're at.
I don't know. It sounds like a bunch of
I
commie
don't think it has
gobbledygook
anything
to
to do with interpersonal relationships than marriage.
Oh yeah, I agree. A few minutes ago. But yeah, well, Fabian can take you the rest of the way there, I guess, because he started.
No, he can't. I'm actually going to start playing Galaga with Pentuple down there in a minute.
Ah, that's good.
Have fun.
Yeah, Pentuple, you've been all the
Well,
time.
if you're so disinterested, what is your topic, man? What's your
argument? Pentuple, what are your thoughts?
Fuck. Hold on, let me grab something out of the air. I was listening for most of that.
I would hope so.
There was something I was disagreeing with someone on.
Yeah.
So that was there. I don't remember what it was.
Which one? You don't remember what it was?
Put me on the spot. Now I don't have anything. Now there's nothing in my head. Okay, I got nothing now.
That's like, what are your thoughts here on traditional relationships versus the economic factors? What do you think here?
I mean, I prefer for myself a traditional relationship, and I'd recommend it to the people that I care about.
Do you guys think that the
in Germany?
What?
Are you going to knock up your girlfriend in Germany?
Probably not.
Yeah,
probably not. Hopefully not. All right, good.
What is this panel become, Gibbs?
We've made it this long safely, so we could just like another
Charlie had a real question. What was your real question?
I did have a question. I was thinking about Katya, as far as like zoning and highways goes. Now this is more thinking about. I am from California, Northern California, so the majority of the population here is white or Latino. And I would say I think that sort of breakdown of the white people stopped doing the like intergenerational living. I feel like zoning in a way did contribute to that, because again, if you are living around people with different family practices, I think that you're more likely to take those practices on. And I guess that leads into me thinking, is the kind of like the sort of like Henry Ford model of the nuclear family, the end of intergenerational like family living, would you guys consider that like fundamentally antisocial in a way?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by the Henry Ford model of the nuclear family.
So Henry Ford, I don't mean it's like Fabian and Katya said, it's not just Henry Ford. It was a product of industrialization, but Henry Ford did incentivize his workers. He paid workers more who had wives. And this was because he wanted his workers to go home, have sex, be fed, rather than go out and spend all their money and drink, stay out late, etc. So it was about having more productive workers.
I mean, that makes sense, but that doesn't mean that's when that's when marriage became more of a thing.
That's I'm talking about the nuclear family,
the raising of the kids,
intergenerational living.
I would say that not to take too much of a Marxian approach in terms.
Or it stands for fuck once, reproduce daily. That's all.
Okay.
I just don't understand. Like, I feel like families like this. I mean, we've been using last names for thousands of years, haven't we? Like, I don't understand why we think like the nuclear family started.
Last names were only for the wealthy elite. Last names didn't start occurring in most of until around after the Black Plague, because after there were so many deaths, we had to move populations to new factories and farms, and so people, instead of being John Bjorn's son, they had to have a last name so that they could keep better track of people. So last names is a relatively modern thing for the poor.
Right. And a lot of those were in relation to where you're from or what your job is.
I haven't had the chance to talk in a long time.
Okay, go ahead, Cal.
Listen. Okay, look. So we started at a point, right? So like, are non-traditional relationships a cause for concern or not? Can we like reach a consensus? The points where like the socioeconomic factors, which I think is like a really big point. You were saying that that it's like a problem with like welfare societally. Hold on, let me go back to my notes. Oh, also you were saying like Greg was talking about degenerates, like the breakdown of society. Can we like try and like get back to like who won? Like,
what are you talking about?
I think we're getting an understanding a little bit here. Like, we have stuff we agree with, and
it's like you're playing a game and you've turned it on easy mode.
Can I just, while you're looking for that,
this is a panel discussion.
We're gonna go back to the Industrial
I
Revolution.
know, but I just feel like we're so far, because the Industrial Revolution stuff is like
conversation's good move.
The conversation is about the nuclear family and whether or not she believes that the nuclear family, as Charlie put forward, whether or not that is something that is coming away, and whether or not it's a temporary band-aid.
So it's like a progressive idea to get married and have kids.
Pentuple, I don't think that you understand what I mean by the nuclear family.
I really don't.
It doesn't. Okay, so before like the 1940s.
I got you.
Before like the 1940s ish. Actually, I think earlier than that probably.
It was way before
generally
that.
You're missing
way before that. You're missing J.D.
Rockefeller. Okay. I'm just thinking about when.
Which is what I'm trying to talk about.
I'm getting my dates.
I'm trying to help you.
Wait, I'm trying to explain to Pentuple. So industrialization, right? Typically, Pentuple people would, yes, they would get married and have children, or just have children, not get married, but they would live with their families, extended families. So aunts, uncles, grandparents, siblings, etc. in like one area or even one home. People would literally be like sleeping on top of each other sometimes. It could get crazy depending upon your income level. However, when industrialization became a thing and sort of the health of the worker was prioritized, it became less about quantity and more about quality of worker. Nuclear families in which there would be a mother and a father and then children living in one home became kind of the norm and the priority, and it was considered a status symbol if you could achieve something like that, where you had a wife who did not work. Does that make any sense? So when we talk about the nuclear
I don't
family,
understand because we've had parental rights go back as far as like your parents have your right. Like, you're talking about being raised by like uncles and like extended family and stuff, but that's not the same as like are we talking about parental rights came into the place in the 1940s?
No.
So what
we're
are we
not
talking about? You were raised by your parents. Like that's been the norm. What's the distinction? What's like the point?
Let me talk to him.
Oh, hold on. No, we're going.
I'm genuinely just missing something.
Listen,
I'm not like.
Kent, you're missing something really quick.
We're
Kent,
talking
what's
about who
going on
raised
is-
children, right?
We're going to
Right. When we are moving to like, adulthood, nowadays a lot of the time kids move out of their parents' house and then they get married and then them and the husband or the wife have kids and they're in a separate house, right? In the past, a lot of the time they would stay at the house or they would move to the husband's family's home and they would have kids there and they would live with the, like, let's say the husband in a patriarchal society, right? They would live with the husband and the husband's parents in the same house for the most part and their kids. And then they would work and then the grandparents would watch the kids as opposed to living in separate homes. That's what we're talking about here.
All right, Grid, go ahead. Nobody speaks. Got to talk. Go ahead.
If we really want to talk about this aspect of marriage and non-traditional relationships and all that kind of stuff, what you really have to look at is Rockefeller, but right in 1920s when they were literally calling themselves robber barons, which, by the way, that's pretty fucking badass if you call yourself a robber baron and get away with it. Second, the reason that this is important to all of you is that they ushered in the industrial age, and what they wanted to do is create better workers. To do that, Rockefeller looked all over the world and found a system called the Prussian model. The Prussian model was brought to the United States, and it infects our entire lives, mostly in the educational system, but also in the factories. The schools teach kids to change classes on a bell, eat lunch at a specific time, show up at a specific time, leave at a specific time, go from one class to the other, just like you do in a factory. They were training people to be factory workers. But to do that, they also developed company housing and all of these other things so that not only did you no longer have a family farm with 5 or 10 or 5,000 acres, you basically lived on a tiny plot of land. And so there was no room for your extended family to live there. And in that way, it started the breakdown of the nuclear, if you want to call it that, family, the extended family, as Scott said. When we start looking through as it's come through the ages, when we get into like the 1940s, which is really what Enemy Charlie's talking about is actually between the 20s and the 40s is when Ford didn't really revolutionize anything except the way factories operated, but he did actually really get involved in his employees' lives just like Rockefeller did. I don't know that we can attribute to him the idea of the nuclear family. I think that came later. But certainly after the war, after World War II, huge towns sprung up, and literally that's when you really had parents not living with their parents, because all of these young men came back from the war and they were independent and they had lived overseas and they knew what they were doing. They didn't need and didn't want to live next to dad anymore. And so that's why we have all of and of course, obviously, they've been displaced all over the world and came back and lived wherever the hell the Army or Navy or the Marines deposited them. And that's a big part of this. However, but they still had mom, dad, child, which is still a traditional-ish family. And so I don't understand. I'm not making the connection. I'm not making the connection here between what Charlie's talking about and all of this history, which I do understand, and the non-traditional breakdowns that we see today. What we actually see today breaking down modern relationships is OnlyFans, porn addiction.
These are consequences. These are consequences.
These are consequences, but they're also factors.
I can thread this if you let me, Gibbs.
Go ahead.
Here's what's gonna happen because I have other plans today. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna thread this, and then we're gonna go to closings. Because I want to play NCAA 2026. That's gonna happen.
So that's good.
Go to my channel, guys. Don't worry.
I gotta get some ice for my hand, man.
The thing that you're missing, Gibbs, right, is an understanding of what went away. It's not just that we. Can I please get through one thing?
Yeah, we're doing closings after this. You can respond to it, Cal. Just let him talk.
Okay, so what you're missing is, I think it's best done in a narrative way, right? So if you look at life in the 1700s for your typical person, they are living in a community where there's one church. They all go to church. When a new person comes into town, they know them immediately just by looking at them that they're not someone that they know in town. Everyone's culture is intermingled, right? They're bartering things. They're connected. And at the same time, this is a critique of both Amelia Durkheim as well as Marx, is that with the industrialization comes from the alienation from labor, right? Where instead of being involved in the entire process of being a cobbler in town and making the shoes and having your finished product and having your family involved and being known by your identity as the cobbler, instead people are moved away from these communal systems where they're all connected and shoved into these towns. And while it is true that for the relationship and for the family, there are all of kind of the quote unquote essential elements there, what's missing is the social cohesion. What's missing is the culture's ability to enforce tradition via your relationships and your interpersonal relationships, etc. It reminds me very much of Franz Kafka's letter to his father. When you read Franz Kafka's letter to his father, you can see that one of the things that he's so upset about is that his father tried to force Jewish tradition on him, but they never went to synagogue. And so kind of hearkening to like Nietzsche's kind of perspective of God is dead, is that sometimes the consequences of moving out all these cultural elements can't be seen in 10 years or 15 years. It takes multiple generations that no longer have that basis that instantiates the culture in them before things start to run away. And that's where you're getting all of these new relationships and all of this hedonism and all of this playing around in your 20s and the breakdown of gender dynamics, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not saying it's a univariate thing. I understand there are other factors, but that is my argument here. And that is why I think it's so important to recognize why the nuclear family cannot maintain a culture, right? It can maintain a family, but not a culture. It's inferior to that.
And Fabian, why don't you go ahead and make you have anything else?
That's my outro. It's fine.
Yeah, close.
You can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube or on Twitter, X Zitter, etc. And I do debates and discuss anarcho-capitalist and anarcho-objectivist philosophy and fun stuff. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you so much, Charlie. You had your hand up. You want to go next on closing? So go ahead.
Oh, no, this is going to be a conversation for later, probably. We could do closing statements.
How inquisitive you are. It's very cute.
I'd like to learn. Well, this was fun. I learned some new things. Thank you for having me on, Gibbs. I will just say that, oh, Jesus, I don't know. We covered a lot of stuff. I wasn't prepared. I was going to respond to Fabian, but I can say that for later.
You can respond to him in your closing. It's okay. Don't worry.
No. I was.
Gotta be streaming for another 3
a...
hours. Don't worry about it. Just go hit him up on his channel and
Yeah,
harass him.
No, that's like I was literally gonna be like, well, we'll see. I'll DM.
Hey.
I don't have a
I stunlocked, boys. I win. Since Kel was wondering who won, I stunlocked. That means I get the dub. Appreciate it. Everyone come subscribe to me.
I feel like we all just kind of agreed a lot.
I see we're on the same team, and wow, your own teammate is saying, I took the dub on her, fuck her.
Wait, how are their teams?
I don't know their teams.
We're not teams, we're just the only ones speaking at the level of the fucking topic. Along with Chris.
I'm gonna get some order here because I do have a Charlie, go ahead.
Order.
Tell us where to find you, Charlie, for everybody that doesn't know. Yeah.
Oh, follow me on Twitch primarily. I'm also on X sometimes. I'm looking to get more into YouTube streaming because it seems like it might be lucrative and I want to start doing video essays. But yeah, I'm Enemy Charlie if you are interested.
I invited you on my stream and you never showed up, so.
You did?
I did.
God damn,
I'm so fucking sorry.
We can't get it closing out.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Communists can't be sorry.
Okay. Well, anyway, I'm so sorry, Grid. If you want to invite me on again, I will look. I'm very
up again.
I'm a very scattered individual. I apologize. I do have to take medication because I'm so scattered. So
amen.
Yeah, just Twitch if you want to hear more about fantasy literature, specifically Tolkien, from a scholarly perspective. Hit me up.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Let's go to Katya.
Yeah, so final remarks. This panel was a lot less cancer than I thought it would be. I saw the topic and I was low-key scared that it would, make me want to not live alive. And it didn't. I am very pleasantly surprised by every single person here. I was terrified for a moment, but I have more faith in everybody. Love you all. That's great and awesome. Secondarily, if you want to find me in a place that I hardly ever am, Twitter at Premier Katya. I'm a rather libertarian, socially market socialist who also tends to be more pragmatic when we're talking about what's possible in today's society currently. But everybody likes to act like I'm Stalin incarnate for reasons that I do not know. Yep. Have a great rest of your day, guys. I'm going to stay on if possible.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Pit Temple, let's hear from our favorite Aura farmer.
Set everyone off again, or just give a regular closing. But I was just going to say, when we're talking, as far as law goes, the English common law and our law has always affirmed the rights of parents. Like, I don't buy this, the idea that nuclear families started, in the last 100 years. We have always affirmed that the ultimate decider for children is their biological parents. So it just seems like a weird. I don't know how you even reach this type of conclusion, honestly. So I just don't buy it. What we're really talking about is who has the ultimate, who's in the best position to make a decision for their child. And in our country, that's always been the parents, and I think it always will be. And I don't think that living with extended family invalidates the value of that principle, that the parents, the biological parents of the child, are the best to govern
nobody's saying
decisions
that.
regarding that child.
I don't know.
So what are you saying? Because I genuinely don't understand why you're saying the nuclear family model started with Henry Ford.
It doesn't have to be about legal parental rights. I don't know how we're still.
It makes no sense. I'm just saying I don't understand it. I haven't reached an intellectual level yet where I believe that the nuclear family started in the last 100 years. I haven't quite reached that peak.
Hold on, Katya. All right, say where you're from, where I can find you, and then I'll leave this open here.
You can find me on Twitch. I'll be back in August. I might be confused here. I honestly am confused here because I don't understand what you guys are saying.
We will talk about it after closings. All right, Grid, go ahead.
All right. This was pretty fun. I did get a little bored. I got to be honest. I was kind of zoned out there for a minute. I really actually wanted to play Galaga while I looked down and I saw Ben Tupple down there watching soap stuff, and I was like, man, I could.
Wait, chat asked for it. I deliver.
And the chat asked for art. That's cool. I see no reason to believe that the non-traditional relationships have any benefit at all on society as a whole. Maybe obviously there's always exceptions to every rule, but I think that more people are trying to be exceptions and not the rule than ever before, and that's probably wrong. They need to do things better and just be better human beings. That would be great if people could do that. In the meantime, since it doesn't seem like a lot of people want to be better human beings, maybe we can just, at least attempt to get along. It was a good panel. I agree with Katya. I actually thought this was going to be a massive dumpster fire, and it ended up being, at least for the most part, cool. And I did massively over-prepare, though. I'm really mad at you, Gibbs, that I massively over-prepared for this.
There can always be a part two.
Yeah, there's going to be something.
Well, we'll tell you later. Go ahead.
And at any rate, I really appreciate you putting this together, Gibbs. I had a great time. So
I'm glad you came. Also, the whole reason we had this panel today is because of Kel. She's got a big announcement. I'll let her do a closing. I'll let her tell you about it. And it's the same topic that's coming up this weekend. So go ahead, Kel.
Listen, I'm about to have the most centrist, lukewarm fucking closing in the world. Listen, I'm definitely projecting when I say this, but all of us struggled tonight when we could not stop pulling from personal, anecdotal evidence. And I think that relationships and their success and all of that is pretty hard to, statistics. Okay, I'm lacking my words right now. But put into statistics or numbers, okay? In general, it's personal experience. And hedonism lives, okay? If your parents are still married, that's great. I'm sure someone's mom's proud of you. I need to fucking work on my argumentation skills because this weekend you can catch me on the Whatever podcast. Yeah?
Okay. You're welcome.
Good fucking luck.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
With a similar topic. So
You're
hopefully we
welcome.
learn some stuff.
So,
Grid set that up. Good job, Grid. Thank you, Grid.
Gotta
As
get
well.
the little fucking.
Just tell them how much you hate me and get me there too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell them about the polycule this time. I think I'm gonna just play the.
Don't talk about the
whatever, Scott.
But all right, well, if you have anything else, let me just
goes
let me just do a
left and
quick. Yeah, let me just do a quick closing.
It's hard
and
to
then
get
we
a
can,
dude on there, but
Yeah.
It's like it was not built on one family structure. That's all.
All right, let me just wrap
I
up
could
this
get
real
like
quick.
an actual like antique pickle helb and like
Motherfucker.
be the one that sits in the corner, but with an actual pickle helb instead of like the plastic one that one chick wears. So you know, hit me up.
All right, let me just wrap this up real quick, and then y'all can talk and do whatever y'all want. I don't care. But hey, check this out, guys. Thanks to everybody for coming. We appreciate it. This was good. Good. I don't know if this was a good one. This was something. I feel like I have higher stress levels than I did before. But yeah, it was.
Me. Everyone's like, no, don't do it.
It was something. So yeah, go check out Cal on Sunday. I think we'll be on Grids on Friday. I think that's my plan, as long as Grids having one. We're gonna get a lot of more stuff going on. And tonight we're gonna be doing a marathon here after this. So it's gonna be exciting. We're gonna be up all night playing the new NCAA 2026. If you want to see people scream and rage out, that's going to happen. I'm going to be losing my mind. So check that out. It'll be fun. Check everybody else out here. And that's going to be it for me on this thing.
Oh, yeah, you can find me at Kinetic Cal on YouTube and Twitch. I forgot to shout that out.
Fantastic. You can find it there. But go check them out, guys. And that's the end of this. Now, I guess if y'all want to yell at each other, feel free to start yelling at each other.
No, I'm out. See ya.
All right.
Bye. Later. You got Gibbs?
Last one to leave is gay.
I'm not going to be gay. All right, so Enemy Charlie is going to call me and Katya so we can talk more because the panel devolved into a shit show. So let me put some music on while I wait for that call. And then we'll get going.
See if it comes up.
I can hear you, but my Discord's doing something weird. Oh, here we go.
Hi, hello. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna pull up my oh, that's the wrong one. Let's see this one. There we go. Hello. I'm trying to get.
How am I such a boomer? What are you talking about? Oh, my bad. I didn't realize I was muted. What am I being a boomer about?
Okay, Katya is going to explain to Katya is going to explain to Pentuple what the fucking nuclear
Dude, good luck.
family is.
Good luck.
I don't understand how he wasn't getting that. But sorry, what was your last point? I was just sorry to just bring you on randomly. You seem very knowledgeable. And that is just, you said things that I was interested in, but give me just 1 second. All right. What was that last point that you made? Because that
You're gonna have to
stuck
remind
out to
me. It's all stream of consciousness.
Oh God,
chaos.
I know, stream of consciousness indeed. I might have to go pop it and like what it was again. So
because the last thing was just trying to explain to him the what we mean.
I think it was
the culture.
Kafka. We were talking about like Kafka and
his letter to his father.
Yeah, letter to his father. So do you feel that like again like the church was kind of the
no, it was
like
just
the center of culture and community?
It was just something that thanks for the follow. It was just something that stuck out to me when I read his letter, right? It wasn't the theme or the thesis of his, I mean, it's mostly just about his abusive father. And maybe he was gay or something. I don't know. Like I got that vibe that like, I got that vibe.
Like just like look at him. He's probably, I feel like Kafka's gay. The
Yeah,
metamorphosis, I don't know.
Yeah, it's got a lot of daddy issues. I don't know. It's just a little.
There's a lot of. Yeah.
I got some questions. That's all I'm saying. But
yeah.
One of the things that like, it's just one of those things that stuck out to me. Right, was the authoritarian father figure that demands adherence to a culture that isn't necessarily instantiated in the child, right, or socialized, whatever word you want to use, and. It feels to me like that example can be similar to our nation state of the United States, right? That there is there is like a Christian tradition, a set of values that, you know, and again, like I said, it reminds me of that famous poem of God is Dead from Nietzsche, right? Where it's like we're all on the corpse of the God that we've already killed, and we're lagging on with these traditions and values that aren't being reaffirmed by either the Christian church or by social pressure or by like fraternal societies or by like women's book clubs. You know, there were all of these different social elements. I mean, have you ever read Bowling Bowling Alone?
I've not. No.
So Bowling Alone is a sociologist. It's a bit old, but it's a left-wing sociologist, you know, typical critical theorist, trying to talk about the breakdown of culture. And, you know, one of his big theses is, you know, the movement of neighborhoods, how we like work in one neighborhood, shop in one neighborhood, live in another neighborhood. Granted, it's all about Gen X and boomers, as opposed to millennials, because it's written in I want to say the 80s, and like the last addendum was like 91 or something. So like millennials were kind of barely on the scene. But it's a great book that I would suggest anybody read.
Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, I think that spoke to me, again, quite a bit. But my God, I'll check that out though, because that does sound interesting. Because I do think that there is like something profoundly antisocial about like, I would say probably, I mean, the silent generation would have been young adults when this occurred, but the silent generation's boomers, Gen X, and I think in some capacity millennials. But I think that Gen Z as well, I suppose. I think that with the kind of destruction of third spaces due to, you know, them not being terribly profitable anymore, with socialization moving primarily to the internet, there is kind of, I think, yeah, again, nothing. Unite us.
I think there's a kind of a double problem there when it comes to third spaces, right? Which is, there needs to be 2 third space, or 3, if you will, right? 3 third spaces, right? There needs to be gender segregated ones. I'm not saying we ought to like force them, right? But I do think, you know, if you want to look at what caused the Trump phenomena, what is causing the, you know, our current shift and the right kind of like becoming more friendly with fascism, at least culturally speaking, maybe not necessarily, well, I guess tariffs and, I mean, like they're not quite there economically. But I think it really does start with Gamergate. Like that really is the beginning, because it was a male space. It was the last male space that was just the male space. And then you had journalists, and maybe I'm biased towards it as a man, right? But I'll admit that I might be leaving out. But at least from my perspective, you had this kind of last bastion of like, this is a place where boys can be boys. And then you had corporations and you know, gaming journalists and AAA studios, you know, trying to push feminism and women and control on what is a boy space, where the language should be rough, where the language should be somewhat misogynistic and racist and all these other things, because it's like their place to do that. And I get that girls want to be a part of that and don't want to hop on a Call of Duty Discord and get screamed at by 20 dudes to get back in the kitchen. Like, I get that, right? But this concept of like, oh, the games don't represent girls, and it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, this is our spot. And I think when you angered that group, it created the beginnings of that movement. That is like that meme culture, that awakening that eventually hit Gen X, because Gen X has been asleep at the wheel of politics for 20, 30 years, right? But kind of woke them up too. And I think that's where a lot of our current chaos really is coming from, is the destruction of like that last bastion. I mean, there's little holdouts like Warhammer 40K, you know, like there's little spots,
sports. But sports generally I would think of as the sort of traditional male space, you know what I mean? But
that's kind of gone away too.
You think so? I feel like sports are still very, very popular.
I mean, they're popular, but like if you look at if you look at ratings and how much people are watching NFL and paying for NFL tickets, and especially look at Gen Z, they don't like, yeah, there's a portion of them that care, because it, you know, it's still a place of competitiveness and, you know, game theory of male aggression played out in a controlled environment and all that good stuff. But in terms of numbers, in terms of its impact on the culture, it's severely diminished, I would say.
Okay. I don't follow sports. However, and I've never followed sports, but I did grow up as a gamer. I was a World of Warcraft player since the age of 8.
Yeah, me too.
That was 2005 to 2020. And I will say that I do get what you mean about the roughness of boys' spaces, because
yeah, just go to Barron's.
like,
in the old days of WoW. Go to Barron's chat.
I was the problem there. I used to wage war in the Barron's chat and in the trade chat. I was a menace. Obviously my politics were more leftist, so of course I was arguing in a very angry leftist way. But I do think that I think that the reaction to Gamergate, I will say, so there's I don't know have you read Pierre Bourdieu's Masculine Domination?
No.
It's very interesting in the way that it kind of describes sort of the aggression towards women in men's spaces. Specifically, he talks primarily about like construction and the military, in a sense where, especially for construction. So trades were a way for, and still are a way for men, poor blue collar men, to sort of affirm their masculinity, and their sense of maleness and manhood comes from those traits. Those are male atmospheres, and it's important to them because they are blue collar and thus are not like, they don't.
It's also kind of a
they're not as
self-selecting mechanism, right? Because I mean, like, it's selecting for lower class. It's also selecting for masculine traits, in that like it requires muscle and backbreaking things and long hours and etc.
Yeah, and so there, like, Bourdieu noted, like, posited that essentially, like, the aggression was because if women enter those spaces, on one level, they will also make less money, because when women do enter a job field, like,
nobody believes that. No dude believes that.
Well, I mean, that is just like a genuine, like observed thing. It doesn't matter if they believe it or not. Like, when women enter a certain workforce, like it loses some degree of like whatever reputation it had before. But I think that gaming, for a lot of like very nerdy men, was sort of their way to have like when they were sort of social rejects, to maintain some level of masculinity and manhood. And so when women started to enter that sphere, I think that it disrupted their their ability to feel masculine. Gaming became not a masculine pursuit, but a feminized one. And to be honest, I also felt that as a youngin'. I felt when the thing about gamer girls came to be. This was, again, based off of bullying, more or less, because I was like, hey, I got fucking bullied, and now you bitches want to play video games. What the hell? That was
chat
the
is
thing
like,
where
of
I was
course
like,
she has a Frida painting in the background.
oh, my bad. I love Frida Kahlo. She rocks.
Fucking commie feminist garbage.
I know.
No,
bisexual,
so I don't.
polyamorous,
Okay, don't list off your mental illnesses now. All right.
No, that's Frida.
I'm kidding, but no, I don't think it's. I think it's less so that men would be worried, and this is just an intuition, right? I'm not backing this up by any research or anything. Just talking here. But I would say to me, it feels like it's less about women entering the space and feminizing the space by virtue of their presence, and more of there was a lack of humility in which the ways women entered these spaces. Like, when women came in, they started making demands as a minority in the space. And I think that was what really pissed people off. I think it's less about like, oh, a girl is here, I'm, like, oh, it's not fun boys time anymore. And more of like, the girls are here, and the journalists that are like, doing shady shit with AAA studios are demanding that there be more women, and they're demanding that we censor more speech, and we're demanding that we control the behavior of the men to protect the women. And a lot of men are like, dude, this is why I came here, was to get away from, for lack of a better term, being patronized by women constantly, right? Like, it was like, this is a safe space for for us to be us, and now we're being controlled here. And it was like the last bastion of where men weren't being controlled by women.
Do you feel that was the sort of, this was rebellion against the mother? and female.
I mean, I don't know if
teachers?
it's.
Is that
I don't know if
what
it's.
you
Of
feel-
course, you're fucking masters in literature. You had to make it archetypical, but no, I don't
So
know that.
what-
It's,
listen, no, but what I'm saying is like, what is it? Because you were saying it's the way to get away
Hello.
from female control. Hi, Kadia. We're discussing Gamergate.
Oh boy, yeah, I was just
Right.
talking to Pent, trying to get Pent to understand what the nuclear family is, and it took a
You
little
didn't-
while,
it
but he
didn't-
has a little bit of a better understanding now.
Did he get
good,
it?
Good job on you, because I couldn't try. I tried.
Slightly.
Yeah, I tried. I brought you both here because Fabian, the last thing that he said in his closing statement stuck out to me, and I was like, oh fuck, I want to focus on that. But then I forgot. I completely forgot. Do you remember at all? It was something. It was after the Kafka stuff.
Run the clip, boys. Tell me.
I might
Tell me what it
need
is
to
we've
go
all
look at
forgotten.
the clip. But we were talking about Gamergate, and he was. Also, thank you both for being willing to come on here. I very much enjoyed hearing you both speak because you were both. You seem very smart and you seem very knowledgeable. So thank you. And I honestly, if you two wanted to have a debate ever and I could moderate, I would freaking love that. I think that would be. That would
Okay.
be.
Well, if you ever moderate, it's got to be Fabian.
Oh, am I calling you Fabian?
Well, my name is Scott. Fabian Liberty is just a play on words of the Fabian Society, inverted towards
Oh,
libertarianism.
gotcha. Okay.
You're like Fabian. It's like I'm watching Harry Potter again. It's not Leviosa. It's Leviosa.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've known people like where their actual first name is Fabian. So like when I first saw that, I was
All
like,
I can
oh,
ever
that's
think of is
just their
Fabio
name.
when people say that, and him getting hit in the face with that bird.
You don't have long enough hair for that. It's not as long and luscious. I wasn't
saying I look like a famous male
I was
model.
joking.
I was just-
Oh my lord.
Goodness.
You know what? Okay.
But yeah, no, I don't necessarily disagree with what you were saying about Gamergate. I think I just from a male perspective, and again, it's all intuition, like because there's no good data on this. But I think it was more a resentment of control as opposed to women in the space. I do think women in the
Right.
space obviously played a role for sure, but I think it was the
What
idea of like.
the-
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, where would the control then be coming from? I suppose. Again, would it be like, would it have
Social.
been-
It's social. It's
Social
reputation management, right? It's like females are men don't really have. I mean, obviously we have reputation management. Duh, we're humans, right? But like when men are in a space, it's very hierarchical based upon not necessarily merit, but like wit and humor and potentially merit and things of that. So male cliques, male groups, very quick. I mean, like think about it in World of Warcraft, right? It's like very quickly, it's like the officers and the guild leader are like, you know, in this hierarchical position over like the other people, and then other people are competing to be considered a raider in the guild as opposed to just like very quickly it creates a hierarchy because that's how male relationships seem to be. Whereas females that were coming into the space, I think were very, very quick to tone police, to say, you can't say that, this isn't good, this is mean to say, don't do this. And so I feel like video games for a large part, and there is a certain critical mass, right? So when you have like token girls in a space, they modulate to the culture of the environment that they're in, right? But once you get a certain critical mass, that stops, right? And then it becomes like, no, we decided that you guys need to behave. And it's like, dude, I fucking came here to misbehave, not to be tone police, not to have my words be considered problematic. You know, like I play this game because the main character has big tits, and now there's all these articles about how I'm bad for wanting this, and this is just another form of misogyny and everything. Like it was like a policing of male sexuality, a policing of male behavior, a policing of male opinions in like a last bastion where they felt they could get away from that because society had, for lack of a better term, gone so woke that like they felt like they were constantly having to be on their P's and Q's, especially gamers, because as you mentioned, these aren't, you know, nerds and weirdos get tone policed and controlled a lot more than, and don't get away with as much as like, you know, tall, handsome, charismatic men. They could play with those boundaries, but I feel like a lot of those people were feeling like they could no longer play with those boundaries except in this space.
I see where you're coming from. Yeah, the one thing else, I'm gonna be a little bit of a centrist here, and I'm gonna say that, like, you know, there were situations where obviously, like, as somebody who's not a fan of tone policing and thinks that people are a lot of times too sensitive about stuff, there were other situations in which, you know, we could have like 50 big titty characters, but then if they change one big titty characters to be like wearing clothes big titty, people would, you know, in the Gamergate space and even until today, act like, you know, it's like oppression, you know, on par to the need of a new civil rights movement. I'm kind of exaggerating with that, but people would act like it's the end of the world and people are coming for everything they love just because a character was redrawn to have like some more clothes on or to have a bit, you know, smaller assets to say.
For sure.
And I think that, yeah, there's obviously a middle ground to be had here.
I think men fear, rightly so, right? If I can be bombastic a bit, rightly so, fear that this is, because it was now at this point one of those last spaces. There was a deep need to gatekeep it. There was a deep need to immediately attack attempts to control it with vitriol, because there was, you know, because like I'll give you just kind of an anecdote as a man, right? That leans right wing in my thought. I don't watch TV. I don't watch Western TV anymore. I can't enjoy it. I can't watch movies anymore. I don't enjoy it. I can't consume any of the culture that exists because the culture is not meant for me. I'm a white male. And if I watch that shit, people are like, oh, you got to check out this new show. You got to check out House of the Dragon or something. You know, it's like, oh, I know the deal. The first season is going to be pretty good. And then the second season is going to ham fist in social issues that I disagree with and with any lack of subtlety whatsoever. And it's just like, and then it becomes tiresome. And so it's like, what do? I read manhwa and I read manga and I like watch a little bit of anime because Western culture is something I just can't consume without being fucking annoyed. And so like, I don't know that everyone is like me in that regard, but I do think there are a lot of people that are like me in that regard. Now there's a lot of grifters that find every fucking thing that changes and use that as a means to get clicks on YouTube in like, you know, Disney went woke again. It's like for the 700th time, dude, why do you still watch or care about Disney? But do you feel what I mean in that regard? At least from an emotive standpoint. I'm not necessarily saying right or wrong in this regard.
I mean, I would say that I feel that, well, even there's a lot of manga that does address social, cultural, and political issues in Japan that we might not necessarily pick up on. Chainsaw Man is one I can think of that, you know, is very directly addresses like the hypersexualization of young men, the fact that men can be victims of sexual assault, and it's not just like, oh, epic and so sexy that these adult women are preying on a 16-year-old boy. It's like, this is scary and bad, and he's traumatized by it. But also, I mean, like, especially with House of the Dragon, I would argue
I didn't
that
watch
all
it for the record.
media...
I was just throwing that out.
Okay, that's fine. But I mean, I'm sure. Have you seen Game of Thrones?
Yeah, the first 4 seasons were good when they fucking stuck to the books, and then it quickly went downhill.
But I would say that as someone who, I've read the books and I wrote half my dissertation on the books. George R. R. Martin addresses like a litany of social issues, and feminism is in fact one of them, as well as war and the tremendous burden that war has upon the working class versus the upper class. So I would say that, like, again, like, if you want to avoid ideology, you're gonna have a hard time. But ham-fisted, I do feel you. I don't like it when they, like, okay, if you think about like the newest Dragon Age, where it's like, do you know the scene that I'm talking about, where it's like they have like one of the people,
the whole game is trash. The whole game is trash, right? So that, like,
but they had a scene,
like,
they had a
my
scenario.
Pronouns. It's like, when the Kunari fucking talking about pronouns, this is weird. This is clearly a self-insert.
It was very anachronistic, and frankly, they could have done it in a cool fantasy way, where it's like, oh no, actually, in our species or whatever, we have a third gender. Star Trek has been doing that since however long, and it was fine. But again, I think you're gonna have a difficulty avoiding ideology.
So it's
or
not
just
about Yeah, it's less about ideology and more of like, it's always the same way. It's always the same attack. It's always, some form of leftist philosophy, and the favorite enemy is the white guy. And so when you are a white male, especially in our culture, you know that if you engage in, like, I guess the slop kind of media, like the churned out traditional media that is the water cooler conversation about the new show that's out, right? Not like some obscure weird thing, is that you know it's going to be ham-fisted, and it's going to be some form of like trying to check my privilege or talk about in some regard, why we need more social welfare programs, or it's as you said, it's anachronistic. It's like you can tell that the writing and the quality suffers to some degree, but even more so, you can just tell that it's not meant for me. It's not for me. It's not even like I'm saying like, how dare you be woke? It's just, it's not for me. I've been told by all of the media institutions over and over and over again that this isn't for me. And then I get told that it's a problem and we're misogynistic for not consuming the shit that you told me. If you don't like it, don't fucking play it. Right. And so it's like that male need to like retreat to a form of media that felt like it was for them. The more they retreat, the more they feel the need to gatekeep, because it's almost like a, like in a line of backing up, there's now my back's against the wall. And so if you try and come into my Warhammer, like for example, Warhammer 40K, right? They, Games Workshop kind of flaunted this idea that there would be female Space Marines. Even though there are the Sisters of Battle, even though there are, badass females that are psychers or, going after there's all of these places where females can do badass things and be badass. And when that happened, people that were 40K nerds were like, fuck you, get the fuck out. And you're like, whoa, why is this so much? It's such a minor change in a fantasy setting where you can literally implant organs into people and make them superhumans. There's no reason that like biological differences between a man and a female should be that big of a deal in this setting. Like, why are you like this? And it's that feeling of your back is against the wall. It's that feeling that like this is one of the last spaces where we get to unabashedly be us and we get to have our own culture.
What I'm seeing here that I'm concerned about is like, it seems like number one, what you're talking about a lot of the time is just like, popular media that is meant to be like the most, like middle of the road type deal and like appeal to most people because we're trying to sell stuff, right? And I mean, a lot of popular media is not something that I'm interested in either, but I generally just go, well, I guess I'm just, not as interested in what's, gonna sell the most to the average demographic. That's okay. And go somewhere else. And it's not like as much about like as like white person, man, woman, person, camera, TV, or whatever the fuck Trump said. That one of those things. Like it's just kind of a situation where we're talking about like not being as interested in that, and that's fine. But what I also am seeing is a situation in which we're talking about the inclusion of a woman at all as like this like affront or that it's an attack, and I think that that's a little bit fallacious.
Oh, for sure.
I think that's where we're getting to a problem.
I don't know if it's necessarily fallacious, but it is look, anytime you have a culture shift, you're going to get the pendulum swing in the opposite direction, right? And I think we're seeing that with Gen Z and the way that they approach conservative ideology and politics. I mean, just literally just go on Twitter, right? And it's like something that would have disgusted any human being 10 years ago in terms of the discussion of black people or the discussion of women or the discussion of Indians, right? Is like commonplace now. And
it's like Nazi stuff everywhere, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, well, I mean, there was like this, in many ways, I think it was like a release valve got opened because Twitter was so heavily censorious against right-wing opinions for so long that like once even just a little bit kind of was able to, break through the dam, it just became a flood because there was so much water bottled up. But also, I just think that is, look, most people are not thinking logically in their day-to-day life about fucking anything, right? They're not,
Yeah,
they're
true.
not, they're not, they're not questioning why they have the beliefs that they have, right? I mean, 4% of the American electorate, when asked why they voted for one president or the other, their response is, I thought that one would win. And that's the reason they voted for them. You know what I mean? Like there is a, you know, I mean, 1/6 of the population is going to be below 85 IQ. Like, and it's just like, I'm not trying to be an elitist and like be like, oh, the dumb normies don't get it. But I am just saying that like there is a certain mob psychology that plays out on social media that people, you know, and the engagement bait and all these other things. And, you know, as much as I feel so dumb saying this, you know, there is a certain touch grass kind of moment that like needs to occur that people really don't get. It's a meme, I know, but like, for example, my son is autistic, right? I have an autistic son, and when I say autistic, I mean like nonverbal. He's starting to speak a little bit, right? And so I went to the pool, and I'll be totally honest, all right? Like I'll be like I'll take away all of the illusions, okay? I go to the pool and I see these one woman, one thing, okay? And by thing, I mean biological female with very hairy legs and like swimming trunks and like a binder with a thing on top and like a bunch of facial piercings and covered in tattoos, right? Like every conservative, you know, person's red flag nightmare, right? And I go there and
let's not call them a thing. Let's not call trans people
I don't know what fucking
Just
pronouns to use.
Just an individual. Just
Yeah, I don't
another
think-
person.
very androgynous.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is what we
It's-
kept.
well,
This is
no,
why we want to
it's
keep
just-
females out of spaces, right?
Well, the problem is here. It's like what I don't understand what you get or what are you gaining, right? From like, you know,
accurate communication,
like
of,
acting
of,
in that way.
of how
Well,
absurd this person's
But
gender
you know that it
presentation
comes off
was.
as like derogatory,
right, but what does it
right?
matter
Yeah, I don't
if
care.
they're
I don't care if
they're
I'm derogatory.
abnormal or this, that, and the third? If they're not harming anybody, I just don't like see why the need to point it out. Just like look the other way and like do something else. Like that's where I'm having the disconnect here, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
yeah, we disagree on it.
Because
Like,
I feel like it just pushes the conversation. Now, mind you, I'm not someone that cares about language policing too much, in the sense that like don't look at me like that. What I mean is
as
that
you're
when things
engaged in
aren't-
language policing.
Well,
but
no,
the way
I'm
that
not.
you said it was so like it comes off with like again like vitriol. It positions that person as like gross and bad
like,
and disgusting.
I'm communicating to my 95% male audience, right? Like we don't care. I don't like. I just don't care. Like I'm describing what I saw in a way that gets the message across in the most clear and concise manner, and is emotive. I don't care if I offend a person that's not here, and I also don't care if somebody else is offended on the behalf of somebody else. I just don't care. I couldn't be bothered to care.
My argument is
In fact, the only thing I care about is being tone policed.
My argument's not as far as being offended. It's more like trying to reach an understanding of like what is the reason, like what extra are you gaining, right, from like talking about somebody, like what's the utility, right? Because I don't really like. Okay, you say it's in the most clear and concise way, right? But what's getting added to the story as far as the individual? Like, let you finish your story. Maybe this person being unattractive to you, or this person being not like, you know, what you'd view as like societally, like, you know, something that you would like, an individual that you would like to see, or whatever, this, that, and the third is like really important to your story. I'm not 100% sure of that. So go ahead. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it literally is, right? What I'm saying is that this person is the quintessential baggage of all of the presumed red flags
Also,
of someone
to be clear.
Okay, and that matters because
I am detransitioned. So there was a time in my life where indeed, maybe if I'd gone to the pool, you would have looked at me and been like, what is that like hairy nasty thing in the binder that's trying to be a dude, you know? So it's like I'm slightly personally sensitive to this because I did
that's fine
live with that for like 10 years of just being like the thing. And
Yeah, I've had a lot of these. Fair enough.
It doesn't feel good. You know what I mean?
Well, I've had a lot of. I think you know, I don't want to get too much into trans ideology and queer theory and things like that.
All right, so your kid has autism, and we're at the pool, and somebody's there.
But like I've had several sit down conversations with like Chloe Cole and Genuflect and Blair White, I did a panel with her at one point. Like I've had a ton of conversations with detrans people, and in my opinion, I think part of that tone policing, part of that language is what actually exacerbates the issue insofar as I don't like the term social contagion, but insofar as like that kind of frame of many people that would not be better off transitioning, but because there is such carefulness with the language that we use, that it makes discussing certain ideas that might be verboten so difficult, because they often come tied to that language or to people that use that language. So I would as a matter of principle, fight against tone policing of that nature. But I understand how you might take it and it might feel like shit. And I understand that that's not my intention. But nevertheless.
Okay.
And
we're
so,
at the pool. Kids
yep,
autistic.
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Kids. Very important. So anyways, so my son, he's a lot to manage, right? Because you can't tell him one thing and then he just kind of does it. And at the same time, I can't ignore my daughter because, that's how you can have a lot of issues if you ignore your daughter because you're constantly policing one child. So I have to give him some level of freedom. And the first thing he does is like run off and grab like their ball and like start throwing it and playing with it. And I'm like, I gotta stop. But like my daughter's hanging on me in the pool. And all they did, they were the couple was the sweetest, nicest people on the entire planet. And they immediately were like understanding and empathetic and open to the concept of like an autistic child in a way that many, I would dare say, conservatives wouldn't be, even though they may claim to do such online. But like there were no barriers there to how he was different in any capacity, probably from personal experience that they've had in those differences. And it was an amazing time, and they were sweet and awesome. And it's like, I think oftentimes there is so much the social media landscape and the conversations in the media are so forced with this, like, us versus them mentality, or creating rage bait to get as much engagement as we can, or, trying to get as many clicks as we can, and all of the classic things we always talk about, that like it actually genuinely is important to go and touch grass and remind yourself that like 99% of trans people just want to fucking transition and be left the fuck alone, right? Like most Christians aren't fucking ortho bros that are like coming for like, women in every single capacity. They just go to church and they want family and they want community. And like, and there's a lot of that is getting lost in like, in the way that you've described, where the third spaces and the communal spaces have gone away and it is all shifted into online engagement behavior.
Right.
We're
Yeah,
so easy
I agree
to
with you.
dehumanize each other. Sorry, go ahead, Katya.
Right. I agree with you there. And I agree with you on what you're saying, how like the individual, that you were talking about did absolutely like, have like a good experience of being understandable to like, your kid taking their ball at the pool. Yeah. Now like hearing the full story, I'm like a bit confused as to like what the purpose was, like specifically in the person being a thing, but you can say whatever you want. I'm just curious as to
rehash the tone policing and give you the same answers over and over again. I don't give a fuck.
If the answer is because you want to or because you think it's funny, that's an answer. You can say that one.
I don't even think that it's per se funny, though that might play an element into the way that we engage.
Was it meant to be like your your initial thought upon seeing that person?
It's literally like it's a juxtaposition between the two situations.
Right.
Is that this person is like every red flag of like danger, this person is going to be crazy, and then the actual interaction is everything but. That's the point of the story, but the word became a problem, and then we tone police, and ironically enough, it played out exactly what I was talking about when I say that there are spaces that are limited for men and where they want to be able to communicate like men communicate.
I think it's more a matter of
I don't know if we're tone policing as much as we are tone asking for explanation.
That's
it's just kind of.
Come on.
But also, there's a way to talk about people that can be. Like, you could talk about anyone in a way that's kind of, like, mean,
Yeah, I do. All the time.
Yeah, like...
Okay. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, like, what the whole point was, because we're having, like, a conversation more about this sort of thing, Yeah, I was personally, like, I was trying to kind of get, which that ended up happening, getting to the bottom of, like, what's the purpose of that? Because obviously the purpose of language and stuff and, like, you know, the reasoning behind it is important in these discussions. Like, I mean, again, just because you want to or because it's, you know, it's something that people in a social circle say, or it's more relatable to XYZ group, that is absolutely an answer. And that is something to discuss. Like, yeah, note that we didn't use the word, like, necessarily, like, at least I never used the word offensive, or I didn't say that you were a bad person or that you can't say that. More just determining why and, like, what was, like, what's your mental reasoning to get to that point.
I genuinely enjoyed this interaction because I think it almost plays out in a thing that I was trying to communicate. It's sometimes it's better to experience it live, right? Because I think you're like, well, we didn't use these words, right? And I think, like I said earlier, that's exactly what we're talking about. Or maybe not we, I don't want to put myself in with every fucking Gamergate bro that is mad every time a AAA studio makes a crappy game and appeals to the fucking, you know, does a rainbow capitalism. You know what I'm like? I'm not those guys per se, but I do think it shows you how men and women simply engage in conversation differently. Right? Like in this very nature. Like, if I was with a bunch of dude bros, no one would have cared when I said that at all.
No, there are absolutely times that I do say things like that in certain circles, but it's usually for, like, if somebody asked me why I use that word or why I said that thing, I could, you know, explain why it is. And I think that, you know, that was
several
more for the
times,
purpose
and
of,
then
yes,
you were so
exactly,
offended
which
that you
I'm
kept
saying that,
responding.
okay, you're attributing the word offended to this in a way that I don't think that happened. Like, I don't think I was offended so much as I went, that to me, like, that doesn't, like, I don't see the purpose, but if you could enlighten me what you did, I think that's different than, you know, being offended so much as.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that I know your inner workings of your mind, but this conversation is going to get boring real fast if we keep rehashing the word I used in a story instead of the topic or moving on to another one.
You can go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, no, I feel like I made my argument, right? I made my argument
did.
about,
like that. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying the argument was finished. Like, I made the argument about the concept of online spaces and social media
and I agree with you on
those
that.
things and that. Right. Is this? Do you want me to just get on a pulpit and start talking about other things I like?
The thing about I will say, inevitably, and I think that we're all going to agree that it's not driven by it's not driven by ideology necessarily. It is capitalism. You know, like an issue that I have on the internet. Like representation in games, like more women in games.
Mm-hmm.
It's wanting to. So like when you make a female space marine, it's a desire to have women become involved in the hobby, so that they will buy more things. Like the reason so many platforms are so child friendly now is not because people actually care about protecting the children. They don't. They want to make more money, which, you know, when things are child friendly, you can advertise to a much wider audience, and children are a very lucrative audience. So again, these things that you're discussing are like, this isn't a consequence of like, and I'm sure you understand that this isn't like the big mean, you know, gays and feminists and people of color trying to wokeify your games. I
disagree.
It's
actually.
money.
Right. I think we would probably define capitalism very differently, because I'm an unabashed capitalist, right? I wouldn't per se define it in the same way, but no, I do think that it is. I do think it is ideological in nature. I don't think it's good for your business to constantly expand your market for the sake of expanding your market. I think that's.
But the market
I do
is
think that's a
already
bit of a
expanded. I think that they observed.
This feels like a falling rate of profit kind of argumentation, right? Like where the corporation must constantly find new ways to engage in profit, and I don't think that necessarily fits the gaming model per se, because these companies are in competition with for your time, right? So there is, you know, obviously you can increase rate of profit by increasing, you know, items sold by increasing the amount of people that will buy the item, right? But at the end of the day, if you're spending $60, $70, $80 for a game and you're only going to buy 1 or 2 games that month, and there's this giant library of games, expanding it to, watering down, elements of your game, that appeal to, the audience that is already liking your studio for the sake of expanding that market. I mean, you could call that capitalism. I would say that's very, very, very poor business decision. And by doing so, I look at the motivation, and I think the motivation is mostly ideological. I do think the marketing guys fall for it.
So 3 examples that I would give is I would bring up two games of the year would be Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring. I'm a big From Software fan, and I would say that Elden Ring did go out of its way to, typically in From Software games, they will have a lot of, like, initially, like in the Dark Souls series, there won't be many female characters, but when there is, it's like a blonde lady who is really nice to you and is essentially motherly, but also kind of sexual in a way. And Elden Ring went out of its way to, create a number of female characters that were much more diverse in their motivations, their dress, their behaviors, which was cool. And Baldur's Gate 3, now I didn't play Baldur's Gate 1 or 2, but it's my understanding that Baldur's Gate 3 is a lot
tourist.
I know, I'm sorry. It's one of my favorite games ever, but like Baldur's Gate 3, like very, very diverse, and those did well. But also, the way games make money now in the long term is through the like the subscription model kind of, or like the free to play, but to have like loot boxes. Like I'm thinking Fortnite. I don't play Fortnite.
It's called live service.
Live service, yeah. And think about all the the skins that people buy. Like Fortnite appeals to a very wide demographic because they bring in skins you can buy that are like, they had like the Sabrina Carpenter one, but they also had like anime people that younger people would like. They had things that they appeal across a wide audience, and thus they are significantly more like successful than many other games.
I think the 2 examples that you gave are actually a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right? So when I say, like, when we were talking about games that have been, like, we're talking about this ham-fisted ideological issues. Now, if you look at, if you look at a lot of the Sweet Baby Incorporated games that failed massively, you can see where ideology took the forefront in producing the game, right? Like Concord, for example, as a live service game, failed miserably, and a big part of that was the trash art direction. And you have these marketing bros doing exactly what you're talking about, trying to appeal to a wide audience and also trying to do a rainbow capitalism, and it didn't transition well, and it was a dismal failure. But if you look at something like Marvel Rivals, right, which is created by a Chinese firm where the chat won't even let you say Tiananmen Square, right? You can see that they did produce a lot of sexualized skins, and that was one of many things that was incredibly successful about the game as a live service model, because at the end of the day, they understood their audience, and they understood what their audience wanted. And instead of trying to appeal to, a feminist direction, or, this is for everybody, they unabashedly were like, no, this is for the dude bros that like short skirts on girls that blow up shit. In terms of looking at Baldur's Gate 3, I'll focus on that one over Elden Ring, because my roommate's a big From Software guy, but like, I don't know, I'm too old and lazy these days to want to learn a boss's, parry mechanics for 20 minutes before it's not my thing, right? But I do have like over 1,000 hours on Baldur's Gate 3. And so with Baldur's Gate 3, there's absolutely woke people working in the studio, right? Like when you see the interviews, like, you have people wearing like, pro LGBTQ, merchandise and t-shirts just so that they can make sure that they're communicating that, right? And there's, obviously Astarion is a very gay character, both stereotypically.
Women really like him.
Right.
Women,
for sure,
and gay people really love Astarion. I think he's actually largely from what I've seen, Starring seems to be more popular amongst women that like men more than gay men.
I think
noticed gay men
vampires
tend towards.
I think vampires can get away
very
with it.
gay.
Right.
Very gay.
I think vampires can get away with it because
women.
they can have a feminine and kind of almost feline quality to them as a predator, right? And so they can walk the balance between masculinity and femininity by maintaining that role of predation, while at the same time the charm and the guile and the changing of their movements that kind of communicates that feline predator aspect to them. And so I do think there's something unique about, I mean, like read any Anne Rice book, right? Like most of those characters.
Anne Rice fan. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. So they're. I mean, obviously not anymore, but I read a bunch of when I was a kid, and I was like, these are really, like, as I got older, I was like, this is just softcore porn. This is boring. like there's a lot of romance in here. This isn't for me. But like younger me, read a bunch. But yeah. So like, Baldur's Gate 3 has a lot of woke elements into it. I don't think most gamers give a rat's ass. The gamers themselves, obviously the YouTubers might, but I don't think they care at all when it is an element that is natural to the story, as opposed to, as we discussed it, that anarchistic, ham-fisted kind of jarring thing that takes you out. Like literally Baldur's Gate 3 is just as woke as Dragon Age Veilguard. Maybe slightly less because like there's not like specifically, talk about pronouns or some shit, right? But in terms of like diversity, in terms of themes, right? Like, I mean, what is a Saurian's character but a character where you're, going through a fucking mental health therapy session throughout the whole campaign of like understanding
like
and getting him to open up about his trauma, right?
Sexual trauma survival, yeah.
Right, and it's and so is every character in that, and so I think it's
right.
I don't think they care about woke things. I think they care, again, it's about the control. It's about the doing it for doing its sake, as opposed to being amassed in the artwork.
I think what you're saying is that, okay, I played Marvel Rivals and I loved it until they fucked the meta up. And I was a long-time Overwatch player. What I liked about Marvel Rivals and what I have seen overall has been just people saying, wow, it's like Overwatch, but it's better. Finally, a team shooter, to replace Overwatch. And so what it comes down to is literally just, is a game good?
Is a game good? Yeah.
I think that that's
and when the ideology takes over,
Yeah.
it stops being good because other things take a backseat.
I mean, but like, do you feel like there are games where that, like, the ideology was the primary issue with it?
I don't
like that.
so
Like
it's-
the
it's
game
like-
was
it's
good,
like so-
except it, like the gameplay was good, but because it was woke or whatever, it stopped being good.
I don't think that is like something you could ever really put a like point out per se, right? Because the development process is so complex. But I'll say, like, I think the problem is I don't want to say it's like posers or tourists or something, but sometimes when you have a critical mass of people that are more concerned with ideology than they are with making a good game, then decisions get made where one is kind of preferenced over the other. And where, like, I mean, like you had, like, I remember there was like a leak of like DMs in one development studio. Can't remember what game, but like they were spending half of their day bitching about Trump and Elon Musk in group chats and like not doing work. Right. And so it's like the business model begins to take a backseat to, hey, we have a fucking job to do, get the job done. And then there's this passion of the creation and the art aspect as well. And it starts to become, a toxic work environment. And it becomes a place where because I have a lot of libertarian friends, right? Obviously, I run a libertarian channel, and many of them work in tech, right? Because most of the people that watch my content are high IQ. A lot of them tend to be autistic. That is just like libertarianism often self-selects for those. And it's especially my channel that's like talking deeply about, some legal philosophy, right? And so many of them talk to me about how in the tech world, that there is just this overbearing feminine energy in HR meetings and team meetings and like micromanagement of like their day-to-day tasks. And like when the culture has too much feminine energy and too much, we'll say, for lack of, I hate the term woke, but it fits. But like really what we're talking about is several branches of critical theory, right? That is like, and the praxis that comes with it in a company, that it becomes stifling for many of the people that are the producers of the company. And so the product ends up suffering because the creativity goes away. There's a lot of micromanagement. There's a lot of there's just a lot of things that become these hurdles to just creating the game and enjoying the art. And it's hard to define to what percentage or to what degree, one game or another is in failure because of a workplace held ideology in a development studio over 4 years. You know what I mean? We only see the the front end of like the marketing bros that take in this culture and then try and sell the game.
Now, I would say that, again, I'm not a tech person, but I do know quite a few people who have worked in tech. I would say that, on one hand, I do think that sort of in workspaces, the HR thing, I think that feels to me not really like a genuine desire for inclusivity. I do think a lot of companies like rainbow capitalism, it's to look good. It's about looking good.
It's to boost their ESG score, right?
It's to make money.
Right. It's to make money. But also, I would say that something that worries me about tech, especially,
wouldn't call that capitalism, but yeah.
Well, it's to make more money, right? It's a desire to make money. It's a drive for profit. The end goal is to acquire more capital.
Yeah, but there are two ways.
Correct?
There are two ways. There's two ways to gain capital in a business. Number one is to provide a product or a service that people want at a low price or at a high quality, that beats out the competition. And number two is to gain regulatory capture through the state and gain state funds and gain NGO money and gain all of these, investment from investment capital firms that are, believing in stakeholder capitalism as opposed to like actual capitalism, et cetera. And I think it's far more the latter than the former when companies are trying to beef up their HR departments and beef up their, the percentage of women they hire or, the anti-racial bias training seminar, et cetera. It's that latter and not the former.
Right. But to make a comparison here, are you aware of what happened to Blizzard? Like Blizzard, entire...
I did whole streams about how fuck Blizzard. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck Blizzard. But these things like the rampant sexual harassment was happening when they were actively trying to push, more woke things in their game. Like this was occurring during it. So it doesn't necessarily, mean that a company is becoming not a guys and dudes thing. But my God, there was something I wanted to say. Oh, but about like tech in general, I do think that frankly games benefit from having and I'll say this on a story level, benefit from having people who specialized in the humanities working on them, because a lot of tech dudes who, STEM dudes who have like heavily neglected their humanities education, are just dog shit at writing, dog shit at story crafting, and dog shit at communication with people. And so I think to make just a gorgeous game. Like Baldur's Gate 3 had a gorgeous story. Elden Ring had an incredibly interesting fucking story. They brought in people who worked in the humanities. They brought in writers. They brought in people who are going to have a better grasp on the human spirit, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, like my favorite game of all time would be Star Wars KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic. And that game is so good, not because the game mechanics are good. I mean, they're very dated. That game is so good, in part because it's one of the first fully voice-acted games. But it's good because Drew Karpyshyn wrote the fucking game. Because you had a storied author that was in charge of the writing team, not a bunch of tech bros that work in gaming, but someone who is a, you know, that worked in Halo and in Baldur's Gate, actually, believe it or not, but in the, you know, the Wizards of the Coast writing world, right? And Drew Karpyshyn is an amazing author. I mean, he writes simplistically. I'll say that. Like, it's not like reading fucking Dostoevsky or something, but he writes he crafts stories well, meaningful, so it allows you to fall in love with characters well. And so, yeah, I don't disagree at all. Maybe a little bit in terms of like the education in the humanities, because I do think that, you know, college in general and things of that nature have become have been, what is the term? McDonaldization is the term they use in sociology, right? Where it's very cookie cutter, get as many people in as we can. The standards have been very, very low. I mean, even look at modern literature.
It's even worse now with the AI. Like,
yeah, it's like when you take a literature class in college nowadays. You don't read the Tale of Genji. You get a literature book that tells you what you're supposed to think about the Tale of Genji and gives you a couple of excerpts about the Tale of Genji, right? So we're not even like these days much of the humanity.
So I do have a BA in English and a Master of Letters in Fantasy Literature. No, they make
grad school. Well, grad school is going to be different.
No,
right?
even in my undergrad, I mean, we had to read.
Where'd you go?
My
if
goodness,
you don't mind, I'm not trying to dox you.
I cannot say because people have found me that way. I could privately message you.
Obvious. It's fine. It's
Yes,
not that
it's
important.
extremely
I was just
obvious.
curious.
I have a bachelor's in criminal justice, and like I took some like literature classes during my undergrad, and like yeah, they were making us read the whole books. Like I mean, they were making us read the whole books of like classics and stuff like that, even longer stories, even when I was in high school. So unless things have changed a lot since a few years ago, because like yeah, I graduated in 2023.
I have my grandmother is a professor, and so I still have a lot of connections with professors, tangentially, obviously, and that has not been the trend that I have seen within a lot of.
No, it's really bad now.
Education.
It is really, really bad now, and I hear that again from friends who
A lot
are
of that's
also
with AI
professors.
as well. People not even doing the work. People just like having ChatGPT do all their assignments. Yeah, those people probably aren't reading the whole ass book.
Source, okay, they don't both have useless degrees. All three of us have useless degrees because with the exception, I have an associate's in economics and a bachelor's where I double majored in psychology and sociology with a minor in religious studies. I went to grad school for counseling, and I'm not a counselor. So we all have useless degrees we're not really using, okay? So stop shitting on the women for having useless humanities degrees, because this guy is in that group too.
Truth be told,
I have used my degree.
I was planning to. I was planning actually to go into law enforcement, but then, you know, I got diagnosed with a lot of health issues. I actually got diagnosed with epilepsy last week, which sucks for me extra. So I super can't do any of that. So I'm hopefully going to go to law school. It's all good.
I hope you can go to law school too, but damn, dude.
It's all good, you know. I've been dealing with stuff for a hot minute, but what can you do? But I had to change my course, but hopefully, you know, we're getting back on a different path. I'm actually working on getting a bachelor's certificate in paralegal studies to like be a bit more attractive to law schools, maybe get a bit of work experience before applying, stuff like that, you know.
Ooh, okay.
Good luck.
Hell yeah, dude.
I almost want to go to law
Congrats, I
school,
hope
and then
it
I'm
goes
like,
well.
meh. Like I wouldn't use it really.
I've thought about it, but I also feel like, I don't know. I finished grad school in 2022, right? Literally, like right before AI became the thing. And I don't use AI. I don't know how to use AI. I don't want to learn how to use AI. And what I've heard from a lot of college students is that like they feel like they're behind if they aren't using AI. So I'm like, I just feel like I would do the work honestly and then get fucked over. By doing the work honestly.
It seems that, and then again, I would blame the government for this as well, because we need to abolish student loans from the government. That's the best way to fix colleges. But I mean,
well, I wouldn't have been able to go to school without loans. So, and I'm
get private
very
loans.
grateful. But
I think.
But those are so predatory. Those are worse.
Why are they predatory? Why are they predatory?
Because they're allowed to be. whereas the government loans have a fixed interest rate.
Yeah. Yes. Well, so
and a limit on what you can borrow.
I would say that they're predatory because they're so heavily regulated. Because you ought be able, both from the college standpoint and from the private lending standpoint, be able to look at the totality of a person to determine their risk and determine their potential for future profits, both in charging students as well as in how you lend to students. I think that if you had a far more free market approach, it would be much better. I also think that college is so expensive because of administrative bloat and the fact that so many people are capable of going to college because the government says that they can go. Because all you need to do is get in, and then they get guaranteed government money, and you get a guaranteed education as long as you do the work, et cetera, et cetera. So no, I mean.
But then we have like a situation where only the wealthy can be educated, and I don't think that that's like an equitable society. Then we end up in a scenario where, again, you are able to get educated on the basis of what your parents have done, not on, the basis of your own. Your own merit. So I just feel like that's like.
I don't know that I agree that it would per se be less equitable. It is certainly possible, but I don't know that I agree with that assessment because obviously student loans would still exist. It would, but you're not wrong that wealthy people tend to have more opportunities in general, and that would be true in that domain as a lot of others, but. Of course, I don't believe in equality, right? I think equality is a myth and is against nature and is an evil concept that is pushed by people with evil ideologies.
Yeah, but I don't think that,
I don't
listen,
per se care,
I felt that a lot of in high school specifically, this was before I got my ADHD diagnosis. And I had a rough childhood. I didn't do great in school, but I did observe that many of the kids who came from upper income households and had like stable childhood homes, oftentimes, specifically in my English classes, they would come to me to edit and double check their essays because they trusted my judgment over their own, even though these were kids that went on to go to like Harvard, Yale, etc. So I am an example, and I'm certain that there's many, many more of people who, again, are smart and perhaps even more intelligent than kids who just got like a shit ton of attention as children, were just kind of put through the courses. Like I feel like we end up in a scenario where the next Einstein is going to be ignored because maybe he comes from, I don't know, like a poor urban neighborhood or something. Do you know what I mean? I just feel like we just totally limit.
I feel your concern. I just think it's the opposite is true. I think the current system is holding back the current Einstein. I think that when you use the state, you automatically introduce inefficiencies into the system. And so I think college is far more expensive than it needs to be. And I think access to education is far less available than it needs to be. And that's because of socialist programs like federal student aid and Pell Grants and things of that nature. I think that without those programs, many colleges would have to compete for money, and they would have to compete by showing that the people that go to their college go on to be more productive because of their college and make more money. And that's the only way that banks will loan to those people. I mean, in our current system, like you look at Harvard, you look at any of the Ivy or public Ivy schools, these are training centers for the new elite. They're very, very, in no way, shape, or form. I don't want to say no way, shape, or form, but they're not very merit-based, right? Like if you look at the GRE scores, or you look at the SAT scores, or you look at, the GPAs and things of that nature, like 10% of the population would be able to get into Harvard in any degree program just based off of their test scores and their accomplishments. It's designed to maintain the wealthy elite class, and regular universities are designed to create the new managerial class, and they're bloated. And I think that their education is suffering greatly, and the quality of the education suffers greatly. And so I think a private model would find more means of educating more people in a better way. And so I disagree with that assessment, but nevertheless, that's just a consequential analysis. At the end of the day, I'm just against the theft from the market anyways.
Why would private systems with no, like government oversight, why would they be incentivized to prioritize anything other than, again, like admitting whoever had the money to do so? Or why wouldn't they just want to give out predatory loans? I mean, I feel like, again, I'm not an economics person, but I do feel like I feel like our economy right now is kind of, based upon loans and loans and loans and loans and loans.
We're in a debt economy.
Yeah, it's a debt economy. So I just feel like wouldn't this just incentivize the same sort of behavior if these things are unregulated? Because why wouldn't they just, want to make as much money as possible? Why wouldn't they just give out predatory loans? Like, didn't we?
Well, they would. So this is a much longer conversation. To keep it short, my argument would be, without getting too into the weeds, is that the more government involvement in, wealth redistribution or in regulation or in taking money out of the economy to provide for what is a presumed public good, right? Because, college education could be seen as a public good in the same way that infrastructure is, right? Like this presumed return on investment for society. That it further pushes high time preference behavior. And that high time preference behavior is only possible, I don't want to say only possible, is incentivized the more socialist an economy is. And the more capitalistic the economy is, the more risk is involved in your decisions. And so the more long-term your thinking has to be. And so you go less from a boom and bust economy more towards a slow growth economy, because you don't want to have a bunch of leveraged debt, because that's a risk. And the same thing is true with companies. And so you're right that they would be incentivized towards making a profit. But a college that engages in a bunch of predatory loans and doesn't provide a good education is a college that isn't going to get bank loans anymore, is going to lose its customer base. That's not how it works with so much government. She cut her camera off and muted herself, so I'm assuming she's just stepping away for a second.
Okay.
So I would argue that the more capitalistic it is, you're right that they would be more profit seeking, but I would say that fraud and predation and producing a cheap product for the short term are all poor business decisions in the long term. And so I disagree with the long-term, at least, assessment that if we got rid of those things, that we wouldn't have cheaper, better education. But again, I don't know that, maybe DM me and we can have an econ talk at one day.
Okay, because I guess I just feel like, incentive doesn't always lead to like a better product being created. For instance, like think about, how Apple used to make their phones specifically to
planned obsolescence. Yeah.
Planned obsolescence. So my thinking here is like, would it not just I just feel like there could be some sort of motivation to again turn out people who are not going to actually make that much money.
Oh, for sure.
In a desire to, and I think that the longer, like the higher your credit score, or the better your credit score is better when you have more debt.
Yes and no, but yeah.
Yes, but you know what I mean. Like when you
it's about debt to income ratio
goes down.
With the debt, right? So like
yeah.
if your debt to income ratio goes up, it'll go up. But if you don't have like long-standing debts that you're paying off regularly, then your credit score can go down because they don't have data available. I mean, yeah, the whole debt thing can be, the whole credit score thing can feel kind of scammy, but it's mostly based on good information about people's ability to pay off debts. But
sure, but also like I was too young for this, but like the housing crash, like like in 2008, like were they not incentivized to give out loans to people that could not pay them back? And presumably it was because they were getting something from it.
Yeah,
someone
so,
was getting something from it.
So a very minor portion of that was HUD was forcing banks to give out loans to underprivileged people that weren't capable of paying them. But that is blaming that on the financial collapse would be absurd, something you might hear from a conservative pundit. But I just want to mention it as a very, very small thing. But predominantly what you're talking about is the assumption that the housing market would continuously rise. And then it became such a safe and stable bet that banking companies started packaging mortgages with what would be defined as subprime mortgages. And subprime mortgages are essentially risky mortgages. That's not really what it is, but again, not to go too into detail, right? And so you have a bunch of like good mortgages with a bunch of shitty mortgages, and then they're put together, and then people were betting on that. Now, there's this concept of like a big pool of money, which is, as America sells banking services and tech. That's what we sell, right? We have a trade deficit in almost everything else. We sell the U.S. petrodollar by exporting our inflation, by forcing the entire world to use the United States dollar to buy oil from OPEC. And then we bomb any brown country that decides they want to sell it to somebody that isn't doing that, such as Iraq when he wanted to sell it to Europe, or Syria when they wanted to do oil pipeline deals, or, recently Iran selling things to China. And so our currency, our currency gambit is that, well, we can always offload our inflation. So it doesn't matter if we have runaway asset inflation, which is housing, right? This isn't necessarily currency inflation, but the two kind of go hand in hand, because if it's more expensive to buy a house, then the value of the dollar obviously goes down to some degree. And if rent prices keep going up, then the value of the dollar goes down to some degree. And boomers especially, and politicians were very invested in policies that limited the growth of the housing market so that we could artificially inflate the housing, because most of that money in the housing market isn't actually buying and selling houses. It's buying tranches now, but back then they were known as, it's buying packaged together mortgages and then betting on whether or not those mortgages would fail, and then betting on the bet of whether or not those mortgages would fail. And so the majority of the money that's in here is not build a house, sell a house, make profit, or sit on a house as an investment, make profit. It's on continuously increase the price of housing so that the value of our stocks and also our bets keep going up and keep going up. And that's kind of, in part, a large part of the U.S. economy. And so what occurred was the credit agency and the Security and Exchange Commission were completely corrupt working with it. Government was not doing any of the things that it presumed to do, and the entire market was full of massive amounts of fraud. And so this is in part the government's fault, and it's also in part post 2008 or 2009 financial collapse, that of the too big to fail scenario, where we didn't let capitalist businesses fail. Instead, we bailed them out. And then there was a couple of people, Michael Burry being kind of the biggest one. Everyone should follow on Twitter. Oh God, I can't remember his name.
That's the guy that was he played by Christian Bale in the movie on the crash.
Yes. That's Michael Burry. Mm-hmm. Michael Burry has oh my God, it starts with a C. It's a Greek story about a woman who had the ability of prophecy, but she couldn't actually explain to anybody her prophecy. That's his Twitter handle. I can't remember. You can find it if you Google it.
I think I know what you're talking about.
He buys water rights and shit now, which is scary.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it's scary.
That is scary. Cassandra.
Cassandra. Yeah, it's like at Cassandra _ or something like that. But yeah, that's basically what happens. So it's government and corporate and everything, and fraud. A lot of fraud.
Couldn't we get into the same sort of dangerous scenario, like with private loans that way?
Absolutely.
I just feel like, again,
Absolutely
that would.
There's risk of I'm not a utopian, right? I don't think, if we get rid of all these government interactions, like we're gonna have this beautiful, clean, wonderful thing. It's just that I recognize that I recognize that there is less efficiency in the way that the government does it, that there's more efficiency in the way that the market does it, and that the more the government and regulation is involved, the more monopolies we have, and the worse things are because of these monopolies. Big corporations love government regulation because it prices out competition. It makes it easier for them to maintain their monopoly, and we all suffer because of it. And I think the way our current education model is, we have all of these universities that are selling a product that is becoming more and more watered down, and it doesn't matter because the government keeps guaranteeing them more and more money. They just go, it went up.
To agree.
You know, like there's no, I mean, like America often does this thing where there's kind of three choices in economics. I mean, obviously there's a lot more, but to simplify, there's like three choices. There's capitalism, socialism, or some compromise between the two. And America very often chooses this compromise that I often think is often like the worst of the three choices. Like, obviously I'm a hardcore capitalist, and an anarchist. I want the dissolution of the state completely. But there are a lot of instances where it's like, we're going to give the homeless housing. And it's like, well, there's the socialist answer, which is just command the economy, hire a bunch of government employees, build houses, and put homeless people in houses. Then there's the capitalist answer, which is fucking deregulate the housing market, get rid of all these fucking NIMBY laws, get rid of all of these things that are stopping us from being able to build houses. And then there's what our government does, which is hire a former politician that's the CEO of an NGO that's going to build, get $50 million to build 80 houses and then only put 40 people in those houses. And, and we're going to fund it with our taxes, this kickback, USAID style funding operation. It's like, dude, as much as I hate socialism, I'd almost rather have the socialist thing than this weird mixture that is worse than the alternative.
One thing that I'll also say is a problem with this is that when we're talking about this, but another problem is that people have had their homes as their primary investment vehicle, which, I mean, as a country that is like heavily reliant on people voting, which I do 100% believe in, the concern is that a lot of who's perpetuating the NIMBY stuff is the homeowners. Because of how homes have become, this is like where their wealth is at. This is their investment, their retirement. They need their property values to stay high, otherwise they're upside down.
100%.
Which,
it's just a straight up violation of property rights. It just is. Like, creating laws that put regulations and reduce the ability to produce homes is incredibly evil. This is one of the few things I'll work with commies on. Is getting rid of NIMBY laws.
I'm against that.
Yeah, I'm also not the biggest fan.
It's getting late. It's midnight over here on the East Coast.
I was about to say, I'm so tired. But thank you both for coming on. This was really fun, and I would love to have either or both of you on again to discuss, freaking anything. I need to organize a debate soon. I have many things that I must
I do debates. I do debates because they're easy to do. They're easy to schedule. Like, I prefer interviews and conversations like this, and I'm perfectly fine with them. But, a debate, all you got to do is piss off somebody, and then all of a sudden you're invited for the drama, and it gets the views and everything. But I much prefer these conversations. I prefer
intellectually honest conversations as well. Those are more interesting to me.
Well, it's nice meeting you. Nice seeing you again, Katya. I'm going to get out of here. It's midnight. I got stuff to do tomorrow as well. And my DMs are open on Twitter and on, I guess, on Discord now. And maybe I'll hit you up sometime. We can talk about something specific.
All right. Thank you both for coming on. Goodbye.
Nice talking to you, Scott.
You as well.
Yep. I'm going to... Also, it's time to go bye-byes because I'm going to have stuff to do tomorrow because tomorrow, well, technically today is my birthday, so yay me.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Yay. Happy birthday.
You're older and you're so much closer to death. Goodbye. You like that? You like that exit? Happy survival. I knew you'd like it, Mark. Oh shit. All right, boys. I got the kids this weekend. I don't know what I'm doing yet. But we'll do something. Hopefully it's not storming all weekend. But I appreciate you guys. And I'm going to continue to work. And it seems like my health is getting better getting better under control. And I've got a lot more energy than I used to. And so hopefully I can get a lot more done. I love you guys. That was a mean goodbye. I mean, I didn't say anything offensive. I just said, you know, I planted some seeds of anxiety. Dude, what? No. What? No, no. Windows just hit me up and was like, we're restarting your computer for an update in 4 minutes. I was like, yo, don't do that. You suck at clipping? It's okay. I'm going to make some clips, some shorts here tomorrow and over the weekend while I have the kids a little bit. And I'll be back next week. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for all the support and the love. $3.99, you can be a channel member. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stream. Subscribe to the channel. Jesus, it's getting late. Join the Discord if you want to be a part of the larger conversation, or follow me on Twitter if you want to watch me shit posts or have random paragraphs of like what I think about things that are nerdy and get seen by no one. And I'll see you guys probably Monday. But like I said, I'll probably put out some shorts this weekend, and I'll be in and out of the Discord and on Twitter. I always am. So thank you.